The Black Templars surge into battle like the Emperor's wrath made manifest, streaking down from the void or thundering to war in mechanized spearheads. They strike with a fury that leaves mankind's enemies reeling. Guns blazing, blades singing, their armored bodies arrayed in the raiment and relics of the imperial faith. They butcher all who stand in their path. It is fanatical faith that drives the Black Templars ever onward in their eternal crusade across the stars. In their gene seed, they are successors to the imperial fists, scions of Dorn, inheritors of his iron will and stubborn, unwavering strength. In the Black Templars, this august heritage manifests as an unquenchable fire. It fills them with self-righteous hatred and tireless intolerance. It is the endless wellspring of zealous rage that has driven them to uphold their oaths and to fight to prove their loyalty for 10,000 years without pause. The alien, the mutant, the heretic, and the witch, all are the enemies of the Black Templars. So vehement is their determination to purge the Emperor's realm of these threats, that they forge ever onward in crusading fleets, and wherever they find the foe, they suffer none to live. In that time, when the God Emperor walked amongst his sons clad in golden raiment, then was the name of Sigismund given unto greatness. For Sigismund was close within the councils of Dorn the Gene-sire, who was foremost in might amongst all the God Emperor's sons, guardian of the blessed bastions of Holy Terra, against the perfidy of the arch-traitor. And Sigismund was named the Emperor's champion, and did stand in guardianship over his legion's most holy site, and did command those Templars who had proven themselves most faithful and devout amongst all the Primarch's blessed sons. About themselves they bound the chains of willing and pious devotion. Through a time of darkest heresy they fought, and ever did the light of the true faith blaze from within them, that they might turn back the darkness. And then it was that the Emperor chose his time of ascension to the Golden Throne, for he knew that his realm would ever be safe in their keeping. Now came a second time of testing, for the Emperor's loyal sons stood in opposition and in doubt. In that time did Dorn the Gene-sire become the anvil of tempering upon which each of his brothers was tested. And in the fullness of time, even Guilliman the Divisive was proven sound of faith, such that mighty Dorn was moved to suffer his brother's will. And in this age did Dorn the Gene-sire see fit also to test his most favored sons. And did Sigismund step boldly forth, and about him came forth also the most pious and the most mighty of the imperial fists, that they might carry the Emperor's light unto even the most benighted corners of the darkling void as his Black Templars. And now was Sigismund named High Marshal, and did he offer his sacred vow to bear the Emperor's holy truth upon his eternal crusade. And by the certainty of its scripture, he would punish the sinful, the heretical, and the tainted in his righteousness and in his wrath. The Holy Chapter. The Black Templars are warriors of the Adeptus Astartes. Yet for all their similarities to their brother chapters, they also diverge greatly from the tenets of the Codex Astartes. Ironically, in this respect at least, the Black Templars are amongst the most deviant of the Emperor's angels of death. Though only the most ancient and apocryphal records remain to tell of it, when the second founding occurred, the Imperial Fists sired 2 successor chapters. Of these, the Black Templars were by far the more divergent in their doctrines and beliefs. Here was a chapter that echoed the Emperor's original Great Crusade, for they took no home world, but instead plied the stars in tireless fleets of void ships, and eliminated each new threat to humanity as they encountered it. Just as the Emperor's decree forbade the Space Marine legions to deploy psyker mutants as librarians within their ranks, so did the Black Templars eschew their usage. Indeed, so extreme was their adoption of this creed that the chapter remains grudging and cruel in its employment of even such fundamentally important psykers as navigators and astropaths unto the present day. The Black Templars paid mere lip service to Rabute Gilliman's vaunted Codex Astartes, choosing instead to obey their own organizational systems and heraldic codes. The chapter also jealously guarded their autonomy, even more so than did most Space Marine chapters. From the time when Sigismund took his mantle as the High Marshal, imperial institutions could petition these crusading war knights for aid, if they could find or contact them. Yet, asking the Black Templars for help was no guarantee of its provision, especially if they judged such petitioners corrupt or unworthy. The exception were those worlds ruled over by the ecclesiarchy. The Black Templars would gladly fight and die in defense of such sacred nexuses of divinity. And therein lies the clue to the chapter's most fundamental divergence from the norm. Unlike the secular spiritualism and ancestor worship of most Space Marine chapters, the Black Templars' faith is absolute. They see the Emperor of mankind as a god, a literal deity to be worshipped and adored, and to whom sacrifice upon the field of battle is owed. It is this wholly uncompromising religious fervor that characterizes all the Black Templars are and do. From the lowliest of neophytes to the High Marshal himself, the chapter believe themselves unimpeachably righteous, no matter how abhorrent their deeds seem, no matter the extremes of violence the Black Templars unleash, or the massacres they perpetrate, the blood they spill, or the worlds they burn. So long as they do these things in the Emperor's name and in defense of his realm, they are always justified. Yet, by the same token, the Black Templars will never stop attempting to prove their loyalty to the Emperor. Such was the first vow that Sigismund swore when the chapter's forebears set off from Holy Terra. Such is the task that still sees the chapter divided into crusade fleets that unify and subdivide endlessly as duty requires, plying the darkest fringes of imperial space, or plunging into the hellish maelstrom of the Imperium Nihilis in search of foes. The Black Templars have exterminated countless alien races, shattered stellar empires, and persecuted even those imperial citizens whose faith they found wanting, all in the name of their never-ending crusade. Crusades of the Emperor. Just as the Black Templars stand apart from more Codex-adherent chapters in their beliefs and methods, so too do they diverge in many aspects of recruitment, organization, and military doctrine. The road trodden by these fanatical warriors is bloody and fraught with hardships, even by the standards of the Adeptus Astartes. From tactical and intercessor squads, through to aggressors, eliminators, centurions, and more, the Black Templars employ Codex-approved groupings in battle. However, the chapter also possesses its own unique formation known as the Crusader Squad. These consist of neophytes, unproven new recruits, fighting alongside the more experienced initiates, and may even be led to battle by one of the elite sword brethren. Crusader squads often form the mainstay of Black Templars' armies. They boast varied weaponry such as shotguns, heavy bolt pistols, crackling power fists, and flame-spewing pyre blasters, an array well suited to the Black Templars' preference for storming enemy lines. It is amongst the Crusader squads that the majority of the chapter's warriors hone their skills, while also tempering their faith to diamond hardness amidst the crucible of war. When their crusade fleets conquer a world, the Black Templars often raise a chapter keep upon it to maintain vigil. Though smaller than the fortress monasteries that serve most chapters as home, each keep is nonetheless a forbidding structure, bristling with ceramite-sheathed battlements, armored shrine redoubts, and gun turrets. A chapter keep can house as many as 200 to 300 Space Marines at need, as well as the serfs and servitors to support them, and are also ideal centers for recruitment. Rarely are chapter keeps this well garrisoned. After all, what self-respecting Black Templar would settle for guard duty when the foes of the Emperor await beyond the horizon? That said, these fortifications have served their chapter for millennia as temporary strongholds, mustering points for crusades, and as a reminder to all who behold them that the Emperor is ever vigilant. As chapter keeps are typically built on worlds ravaged by war, or else naturally deadly in flora and fauna, Their human populations tend to be violent, cunning, and self-sufficient. The Black Templars make no effort to improve such people's lot. Existence amidst nightmarish conditions breeds hardy and fanatically faithful aspirants. Some of these present themselves before the chapter keep, bringing the head of a slain mutant or witch as tribute. Others the Black Templars take by force, snatching them from amidst the blazing rubble of gang-conquered city ruins, the wilds of alien jungles, or the monster-haunted passes of towering mountains. They take only those young enough to undergo the surgical and psycho-spiritual processes required to become a Space Marine, and who also display sufficient ferocity and hate to be receptive to the chapter's creed. Some prospective neophytes might believe that being accepted by the Black Templars represents an end to their hardships. They are soon disabused of this notion. Every Space Marine chapter puts its new recruits through a battery of tests. This winnows out all but the most exceptional candidates in often fatal contests of skill, stamina, determination, and intellect. On top of these qualities, the Black Templars wish also to test the extent of their aspirants' faith. Whether their trials take place aboard the ships of a crusading fleet or behind the walls of a chapter keep, they are punishing indeed. Aspirants must fight one another in darkened chambers, all the while compelled to answer questions of scripture barked at them from the hidden Vox emitters. They run barefoot endurance races over hot coals, plunge their arms into blazing braziers while reciting prayers to the Emperor, battle captive psychers, make terrifying leaps of faith into concealed grav traps, and engage in countless other trials. Through the battery of nightmares, the aspirants must also deal with racking agonies as their bodies adapt to their implanted organs, and with endless barrages of psycho-indoctrination. By the time they are judged ready to advance to the rank of neophyte, few remain. Those that do have been forever changed, transformed into adamantine hard killers and religious fanatics loyal only to their chapter and their god emperor. The Black Templars take an individualistic approach to their inducted warriors' training. Each neophyte is assigned to the tutelage of an initiate, an experienced warrior who has already proven their worth and advanced to a rank roughly comparable with the battle brothers of most chapters' 9th through 2nd companies. The initiate, for their part, vows to teach their neophyte the ways of the chapter, to hone the new recruit's skills and stoke the coals of their faith until they are ready to become an initiate themselves. In return, the neophyte serves as the initiate's serf and squire both. To them fall duties such as caring for their initiate's arms and armor, waiting upon their initiate during chapter feasts, acting as second during honor duels, and standing long vigil while their initiate kneels in hours of prayer. When they enter battle together, it is as part of a crusader squad, amongst whose ranks each neophyte is expected to fight as though the Emperor himself were presiding over their deeds. Towards the end of a neophyte's training, they may be dispatched by their initiate to fight as a part of a more conventional scout squad or similar neophyte formation. Only once they have passed many such trials will the neophyte's initiate, in concert with one of the chapter's chaplains, pronounce them worthy to ascend. Initiates enjoy far greater freedom than their neophyte charges, but bear heavier burdens of responsibility also. Many continue to fight amongst the Crusader squads, taking on a neophyte to train as they were once trained themselves. Others, those of particularly singular temperament, or who are currently awaiting assignment of a new neophyte, instead don the armor of specialist squads, such as aggressors, incursors, outriders, assault marines, and so on. The culture of the Black Templars is such that they largely gravitate towards the most aggressive and close quarters battlefield roles. Indeed, the chapter holds such zealous warriors in high esteem, and permits them to display red edging to their shoulder guards as a mark of honor. The Black Templars operate a flexible organizational structure. Some crusades number as few as a handful of warriors, others vast assemblages of many hundreds of Space Marines. Typically, though, they count between 50 and 300 Space Marines amongst their ranks. It is easy to see how, when spread thin across a war-torn and chaotic galaxy, the actual number of Black Templars fighting in service to the Emperor is almost unguessable. It is said that only the High Marshal ever knows this figure for sure, though how he could possess such information is a mystery. There seems little doubt, though, that the Black Templars number substantially more than the 1,000 Space Marines under arms stipulated by the Codex Astartes. Many of the more compliant chapters look askance at the Black Templars, resenting them for such flagrant disregard for the rules established by Guilliman. The Ordo Astartes has gone further. Inquisitor Yetzmov, leading a century-long, and thus far wholly fruitless, mission to determine their true numbers and bring the chapter to heel. The Black Templars themselves are sanguine about such matters. They know with certainty that all they do with the express blessing of the God Emperor. Such a mandate surely overrules any mortal strictures. Where they need to bring organization to larger crusading forces, the Black Templars employ formations known as fighting companies. These will usually be a roughly equal division of the available Black Templars present, meaning that each fighting company can range from a few dozen to a full 100 or so Space Marines, along with all the material, support assets, and specialists required to keep them operational in the field. Individuals usually choose their fighting company based more upon fraternal warrior bonds than mandatory allocation. This can lead to fighting companies possessing unusual mixtures of squads and vehicles. It also means that on protracted crusades, the warriors in a fighting company may campaign together for years, even decades, building incredibly strong bonds of brotherhood and martial honor. Each fighting company is commanded by a castellan, who in turn owes their fealty to the Crusade's marshal. Meanwhile, specialists such as tech marines, chaplains, and apothecaries have autonomy to go where they believe they are needed most, sometimes remaining with one fighting company for the duration of its crusade, sometimes moving from one to the next as the spirit of the God Emperor compels them. Black Templars who survive to become initiates then spend decades, sometimes centuries, without advancing to any other higher rank. There is no dishonor in this. Where the Battle Brothers of more conventional chapters progress steadily through the companies of their chapter and learn different ways of war as they do so, each Black Templar instead walks his own path. It is between him and the Emperor how he chooses to purge the unclean, and what weapons and marks of armor he learns to wield in the service of that goal. As the years pass, most initiates naturally develop new skills and specialisms. The variety of foes that must be fought, and the extreme conditions in which they must be persecuted necessitates this. Those initiates sent to launch a spearhead drop against dug-in heretic forces must, by necessity, master the use of jump packs and gravis armor in order to do their duty to the Emperor. Equally, those tasked with patrolling vast wastelands in search of Xenos raiders must fight from the backs of light vehicles such as Space Marine bikes, Invader ATVs, and land speeders, lest their foes leave them in the dust. Hunting demon-infested war engines, meanwhile, necessitates a mastery of the Melta rifle and the Thunderhammer, or else the skilled piloting of a tank or Invictor tactical warsuit. Though they do not easily relinquish the purity of a headlong charge into the foe as part of their Crusader squad, neither do initiates shrink from any challenge that the God Emperor sets for them. After especially notable victories or harrowing trials, initiates may claim memento mori of their slain foes. Some are awarded so-called humble relics by the Crusade's chaplains. The finger bones of imperial saints, fragments of marble from some tomb or shrine of note, weapons or segments of armor blessed by the touch of heroes now martyred in the imperial cause. Those initiates committed to a long-running oath of vengeance or sworn to a penitent task may don chains of faithful service like the ancient Templars of Scripture. Some choose to bear memorial flames, be they flickering candles, caged lumen, or braziers burning upon their backpacks, the better to commemorate pious comrades fallen along the way. In this way, as initiates fight on in the God Emperor's name, their breadth of martial skill grows ever greater, and their war gear ever more ornate. Many initiates fall in battle against the myriad foes of mankind. Their ardor for battle and the uncompromising zeal with which they hurl themselves upon their enemies ensures that the rate of attrition is high. The hardiest survive long enough to be interred within the armored shell of a dreadnought. This is viewed as a great honor amongst the Black Templars. Not only does it allow the martyred hero to fight on in the God Emperor's service for many hundreds of years to come, but it also fuses the fallen warrior with a precious relic of the chapter. Those who do not die, who earn glory upon countless battlefields and slaughter legions of traitors, mutants, and witches, eventually earn the rank of veteran. This advancement can be awarded by any Black Templar of sufficient rank, be they a chaplain or castellan, or even one already possessed of veteran status. It is a recognition of long service, of martial prowess, and of unswerving zealotry all, and it is rare indeed for an initiate to earn the rank before at least a century's service to the chapter. Veterans are excused the duty of training further neophytes. They are afforded access to their crusade's rarest and most potent articles of war gear. They may now, if they wish, adopt the red trim and cross that reflects their elite status. Not all veterans choose to do so. They scorn even this simple expression of personal aggrandizement, and instead pass what honor they are due to the God Emperor. In either case, veterans band together, taking to the field as Blade Guard, Stern Guard, Terminators, veteran intercessors, and the like. With their mighty war gear, blazing faith, and ferocious warrior skill, such veteran squads often form the cutting edges of their fighting companies. Plunging into the blazing heart of battle, these warriors are offered ample opportunities to earn the only honor greater than that which they already bear, that of joining the Sword Brethren. The Sword Brethren are an organization unique to the Black Templars. Each is handpicked for greatness by the marshal of their crusade in recognition of some truly exceptional deed. These are warriors who have held alone against tides of foes, or else led the slaughter of faithless millions, who have risked all to protect some holy relic, slain the most reviled of traitors or witches, raised icons and toppled idols, or proven their own faith in the face of impossible temptations. Not all Sword Brethren are chosen from amongst a crusade's veterans. It is not unheard of for initiates to be afforded this honor, should they achieve a deed of suitable note. The marshals are, however, extremely careful with their appointment of Sword Brethren. Once a warrior has been extended this honor, they become, in archaic parlance, one of the marshal's household, and this sets them upon one of two paths. For most, it means serving as a glorious exemplar of the chapter's values for the rest of their days, fighting either amongst bands of fellow Sword Brethren or as the battle-scarred leaders of Crusader squads. Yet, for a rare few battle brothers, it is but the first step up to a higher pulpit still. Many of the Black Templars' ancients, and no few of its chaplains, are recruited from the Sword Brethren. Equally, those who rise to the ranks of Castellan or even Marshal typically do so from within the Sword Brethren. It is a weighty honor indeed, a position of utmost respect and veneration, and only the strongest of faith can bear its burden. Over the history of the chapter, various marshals have found different uses for their sword brethren, beyond being exemplars of the crusade. Many field their sword brothers as an honor guard, be it for themselves or as protection for some dignitary of the imperial faith who requires safeguarding. Others send the sword brethren forth as bands of warrior knights, charged with hunting down and slaying the greatest beasts among the foe. Marshal Gershov of the Proxima Crusade employed his sword brethren as witch hunters, asserting that their indomitable faith would shield them from the deviant Xenopsychers they faced upon the killing fields of the Shega cluster. Marshal Vigo bade his sword brothers deploy solely via gunship during the Spire Wars of Thestra, dubbing them his Black Blades, and using them to deliver the killing blow in a string of decisive engagements. Marshal Hocknor charged his sword brethren to guard with their lives the ancient Aurelian Shroud, with his crusade bore through the darkness of the Stygor Rift. The 23 sword brothers of the Ledovar Crusade appointed themselves the holy task of eradicating all trace of their enemies' fervent faith, carving a path through one Godoric's war brood after another. They demolished every life shrine, shattered every crystal statue, and immolated every last one of the alien sacred Myceline codices. By the time the crusade was done, they had erased from the galactic record every trace of the Godoric's once rich religious heritage, and left the last dregs of the Xeno species to squirm in the mud of barbarous ignorance. The High Marshal is functionally the Black Templars' chapter master. To him falls the final say upon the chapter's disposition, its deployment, and strategic goals. As with all chapter masters, the High Marshal bears burdens unique to his chapter, namely the duty of upholding Sigismund's ever-binding oath and maintaining the knowledge of how many Black Templars ply the stars. For all other responsibilities, the High Marshals can call upon the support of the marshals who lead the Crusades. How many marshals roam the galaxy is unclear, but it seems their duties and rank are similar to those of captains within the Codex adherent chapters. As each crusade must have a marshal, and the number of crusade varies, at some periods over their history, the Black Templars have actually had fewer than 10 marshals within their rank. However, more commonly, the number is surely higher. Crusading so far afield, it is common for some Black Templars marshals to die having never met some of their contemporaries, or more unusually, the High Marshal himself. However, Whenever a momentous decision must be made on behalf of the chapter, all marshals who are able muster upon the Eternal Crusader to vote. Most commonly, this happens when a high marshal has fallen, and their successor must be appointed. However, these councils have also convened on occasion to deliberate other weighty matters. Determining the response to Goge Vandire's reign of terror, whether to wait for inquisitorial sanction before launching the punitive Tauricus Crusade against the wayward Star Gorgons chapter, and most recently, how best to respond to the opening of the Great Rift. Castellans rank below marshals. To them falls the command of each Black Templar's fighting company, acting as conduits for their marshal's will and religious fervor. Castellans are charged with the rule of each active chapter keep. They are responsible for the defense of the fortification, as well as the spiritual and physical security of its world, the recruiting of aspirants, and command of any Black Templar's assets garrisoning it. This is a burden that tempers those who carry it, teaching wisdom and patience, even when it feels like the chafing bonds of penance. Many Castellans who excel as keep commanders go on to become the wisest of marshals. The Black Templars spread chaplains and tech marines throughout their crusading fleets. They permit these specialists to move amongst the crusade fleets at need. The chaplains, whose number is always considerable, guard the Black Templars' relics, lead prayers upon the eve of battle, affix Crusader seals to their brothers' armor, and serve as beacons of zealotry and wrath upon the battlefield. The Tech Marines watch over the forge shrines, artificeries, and embarkation decks of their crusade fleets like priests guarding their temples. They are never short of servitors to aid in their duties. The Black Templars are pitiless in judgment of human failings, and countless imperial citizens, acolytes, officials, and officers, as well as, infamously, a handful of planetary governors, have ended their days as mind-wiped cyborgs working off their debt to the Emperor. The Emperor's champion, meanwhile, stands outside of any formal accounting of the Black Templars' hierarchy. He is a living miracle who manifests, so the Black Templars believe, by the will of the God Emperor. This blessing can come upon any amongst the chapter, from humble neophyte to lordly marshal. Once it does, their old life is done. Upon the eve of battle, the incumbent receives a vision from the God Emperor of the deeds they will achieve as his champion. Hastening to confess their visions to the chaplains, the newly anointed Emperor's champion is led away to be girded for their new role. Every crusade fleet carries a black sword and an artificer-wrought suit of the armor of faith. These are the sacred tools of the Emperor's champion. Armed and armored, haloed with a nimbus of holy light, the Emperor's champion honors Sigismund by seeking out the foe's champions and lords, then striking them down with righteous fury. With a single blow, the Emperor's champion can lop the head from the serpent and plunge entire enemy hosts into disarray. Of course, there is great risk in this. The Emperor's champion manifests but rarely amongst the crusading fleets, and his presence is seen as a potent omen. Should he be slain, it is a grim indictment of failure, one the Black Templars must atone for by recovering the fallen champion's arm and armor, no matter the cost. On those rare and terrible occasions when this is proven impossible, entire penitent crusades have been launched in order to recover these irreplaceable relics. Era Indomitus. It is a bloody and horrific time of trial, such as the Imperium of mankind has not witnessed in many thousands of years. In this dark hour, the Black Templars see heresy and faithlessness all around them, and have redoubled their efforts to purge the unclean from the God Emperor's realm. When the Great Rift tore the Imperium in two, the Black Templars were already scattered from one end of the galaxy to the other. Marshal Verbeck's Immotaria crusade had pushed as far out into the darkness as the Molech Belt, while the Oparian and Gadios crusades were last reported variously amidst the Ghoul stars and upon the eastern fringe. Other crusades carved paths of fire across the Ultima Segmentum and the Segmentums Tempestus and Obscurus, and even the Segmentum Solar. Then came catastrophe, and, in its wake, the malevolent shadow of the Noctis Aeterna. By the time the veil began to lift and the light of the Astronomicon shone out anew, several crusades had vanished altogether. Only High Marshal Helbrecht had absolute faith that the lost crusades fought on through the benighted wilderness of the Imperium Nihilus. Whether this conviction stemmed purely from belief or had its foundations in some secret knowledge, he did not say. Even those crusades still at large within the Imperium Sanctus were scattered. Many had been in warp transit when the Great Rift opened. They had been hurled light years off course by the raging empiric tumult that followed, and in some cases badly mauled. In the face of such disaster, many Space Marine chapters would have sought to consolidate their strength. Yet, as the poisonous tide of the Noctis Aeterna rolled back, it left the Imperium Sanctus strewn with a flotsam of heresy, mutation, and rebellion no Black Templar could abide. This was no time for what they saw as the cowardice of compromise, no hour for retreat. Everywhere, the light of the imperial faith guttered. The Black Templars believed that it fell to them to fan the flames anew. Surviving crusades redoubled their efforts, fighting with unstinting zeal to purge corrupted imperial worlds and to punish those whose faith had failed them during the time of darkness. Long-abandoned chapter keeps were brought back into service, and new ones raised, often built upon the sundered rubble of toppled trader strongholds. Where the curse of witchery proliferated, there the Black Templars were especially wrathful. In war zones such as Taladus, Hockheim II, and the Cyan Stars, the chapter were as much a terror to loyalist forces as to heretics when psychic mutations were discovered amongst the imperial ranks. Due to their unrelenting aggression and scattered disposition, it was no easy task for the torchbearers of the Indomitus Crusade to find the Black Templars and deliver the Primaris miracle to them. Furthermore, of all the Space Marine chapters at large in the galaxy, the openly fanatical Black Templars were deemed amongst the most temperamentally unpredictable in how they would react to this revelation. For these and other reasons, Primarch Rabute Guilliman sought out High Marshal Helbrecht and led a deputation aboard the Eternal Crusader to speak to him directly. Guilliman rightly believed that the High Marshal acted as both the mind and heart of the Black Templars. Successfully introduce Call's miracle here, and it would have been far better chance of being circulated like combat stims around a body than if his messengers chased the scattered crusades across the war-torn galaxy individually. Helbrecht was set upon his pursuit of Gazkol Thraka when Guilliman came to him. The High Marshal received the Primarch with respect bordering upon veneration, for here was a gene son of the holy god Emperor himself. Yet, at the same time, Helbrecht chafed at the delay, believing that Thraka slipped further away from his grasp with every day. Furthermore, chapter scripture made no bones of Guilliman and Dorn's troubled relationship. Part of the High Marshal could not help but suspect that here was his gene sire's divisive brother, come again after millennia to shackle Dorn's most fervent sons as he had been unable to do before. Helbrecht was no fool. He knew how divergent his chapter's practices and beliefs were. If Guilliman wished to censor the Black Templars, he would not struggle to find apparent grounds. In the end, the meeting went differently than either party was expecting. Rabute Guilliman was surprised at the willingness with which Helbrecht recognized the value of the Primaris tech, even if he attributed a spark of divinity to it that made the Ultramarines Primarch uncomfortable. By comparison, Guilliman did not turn out to be the despot that Helbrecht expected. The Primarch did not command the Black Templars to do other than that which their nature demanded, though he and Helbrecht did clash over the matter of Gazkol. In the end, a compromise was wrought between them. Guilliman reminded Helbrecht of the oaths he had sworn, and of how his duty as High Marshal was to all the Emperor's realm, rather than just being to his own vendettas. Shamed, Helbrecht promoted a number of his most seasoned sword brethren to the rank of Marshal, and bade them muster new crusades into whose ranks the Black Templars' Primaris Grey Shields were mingled. These crusades were oath-sworn to aid all those worlds of the ecclesiarchy that lay in peril along the border of the Great Rift. This duty done, Helbrecht himself renewed his vow to pursue Gazkol Thraka to the ends of the Emperor's realm, and continued his quest. The widespread galactic disruption of the era Indominus, coupled with the rapacious recruiting amongst the Crusades, has left the Black Templars' numbers even more in question than before. The High Marshal's seal, set to the Primaris miracle, has done much to encourage its adoption amongst the Crusade fleets. Yet some particularly conservative marshals maintain a mistrust of what they see as borderline heretical tinkering with the Emperor's works. Others have simply outpaced their potential reinforcements thus far, fighting on across far-flung reaches of the Imperium, entirely ignorant of the powerful assets they could have added to their ranks. There has been some talk that the Black Templars have proven especially resilient during the crossing of the Rubicon Primaris, and that it may be a reward for their unwavering faith in the God Emperor. Equally, of course, this could be confirmation bias or baseless rumor at work. The one certainty in this bloody new age is that the Black Templars fight on as they always have, seeking the heretic, the mutant, the witch, and the traitor wherever they may be found, and, whether alongside the forces of the Indominus Crusades or fighting alone, purging them without mercy. There are no more devout warriors to the God Emperor of mankind than the orders of the Adepta Sororitas. To witness their wars of faith as an ally is to be awestruck with the force of their belief. Deafening peals of battle psalms ring out, blaring from consecrated emitters and shouted from the lips of these zealous, holy soldiers. Angelic hosts descend on columns of holy fire as warriors equipped with winged jump packs deliver the Emperor's judgment to the craven foe, no matter where they hide. Their elaborately crafted war gear and archaic tanks are illuminated with the sacred writings of saints and anointed with holy unguents. The battle sisters of the Adepta Sororitas bear the holy weaponry with which the Emperor's legions conquered the galaxy, and illuminate the faithless in lethal volleys from the holy trinity of bolter, flamer, and melta weapons. It is said the Emperor's benediction touches each of these warriors, manifesting as a nimbus of holy light in which his power is revealed in miraculous deeds of fortitude and divine strength. To face such righteous faith and holy ire is to face the conviction of belief itself. From blasphemers, heretics, and mutant strains to xenospreeds, idolaters, and iconoclasts, all cower before the judgment of the God Emperor and his sisters of battle. The Imperial Creed. To humanity, the master of mankind is a deity, the God Emperor. He is the source of their strength, their defense against abomination, and the deserving object of their adoration and loyalty. The galaxy-spanning religion that surrounds his worship is the Imperial Creed. Its rites overseen by the ecclesiarchy's priesthood, and its doctrine enforced by the Adepta Sororitas. Amongst the untold billions that populate the Imperium's planets, the Imperial Creed is the official religion. From the teeming slums of hive worlds to the noble spires that rise over civilized worlds, on isolated frontier planets, and aboard the countless ships that ply stable warp routes between them, the Emperor is deified and worshipped. Every day, offerings are made to him in praise, in tithe, and in blood, through the endless wars fought in his name. It is the ecclesiarchy that provides the structure through which these offerings are demanded. Known formally as the Adeptus Ministorum, the ecclesiarchy raise ostentatious temples and meager chapels, giant cathedrals that accommodate thousands, and shrines that house saintly relics, drawing pilgrims from many sectors away. The ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity, under the overall leadership of the ecclesiarchy on Terra, ensure the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, and teach the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. These priests are tasked with maintaining and spreading the faith of the Imperium, converting the denizens of rediscovered worlds and giving sermons to warn against laxity of vigilance. What would grow into the ecclesiarchy began as one disparate group of religious cults when the Emperor still walked among his subjects. Their illicit worship fomenting in secret. In the wake of the Horus heresy, when it became known that the Emperor had crushed the arch-traitor Horus and ascended to the Golden Throne, he was openly worshipped on hundreds of worlds. The nascent ecclesiarchy crushed or absorbed their rivals over many centuries, spreading to every strata of the imperial life before their recognition in M32 as the Imperium's official religious authority. How? Their influence and power is nigh on inescapable. From workers in munitorum complexes and sump-dwelling gangs, to cloistered bureaucratic scribes and guardsmen fighting on the front lines, almost all of humanity is ingrained with the concept of the Emperor's divinity. They know the sweat and sacrifice needed to honor it, and fear more than anything the vengeful punishment for not meeting such requirements. The ecclesiarchy's priests keep a close watch on their congregations, ever alert to the seeds of heresy. Witchcraft and mutation are rooted out, and whole populations are whipped up into frenzied zealotry, incited to turn on anyone suspected of consorting with Xenos or demons. The Adeptus Ministorum has the authority to seize, painfully interrogate, and execute those it suspects of crimes against the Imperial Creed. Often, in the most horrific and public manner. Some heresies, however, run far deeper than individual blasphemers and isolated cells of impure cults. When widespread deviancy rears its head, when idolaters amass in armed rebellion, or the ecclesiarchy's sacred holdings are under threat, the Adepta Sororitas are unleashed in a storm of righteous fire. They stand as the Adeptus Ministerum's enforcers and its most zealous defenders. Commonly known as the Sisters of Battle, the Adepta Sororitas are the spiritual descendants of a warrior sect known as the Daughters of the Emperor. Rather than be disbanded upon their discovery by the ecclesiarchy, as most such sects were, their incredible skill and utmost dedication to the God Emperor were viewed as useful assets. During the reign of the then ecclesiarch, the notorious Goge Van Dyer, they rose to become the Adeptus Ministerum's elite holy warriors, under the leadership of their founding matriarchs. The Adepta Sororitas are upheld as the most pious of the imperial creed's adherents, fighting in its name to eradicate any who threaten the purity of mankind. They comprise a number of strict ascetic orders, the most numerous and conspicuous of which are the Orders Militant, which form the Adeptus Ministerum's military strength. They project the ecclesiarchy's power through the Imperium from the halls of the ecclesiarchal palace on Terra to blood-soaked battlefields on countless worlds. The Adepta Sororitas' primary charge is to wage wars of faith against those whose very existence is a danger to the Imperium. The wretched heretic, the unsanctioned psyker, and the abominable mutant. Yet, they also fight to purge the galaxy of the hated Xenos, driving back any creatures that dare taint the God Emperor's realm. The Sisters of Battle carry out the annihilation of those whose faithlessness has placed them beyond hope of redemption, and they do so as a sacred duty. The act of fighting in defense of their faith against the foul heretics that would tear it down is itself deemed a hallowed honor. When not at war, they spend much of their time in prayer to the saints of the Imperium for guidance. These acts of worship carry over into their rigorous combat drills, periods of fasting, and moments of reflection on the deeds of their founders, ensuring that their physical conditioning goes hand in hand with their spiritual fortitude. The Matriarchs. Imperial history has known thousands of saints, many of whom were martial exemplars in life and worshipped by those who continue to purge the Imperium. The Adepta Sororitas revere 6 saints before all others, for these were the matriarchs, warriors all they fought for their faith at the sisterhood's very founding during an era of faithlessness. When the Adeptus Ministorum was established as the Imperium's official religion, records from the Imperial Palace show that the ecclesiarchy sought to consolidate its hold by outlawing and dismantling the other emperor-worshipping cults. With its growing wealth, the armies at his disposal were enormous, and the ecclesiarch's position became so powerful that he and his successors became High Lords of Terra. In M36, the ecclesiarch Goge Vandire usurped the position of High Lord of the Administratum as well. Through bribery, assassination, and coercion, Vandire was afforded unprecedented authority. With it, according to the Hagiographia Primus, he sought to bring the Imperium under his heel. But those who opposed his tyranny grew in number. Thus flourished a time of terror lasting for decades, during which billions died, whole planets burned, and faith itself wavered under Vandire's despotic regime. The histories refer to this period as the Reign of Blood. The original daughters of the Emperor were discovered on the little-known Agri world of San Leor at the height of the Reign of Blood. They were a small and isolated cult of a few hundred sisters, devoted to worshipping the Emperor and maintaining an inner purity. The daughters studied ancient arts of war, clearing their minds of worldly considerations in order to hone their battle skills. Illuminated biographies by Vandire's scribes describe the way in which the ecclesiarch honored San Leor with an ecclesiastical visit, taking oaths of fealty from the daughters after deceiving them into thinking he held the God Emperor's favor. The daughters of the Emperor, headed by their leader, Alicia Dominica, were instated as Vandire's bodyguard. They were his blade of judgment and his tool of vengeance against any slight perceived by his increasingly fragile sanity. Despite his vast forces and the bloody defense offered up by his elite bodyguard, Vandire's combined enemies eventually besieged the ecclesiarchal palace. What transpired next is not recorded fully or consistently. Some sources contend that a number of the Emperor's own bodyguards, the mysterious Adeptus Custodes, advanced into the ecclesiarchal palace through hidden means, and spoke humbly with 6 members of the ecclesiarch's bodyguard. Others suggest that the custodians fiercely declaimed Vandire as an enemy of the Emperor. However, all surviving fragments of the encounter, remembered in choral plain song, electro-tapestries, and illuminated scripts, agree on its outcome. Unable to sway the 6 devout bodyguards to abandon the insane ecclesiarch, the custodians led them through uncharted ways to the most sacred place on Terra, the chambers of the Golden Throne itself. Alicia Dominica and her sisters Catherine, Lucia, Mina, Silvana, and Arabella entered the chambers alone. None alive now, save the God Emperor himself, know what was imparted to them. Yet, when they returned to Vandire's side, Alicia denounced the High Lord's corruption to her order. Surrounded by her 5 senior warriors, she beheaded the mad priest with one fell blow of her blade. Morven Vol, Abbess Sanctorum of the Adepta Sororitas. Spiritual and military leadership of the Adepta Sororitas is vested in Morven Vol, the recently elevated Abbess Sanctorum. By her uncompromising command is the might of the Order's militant unleashed to scour worlds clean with the fire of her aggressive piety. Vol does not direct such crusades from afar, but plunges into battle at the forefront of the fight. Morven Vol issues her directives in clipped and severe tones. Her young features always set in an expression of stern resolve. Her strident devotion to the God Emperor and the defense of the Imperium is beyond question, and she is the beacon to which the entire sisterhood looks as their spiritual and martial exemplar. Vol is a warrior first and foremost. She is a superlative frontline commander and expert combatant. However, she must be more than just this, for a galaxy-spanning force awaits her every order, and the guardianship of the faith of mankind is in her hands. These are heavy burdens to bear. Rather than a mark of honor, the heirs to Saint Dominica consider the position of abbess to be the highest of duties and responsibilities, one to be borne with stoicism, rigid devotion, and humble acceptance. The former abbess's ship was declared lost en route from Ophelia 7 to Holy Terra during the anarchic cataclysm when the Great Rift split the Imperium. News of this dire loss was achingly slow to reach the wider Adepta Sororitas, for amidst such galactic unrest, every order and far-flung mission was on its own, maintaining their isolated devotion in the face of encroaching madness. Only as the darkness began to recede was the terrible loss uncovered. The need for an icon of leadership was greater than ever, and the ecclesiarchy appealed to the convent's sanctorum and prioress to submit their candidate for abbess. Amongst those considered, Vol was by far the youngest. She was an aggressive and selfless Celestian superior of the Order of the Argent Shroud, whose dedication in the face of monstrous onslaughts had earned her the approval of her somber order. The complex factions within the ecclesiarchal palace on Terra believed that so young and politically inexperienced a sister might be more easily maneuvered. Her expected naivety would be a gateway for the ecclesiarchy to exert more influence into the sisters' operations and internal hierarchies than convention dictated. What many within the ecclesiarch's ear wanted was a ceremonial and malleable figurehead. What they got was a forthright and iron-willed warrior. Morven Vall was on a campaign in the Rescard Purgation when the ecclesiarchy's delegation arrived. The priest delivered the Ministerum's declaration with ostentatious ceremony and layered ritual. Scarred and blood-stained, her silver armor chipped and fire-blackened, Celestian Superior Vall listened in absolute silence and without emotion to the elaborate ceremony of appointment, couched in terms of mere invitation. She then stunned the congregated bishops, prelates, hierarchs, and confessors by quietly requesting a period of prayer on the matter. Vall entered her mission's shrine to Saint Sylvana and undertook a solitary meditation for 3 days, while increasingly nervous priests paced anxiously. When she emerged, she seemed to those present to walk taller, her eyes hard and unreadable to the clergy, some of whom involuntarily backed away from her. With a handful of words, Vall accepted the appointment. She commended a successor to her canoness before turning on her heel and striding swiftly for the priest's orbital transfer ship. Having planned many days of worship and ceremony to mark the appointment, gathered priests were aghast. Only a handful had the presence of mind to hasten in her wake. In the months after her arrival upon Holy Terra, Vall soon proved herself a dreaded opponent to those who sought to control her. She continued to wear full battle armor when receiving senior members of the Holy Synod, intimidating and unnerving them with her pitiless stare and brusque responses. Vall threw herself into re-establishing personal contact with as many orders as possible, firmly deflecting any priests who tried to assure her that matters were already in hand. She sought to satisfy the orders that the Abbess Sanctorum once more stood as their commander, absorbing data on their current crusades, demanding field reports and strategic dispositions, and ascertaining what they were doing to throw back the flood of impious savagery that boiled out of the Great Rift. It can be expected that Vall, young as she was, and propelled so suddenly to the rarefied heights of power, must have wrestled with questions of faith and self-confidence. Yet, whatever struggles took place behind the doors of her mind remained private. Not once did the new Abbess Sanctorum allow even a crack to show in the armor of her faith. It did become clear, however, that Vall chafed at the reins of what she saw as personal inaction, when so many other sisters of battle were fighting and dying. Even when, Upon the recommendation of Rabute Gilliman, Vol was elevated to the status of High Lord of Terra. It did little to cool her ardor for battle. Few within the Adepta Sororitas were surprised when the abbess declared herself the commander of the Ecclesiarch's crusade against the traitorous trade worlds of the Philosopher's Belt. Since then, she has taken to the field in person dozens of times during her short tenure, leading the forces of every order majoris. Not given to rousing sermons and uplifting oratory, Abbess Vol instead leads by example on the battlefield, letting her deeds in service to the God Emperor speak for her. Numerous senior sisters from several orders Dialogus and Famulus complement Vol's command staff, deftly dealing with the slew of generals, planetary governors, admirals, and more that daily clamor for her attention. Morven Vol does not see herself as the Emperor's chosen, but as an instrument of defense who must place herself between the Imperial Creed and the countless horrors that seek to defile it. Her sense of duty to this lofty position means that she will never recklessly submit herself to an unwinnable war. Martyrdom, as her former order taught, is a release from one's duty, and not its ultimate expression. As all her predecessors understood, the position of Abbess Sanctorum is a burden that can be set aside only when the last heretic, mutant, xenos, and demon is expunged from existence. Only then might she step back into anonymity as a sister of her order. Wars of Faith. Since their inception, the Adepta Sororitas have bolstered their ranks to the point that their presence is now felt far across the Imperium. No longer the Ecclesiarch's bodyguard, they are an active and crusading military force, crushing the enemies of the Imperial Creed wherever they fester, and illuminating the Emperor's realm as a beacon of faith. When humanity is faced with a substantial threat, it falls to the High Lords of Terra to order a crusade against mankind's enemies. Such crusades are enormous military operations that mobilize multiple branches of the Imperium's colossal war machine, including Space Marine chapters, Astra Militarum regiments, Navis Imperialis fleets, as well as forces of the Adeptus Ministorum. But the Ecclesiarch also has the individual authority to issue calls to battle when the sanctity of the Imperial Creed is imperiled. Such large-scale mobilizations are known as wars of faith. When a war of faith is declared, those sororitas orders able to respond send their finest troops to obliterate the heretics and sinners marked for death by the Ecclesiarch. Fleets of Ministorum vessels descend upon the planet, system, or sector that has been targeted, ferrying sisters of battle and non-militant adjutants by the thousands into the war zone. Yet, it is not only the sororitas who will answer the call to war. Other servants of the Ministorum join themselves to the sisters' commanderies. Missionaries who have spent decades spreading the imperial creed to the inhabitants of a rediscovered world will instantly turn their ire on the populace if a war of faith is declared. Operating with small contingents of hand-picked warriors of Fraterra's militia, these missionaries are more than happy to combine their purgatorial efforts with those of the incoming Adepta Sororitas. Similarly, preachers who have been operating in nearby systems gather all manner of zealous recruits to their cause. The most impassioned cults of the Imperial Creed are roused to action, and through tearful prayers, their members beseech the Emperor for the chance to loose their righteous fury upon the faithless. As one, the massed ranks of believers envelop their enemies, slaughtering and burning those whom the Emperor's light cannot redeem. A war of faith may last decades, or even centuries, and is not considered over until all trace of the heretical enemy is scoured from the galaxy. Since her appointment to the position of Abbess Sanctorum, Morven Vol has overseen the unleashing of many more wars of faith. As the Imperium reestablishes contact with multiple sectors and systems in the wake of the Great Rift's torturous opening, tales of demonic incursions, heretical cults, sorcerous mutation, and Xenos infiltration have soared. Abhorring inaction, Vol has committed large forces of the Adepta Sororitas to the chain worlds of Quand, the Regorsh Straits, and the reconsecration of Marlia's tomb, among a host of other sacred campaigns, while also ensuring the Sisters of Battle accompany as many of Gilliman's Indominus crusades as possible. At her direction, dozens of orders militant have dispatched forces to embattle and stalled wars of faith as the Abbess seeks to bring them to swift conclusions and ensure her armies are ever on the advance. Vol has also assigned crusades to seek ways across the Great Rift and the dark wells of silence that grow even within the Imperium Sanctus, to investigate the fate of Adepta Sororitas forces whose every trace seems to have vanished. She intends for Saint Josemin's Traverse, the Nakaman Gauntlet, the Shield Worlds of Baal, and the Pariah Nexus to all ring to the shouted prayers of the Adepta Sororitas, reigniting the beacons of the Imperium's faith. Celestine, the living saint. Sculpted wings spread wide, halo blazing, an ardent blade in hand, Saint Celestine is an embodiment of the God Emperor's might. She shines like a star amid the smoke and fumes of the battlefield, radiating holy light. The faithful are filled with strength and courage by her presence, even as heretics recoil in terror. Those who flee are wise to do so, for Celestine strikes like the Emperor's own judgment, smiting the unrighteous with a strength that belies her human form. With a gesture, the living saint calls fires of retribution down from on high, or infuses her sick and injured allies with healing energies. Of her life before she was declared a living saint, very little is known of Celestine, other than that she was a Sister Repentia of the Order of Our Martyred Lady. She was but one warrior amongst those who fell in war against the heretics of the Palatine Schism. But after her body had been cleansed of the blood and filth of battle, she rose once more, standing flawless before the faithful in attendance. The remainder of the Palatine Crusade passed in a bloody whirlwind of vengeance, as Celestine was hailed as the Crusade's figurehead. The entire sector being scoured of not just the schematisms, but every being the Crusaders deemed unworthy of existing upon the worlds of man. Lord Ansgar, the Crusade's leader, believed the Holy War would reach its conclusion at the capital world of the Palatine sector. But Celestine insisted upon first liberating a small backwater world named Sanctus Lees. Unknown to all but her, the world was home to the ancient shrine of the Fiery Heart, once visited by Saint Catherine. Celestine ordered a broken altar moved aside and the flagstones beneath it taken up, uncovering the entrance to a hidden crypt. Barring any from following her, she descended dusty steps that none had trodden for millennia. As first light broke above the ruined shrine, Celestine rose from the tomb, borne aloft on a column of divine radiance, and attended by cherubs and doves. She was now clad in a suit of shining golden armor, and wielded a blade wreathed in sweet-scented petals, its blade so bright none could bear look upon it. She gazed around, and all who dared meet her eyes were struck down by equal parts heavenly adoration and infernal terror. After her apotheosis, Lord Ansgar and a conclave of his Thorian compatriots declared Celestine a living saint. Her presence invested the faithful with an unprecedented fervor, and hundreds of thousands of heretics met a fiery end at the hands of her armies. Many were fearful in her presence, for to stand before her was to submit to the judgment of one whose example could never be emulated. Celestine has fought the faithless over long centuries, and in all corners of the Imperium. Many times it has appeared that she has been struck down in battle, but wherever she falls, she inevitably rises once more like the radiant dawn. The Gemini Superior often fight at her side. Each of these champions is possessed of a portion of Celestine's grace, and would lay down their lives to protect her. It is difficult to predict where Celestine and her Gemini Superior will appear, but wherever they go, the Emperor's will is made manifest. Ephrael Stern. Ephrael Stern has fought insurrectionists, mutants, abominations of the warp, and Xenos monstrosities beyond count in her defense of the Imperial Creed. Her skill at arms is beyond question, though accusations of heretical powers manifesting in her presence have led her and her Aeldari comrade Kaiganil to exist as nomadic outcast warriors. Ephrael Stern was once a seraphim of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, though she has since been known by many other epithets. Thriceborn, the Demon Fuge, Sainted Savior, and Heretical Witch have all been used either in laudatory praise or hate-filled condemnation. No records of her existence remain in the sanctuary in which she once trained and prayed. If any survive, then they may be inside the Order's fortress shrine within the Covenant Sanctorum, or perhaps in the private archives of certain high-ranking Inquisitors Hereticus. That such individuals are concerned with her deeds is a reflection of the suspicion in which Stern is now held. But it was not always thus. It was on Parnis, during an expedition to discover the fate of a lost order Pronatus, that Stern was slain in battle against the minions of a greater demon of Slaanesh. This loathsome demon had physically ensnared 700 sisters of the Lost Order and forged them into a single flesh prison, formed of their bodies. The creature's followers called the unholy creation the Screaming Cage, for the sisters who formed it suffered endless agonies. Yet, while the Screaming Cage tormented their conjoined bodies and magnified their pain, the damned sisters were also fused in mental and spiritual might, united in their faith. Stern's selfless attack gave the entities of the Screaming Cage their chance. Seizing the opportunity, they poured their spiritual strength into Stern's fallen form. In a blaze of righteous power, Stern was propelled back to life as a tremendously potent and gifted champion against the servants of chaos. Since that day, Ephrael Stern has had to battle not only the worshippers of the Dark Gods, but also those of her own Imperium who believe her to be irrevocably tainted. Though they might find their fuel in faith, Stern's powers manifest themselves in a supernatural fashion that many have mistaken or chosen to condemn as witchery. She is stronger and faster than any of her sisters, unleashes searing bolts of holy judgment upon her foes, and when death has claimed her, she is returned to life each time. In this era of proliferating psychic mutation and heresy, such supernatural occurrences are more than enough to render Stern a target for more than one zealot. Nor is she helped by the company she keeps. Bound together by the strands of fate, she travels with an Aeldari known as Kaiganil, or simply the Pariah. Once, this warrior was a harlequin of the Laughing God. Now, he is a wanderer, an outcast from his own people who has found his place at Stern's side. Hyganil has brought Stern by dark paths to the repository of forbidden lore known as the Black Library, and it is through him that Stern has made contact with the Inari, though none but she yet know the true purpose in this. The Blood Angels Space Marines are the noble and courageous scions of the Primarch Sanguinius, who was known as the Great Angel, the Brightest One, the Master of Hosts, and many other titles and honorifics. In armor of rich gold, bold crimson, and mournful black, do they descend from on high into glorious battle. There do they smite the foes of the Imperium, purging the unclean, scouring the heretic, and liberating the faithful. In Sanguinius's perfect image, the malnourished sons of a ruined system are sculpted as an artist molds the great heroes of myth. They emerge from their apotheosis as mighty warriors, beautiful in form, elegance, and bearing. The stunted grow tall, the feeble grow strong, the sickly grow hale. Thus is the great angel's vision for the Imperium embodied in his own sons. No matter the wretchedness of humanity's existence, it has potential to rise anew, more wonderful than mankind itself could ever imagine. For 10,000 years it has been so, but the price the Blood Angels have paid for their loyalty is hideous. Sanguinius was slain by the arch-traitor Horus, and the spiritual shock of his death would bedevil his gene sons forevermore. Few know the true cost of the great angel's demise, though it is one the Blood Angels pay to this day. The toll of what is known as the flaw growing greater with each passing year. Heritage of Sanguinius. The Blood Angels are the scions of the Primarch Sanguinius, one of the greatest of all the Primarchs. He sculpted and fashioned the Blood Angels as he saw fit. Inheritors of his genetic legacy, his sons have formidable combat skills and a deep philosophy, continuously striving to live up to his example. It was upon Baal Secundus, the second moon of the planet Baal, that Sanguinius was discovered during the Great Crusade. It is believed that Baal Secundus was once a verdant paradise, its peoples highly advanced, but by the time of Sanguinius's discovery, it was an irradiated hellscape, and has remained that way into the 41st millennium. The people of Baal were badly affected by their harsh environment, universally malnourished, sickly, feeble, and afflicted by lesions, blemishes, and carcinomas. They remain so to this day, scratching a living from the husks of their once great civilization, and only braving the elements in patched rad suits. Sanguinius, immune to the ravages of his adoptive world, was a vision of impeccable beauty, who united his people, bringing a hope they had never had before. Once rediscovered by the Imperium and united with his legion, his burning desire to improve the lot of those around him extended not only to the Space Marines he inherited, but also to humanity itself, and he imbued his sons with his vision for the betterment of mankind. To join the Blood Angels, aspirants must reach the place of challenge at Angel's Fall, where Sanguinius is said to have arrived on Bal Secundus 10,000 years ago. The journey across rad-soaked deserts is fraught with peril, with many dying due to harsh elements or dangerous predators, such as fire scorpions, ketch spiders, and thirst water. Those who survive this perilous journey must then pass through a number of winnowings, in which the chapter determines who is worthy of progression. More perish in these deadly games and tournaments, but the successful aspirants are taken to the Arx Angelicum, the Blood Angels' fortress monastery upon Bal itself. There, without rest, they must observe a candlelit vigil for 3 days and 3 nights in the great chapel of the Blood Angel. Those who fail are never seen again. Soon after, the sanguinary priests provide the aspirants who remain with the sanguinary chalice, from which they sup a small amount of blood drawn from the priest's veins, which themselves carry the blood of the Primarch. This process, called ensanguination, leads them to fall into a deep slumber. Hooded blood servitors chant the Credo Vitae as they carry the aspirants to the hall of the sarcophagi, an immense gilded cathedral where they are enclosed for a year in huge golden caskets. In this time, they are intravenously fed with nutrients and more of Sanguinius's blood, and receive the implants they need to become Space Marines. More die in this process or wake up too soon. Throughout their sleep, the aspirants have dreams of moments from their Primarch's life, the details of which are permanently etched into their souls. Their year complete, they emerge as full Space Marines. Strong, tough, and tall, these warriors possess a natural grace, bravery, puissant skill, and nobility akin to that of Sanguinius. They become long-lived, and with such time do they set their minds to varied pursuits and disciplines, many training to become blade masters or sublimely skilled artisans. Blood Angels are formed in a master sculptor's ideal of beauty, with smooth skin and elegant features. They adorn their weapons, armor, and vehicles, and banners with beautiful art and fine embellishments, emblazoning them with all manner of chapter icons, including droplets of blood, angels' wings, and chalices. No effort, time, or expense is spared in acquiring the finest resources for such craft. Bloodstone is carefully extracted by hand from the deep caves of the Kroror Mountains on Bal, while the white pigment used to paint angels' wings can only be obtained by crushing the shells of bloodthirsty sand clams. The Blood Angels have even fought wars to claim the precious metals they use for decoration, or to attain the spineworm larvae that produce the taffeta used to make standards and ceremonial tabards. These Space Marines are as diligent in the making of their war gear and maintaining of their heirlooms as they are in defending the Imperium, and few chapters have a battle record as impeccable as theirs. For all their wondrous beauty, the elegance of their artisanship, and their magnificence on the battlefield, all of which can be credited to Sanguinius, there is a haunting dark side to the legacy the Blood Angels have inherited. And it is for this reason that so many pursue their disciplines to such degree. For many, becoming the perfect swordsman or fashioning the perfect axe is but a means to focus their mind and control their inner fury. Exemplars of the host. Though the Blood Angels and their successors are haunted by the death of Sanguinius, they nonetheless embody the great virtues of their angelic Primarch, and they seek to emulate his example wherever and whenever they can. Some brothers achieve this to a greater standard than others. The Sanguinary Guard trace their heritage back to the Great Crusade, when they served as bodyguards to Sanguinius himself. Since that time, every Blood Angel's successor chapter has had a formation of these warriors as directed by Ascalon, the leader of their noble order at the time of the Legion's dissolution. As the Sanguinary Guard are ancient, so too is their war gear. They can trace the lineage of their golden armor and wrist-mounted Angelus bolt guns to the time of the Horus heresy. It is no different for the mighty incarmine glaives they wield, which cannot be scratched, warped, or broken, no matter how terrible the violence wrought by or against them. Made of angel steel, the secrets of the forging of these beautiful and deadly swords and axes are known only to the Blood Angels' artificers. A Sanguinary Guard's most iconic item of war gear is their death mask. The stern-faced visages of those golden war helms crackle with halos of light, giving the masks a terrifying aura that panics the foe and can even put them to flight. The machine spirit within each mask forms a bond of unbreakable loyalty with the wearer. And should the Sanguinary Guard fall in battle, his mask is placed in the sarcophagus of sorrows on Baal for 7 days and nights, in which time the mask takes on the stylized features of its former wearer. Together, the Sanguinary Guard's war gear is a reminder of the chapter and the Imperium's great history. The deeds of each Sanguinary Guard are recorded with great assiduousness and recited during sacred rites, chapter celebrations, and on feast days. They speak of Uzrael, who swept Ansel III's skies of winged Druhkari warriors in a night and a day, and Vesta, who purged the leaders of the cult of the Bloody Eyes from Vladzik Prime with flame and axe. Accounts are read of Matineo, who slew the bodyguard of the Necron overlord Anok the Gilded before beheading the megalomaniac Xenos leader, and countless more tales of glory that ensure that every brother who ascends to the ranks of the Sanguinary Guard knows he's joining a valorous brotherhood with a most glorious legacy. The secrets of Sanguinius's blood are central to the traditions of the chapter. It is the responsibility of the sanguinary priests to guard them, in addition to being fully trained apothecaries. Sanguinary priests begin their training serving as sanguinary novitiates, mastering the use of the narthecium and reductor to heal their brothers' injuries. Only once they excel in these skills are they fully inducted into the sanguinary priesthood. To join this order, the novitiate must drink the blood of the assembled sanguinary priests from the Red Grail. The sanguinary priests have always played a crucial role in the Blood Angels' recruitment, and it is in this role that their knowledge of the Primarch's blood comes into play. It is thought that during the Great Crusade and Horus Heresy, the Legion's aspirants imbibed samples of Sanguinius's blood in a process called ensanguination. After the Primarch's tragic fall, the sanguinary priests retained the last drops of Sanguinius's blood in the Red Grail. They then injected what remained of this most precious resource into their bodies to preserve it, making them its living hosts. To this day, this blood flows in the veins of the sanguinary priests, as each has supped from the Red Grail upon their ascension to this brotherhood. And it is this that is given to the chapter's new recruits. It is also the sanguinary priest's sacred duty to carry the blood chalices, the first of which was given to the priesthood by Sanguinius himself. Many of these artifacts have been destroyed over the millennia, their surviving shards incorporated into new chalices or into the priest's nartheciums. Some believe a part of Sanguinius's essence was somehow woven into the chalices' form, allowing nearby blood angels to hear their Primarch's voice. Whilst none can truly verify this, the effect these artifacts have on the Space Marines is nonetheless astounding, filling them with furious vigor. In battle, sanguinary priests encourage the Blood Angels to control their raging bloodlust, and to unleash it against the enemy in times of dire need. In the heat of battle, nearby blood angels are affected by the Red Grail, as they are with blood chalices, but to an even greater degree. As sanguinary high priest of the blood angels, Corbulo is the keeper of the Red Grail. His position has meant that Corbulo has spent centuries seeking a cure for the flaw. In his attempts to neutralize the weakness in his chapter's gene seed, he has traveled to the apothecarians of other chapters and walked upon abandoned worlds, attempting to find lost archaeotech that might aid his cause. Corbulo is considered by many to resemble Sanguinius in look and character more than any living blood angel, and the gift of foresight Corbulo possesses supports this view. Corbulo is a warrior of deep wisdom and invaluable insight, traits further enhanced by his intense study of the scrolls of Sanguinius. In these sacred texts, he seeks to combine the knowledge he has acquired from his own visions with those Sanguinius recorded millennia ago, and in doing so, forewarn his chapter of dangers to come. Without his efforts, the Blood Angels would have had far less warning of Hive Fleet Leviathan's attack. The Flaw. The Blood Angels are a dying chapter, afflicted by the dreadful curse known as the Flaw, the Blood Angels' greatest secret. It is a twin threat, with every Blood Angel vulnerable to the afflictions known as the Red Thirst and the Black Rage. The former clouds the minds of the afflicted with a feverish blood madness, but it is at least temporary. The Black Rage is permanent. The sufferer's sanity is destroyed and their soul lost forever to a crazed, uncontrollable fury. Over the millennia, more and more Blood Angels have been clutched in the grip of the Flaw. Deep within the psyche of every son of Sanguinius is a destructive yearning, a blood hunger that haunts their every waking moment and aches to be unleashed without restraint, but must be held at bay. This is the Red Thirst, and despite their every effort, the Blood Angels commonly yield to it in the heat of battle. To succumb to it is a mark of shame in any but the most dire of circumstances, where victory can only be achieved with ferocious savagery. On occasion, the Blood Angels choose to unleash it as a weapon under the careful guidance of the sanguinary priests, and only then as a last resort. It is not unknown for the inhabitants of worlds on which the Blood Angels are fighting to be discovered drained of blood. This may be the work of cultists seeking to disparage the chapter, or of superstitious populations making sacrifices to their angelic saviors. It is also possible, however, that the blood of these citizens was indeed consumed by Blood Angels in thrall to the Red Thirst. The Blood Angels have a uniquely strong bond and blood link with their Primarch. Sanguinius's experiences are encoded into their gene seed, and no memory is more powerful than that of his last titanic duel with the arch-traitor Horus. During this fight, the Blood Angel's gene sire was struck so dolorous a blow that it wounded his very soul, and has resounded through the spirits of his scions even unto the 41st millennium. To the ignorant, a warrior in the grip of the Black Rage is simply consumed by irrepressible anger, half mad with fury. In reality, he no longer has any awareness of who or where he is, either believing himself to be Sanguinius in his final hours, or to be fighting in one of the horrific battles of the Horus heresy. Brothers consumed in such a way are inducted into the Death Company, the ranks within which they will fight one final battle in their Primarch's name. The Blood Angels have learned much of how the Black Rage afflicts the suffering battle brothers by using the Lestrilio procedure, named for the tragic chaplain who pioneered the process and was later subject to it. Those who have succumbed to the Black Rage, yet have no enemy upon which to unleash their fury, are shackled in adamantine and encouraged to talk of what they see. What rantings and ravings the Space Marine can utter are carefully recorded, analyzed, and compared with others. This procedure inevitably kills the warrior in body-shattering spasms, but collated results have given the Blood Angels invaluable data on what the Black Rage is and how it affects the sufferer. Exactly why the flaw exists is intensely debated amongst the Blood Angels, their successor chapters, and those elements of the Imperial hierarchy that have somehow learned of it. Some suggest the flaw is rooted in chaos corruption. They claim it was the Dark Gods who contrived to steal Sanguinius from the Emperor and leave him on Bal Secundus, and that the Primarch was deeply affected by their touch, his wings evidence of this. Most dismiss this claim, citing Sanguinius's unfailing loyalty to the Emperor, as well as that of his sons ever since. Others claim that the process of ensanguination has contributed to the flaw's manifestation. Supporters of this theory contest that not only would any inherent corruption in Sanguinius be passed on more directly to his sons, but that over 10,000 years the cells would no doubt have mutated. Whilst this may have happened slowly at first, accrued errors would significantly increase in number over time. It is well known to the sanguinary priests and those adepts of Mars who have studied the Blood Angel's gene seed that the scions of Sanguinius have an overactive homophagy, an organ that allows Space Marines to absorb the skills and memories of the dead by consuming their flesh. Though theories abound as to why this is the case, none know with any assuredness. It is entirely possible that this fault in their gene seed has led the Blood Angels and their successors to develop blood drinking and even flesh-eating rituals in the past, though many of these practices are far more prevalent in some chapters than others. The process of absorption has narcotic qualities, and it is possible that the sons of Sanguinius feel this effect more strongly than most. Other theories discuss the impact Bal Secundus's strange cocktails of chemical toxins and radiation might have had on the Blood Angels. The Baalite scriptures, stored deep within the chapter's librarium, record that this moon was once inhabited by all manner of mutant tribes, against which Sanguinius and his people waged war. If Bal Secundus's population could affect much of its human population in such a grotesque way, it is not beyond imagination that gene seed might also be altered. These ideas are dismissed by most Blood Angels, citing Sanguinius's immunity to the ravages of the radiation-scarred moon, as well as the transition each member of their brotherhood goes through in the golden sarcophagus, purging them of the frailties bestowed by their home world. It is possible that all of these factors play a role, their impact varying on an individual basis, thus explaining why there is no way of predicting when a son of Sanguinius might succumb to either of the flaw's terrible aspects. Some of the Blood Angels' successor chapters have been more gravely afflicted than others. A number are accused of failing to take the correct precautions and allowing themselves to surrender to the grip of the Red Thirst too easily. Others were founded in more recent centuries, by which time the Blood Angels' gene seed may have already degraded considerably. Factors such as the environment of their homeworlds and those they have campaigned on, or their proximity to warp storms, have all been suggested. For some chapters, the flaw has overwhelmed them completely, leading to them being declared excommunicate traitores, or being intentionally dispatched to unwinnable wars where every one of their number is wiped out, having fought as frothing lunatics against impossible odds. The flaw does offer some advantages. Being so aware of their own failings has made the Blood Angels better able to appreciate the weaknesses of others, rendering them far more sympathetic to humanity than many other chapters. The Blood Angels are well known for racing to the aid of Imperial citizenry, even when there is no obvious strategic gain in doing so, and work in close concert with non-Space Marine forces, such as the Adepta Sororitas and Astra Militarum. The Blood Angels, nonetheless, make every effort to resist the call of the Red Thirst, and are desperate in their desire to be free of the Black Rage. They take up strict disciplines, whether this be in art, bladesmanship, poetry, calligraphy, or weapon forging, to focus their minds. They spend as much time as possible on those rare occasions when they are not at war sleeping in the sarcophagi used to create them, within which the sanguinary priests have developed filters to cleanse and purify the Space Marine's blood, in hopes that the degeneracy of the flaw may be slowed. It was hoped by some that the arrival of the Primaris Space Marines might prove to be their salvation from the flaw. This hope was a false one, as many of this new breed across the Blood Angels and their successor chapters have already been inducted into the Death Company. The Death Company. Any scion of Sanguinius can be struck down by the Black Rage. This spiritual curse dwells deep within the soul of every Blood Angel, and there is little telling as to when it might take hold of its victim. Those that are consumed by it are folded into the Death Company, a fearsome and morbid brotherhood of madmen. On the eve of battle, the Blood Angels bend the knee and turn their thoughts to Sanguinius' sacrifice. Chaplains pace amongst the warriors, blessing each while chanting the Mor Patris, the Mass of Doom. They take careful note of which warriors slur their speech, are glazed of eye, or appear overly excitable, for these are most likely to succumb to the Black Rage. Most do not, as much of their training has been dedicated to suppressing the strength of this affliction. For some, however, its call is too strong, and the memories of their Primarch too overwhelming. These warriors collapse into the chaplain's arms and are inducted into the Death Company. In their minds, the Death Company have lost all knowledge of who they are, where they are, and even the time in which they are living. Their consciousnesses are thrust millennia into the past, where they believe they are fighting in the cataclysmic battles of the Horus Heresy. Whether it be on the walls of the Imperial Palace, on one of the myriad forgotten battlefields in which the Blood Angels undoubtedly fought, or within the twisted and warped corridors of Horus's corrupted flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. Many believe they are Sanguinius himself, engaged in combat with the arch-traitor, though in reality they may be fighting lithe Tyranid horrors or hulking orc brutes. In their minds, they are striking down heretic Astartes. Regardless, they are lost to their brothers and chapter forever, swept up by an unbreakable madness. Though most of the time, few brothers fall into the appalling embrace of the Black Rage, and on occasion, none do at all. It has not been unheard of for entire strike forces to yield to it. These terrible moments are marks of shame in the Blood Angels' history, and names such as Nykoth, the Skadden Atrocity, the War of Broken Wings, the Stenar Massacre, and the Battle of Linniki Reach conjure a mournful silence in any gathering of Sanguinius's Genesons. The Blood Angels believe that giving these warriors of the Death Company the most glorious possible death is a responsibility of paramount importance. If they are going to spend the lives of their brothers, it must come at greatest cost to the enemy. In their view, the Death Company were once heroic defenders of humanity, and thus have earned a noble end. With great sadness, the Death Company's armor is painted in the black of mourning and is adorned with crimson psalteries to represent Sanguinius's sacrifice. Parchments are hung from their plate, detailing the warriors' battles and victories. Thus are their great deeds in life commemorated and their worth affirmed. The Death Company are sent into fights no sane warrior would engage in, and they win. They hack monstrous beasts to death, smash through impenetrable lines that have resisted Imperial assault for months, and lead savage boarding actions against enemy capital ships, flooding narrow corridors with the foe's blood. In great sieges that have lasted for years, they serve as the forlorn hope, crashing over battlements to sweep them clear of enemies, to snatch victory after victory from the jaws of defeat. On Truitas, Antax, Holonon, Armageddon, and countless other worlds over the centuries. In their fury, the Death Company demonstrate frightening strength and incredible resilience. Some believe that in their madness, these battle brothers possess a portion of Sanguinius's power, though in the view of many more, these traits are simply the products of their unrelenting insanity. Regardless, Death Company warriors fight on through the most brutal of circumstances, from losing limbs to having their chests blown out, or even being set alight. All the while their eyes remain filled with frantic killing light, and terrifying roars pour forth from their vox grills. The onerous duty of guiding the enraged Death Company into the hell of war falls to the chaplains. Their bellicose oaths and zealous commitment exhorting their deranged brothers to even greater acts of violence. Nonetheless, particularly strong-willed scions of Sanguinius, such as members of the Sanguinary Guard, have been known to lead the Death Company, despite not belonging to the Reclusium. Lucian Galani of the Blood Drinkers Sanguinary Guard insisted on painting one of his shoulder guards black in their honor, after seeing their sacrifice and accomplishments firsthand during the war for Malachian's hope. It is an unfortunate reality for the sons of Sanguinius that, on occasion, not every member of the Death Company will fall in battle. Most will die in the aftermath, finally slain by their horrendous wounds, or by a merciful axe blow from the Redeemer of the Lost, whose solemn duty is to end their suffering. For those who cannot be released from their curse in these ways, the Red Thirst almost always awaits them. Their berserk fury somehow made worse by an insatiable thirst for blood and hunger for flesh. These unfortunate souls are locked away deep within the tower of Amorio on Baal, for their own safety as well as that of their brothers. Howls echo throughout the tower, and those who hear these screams are filled with pity, hoping that when their own time comes, they will meet death in battle rather than suffer such an ignoble fate. Ashtaroth the Grim. There is no rank within the Blood Angels more honored or loathed than Redeemer of the Lost. It is held in highest esteem for the terrible burden its bearer must carry, and the harsh duties they must enact. It is reviled because the Redeemer has the blood of countless brothers on his hands, a stain that can never be removed. Ashtaroth the Grim seeks out those souls so gripped by the black rage that not even death in battle is possible for them. To those individuals, he brings swift mercy, beheading them with a single stroke of the weapon of his office, the executioner's axe. Any scion of Sanguinius feels deeply unsettled around Ashtaroth. The weight of his terrible burden and the ceaseless grief he endures have given him a humorless, dour manner, and every battle brother knows that one day it might be them who is brought to an end by the lethal weapon he carries. Long ago, the Gene sons of Sanguinius agreed that the burdens of the Redeemer of the Lost were so terrible they should fall on the shoulders of a single brother. Since his ascension to the post, Ashtaroth alone has been equal to this task, though in recent years it has grown ever more arduous. He has spent longer and longer away from Baal, crossing the stars in pursuit of the sole call of the Black Rage wherever he hears it, journeying amongst the Blood Angel's successors aboard his ship, the Eminent Sanguis, which has been used by his predecessors for millennia. To many, it appears that Ashtaroth actually encourages the Black Rage to emerge amongst those with whom he walks. This is false. Only he can hear the doom-laden chords of the Black Rage's call, the forlorn symphony of which cannot be silenced or even dulled, even with great distance. Only he can detect the emergent flaw in a soul before any other, and will stop at nothing to reach such afflicted battle brothers, hacking apart all who stand in his way. And so Ashtaroth is as true an angel of death as any, both to his rivals and battle brothers. Wherever he fights, warriors of the Death Company are by his side, their combined power a terrible onslaught that devastates any enemy they reach. Astorath channels his deep sorrow into a ferocious battle fury and hews apart foe after foe in his savage determination to give his doomed brothers the glorious end in battle each deserves after their years in service. Lamardes. Few knew the graceful nuances and sublime edicts of the cult sanguineus, the doctrines and beliefs of the Blood Angels and their successors better than Chaplain Lamardes. He was deeply learned in the rites of initiation, vindication, and redemption, the blood pact, the host throng, the 9 incarmine axioms, and the orders of the Circulus Innate Angelus. For all his unfathomable wisdom and the admiration of his brothers, he was no less vulnerable to the Black Rage. Chaplain Lamardes fell to the Black Rage during the liberation of Hadriath XI. Unlike the other warriors of the Death Company who spearheaded the planet strike, Lamardes survived and carved a bloody path through the Orc defenders, finally collapsing from his wounds only when the battle was won. Then he was brought to the field apothecarium inside the now captured fortress to await the arrival of Astorath, Redeemer of the Lost. Yet, when Astorath arrived to deliver the chaplain into death's embrace, Lamardes demanded to live. Such a thing was unheard of. Though his eyes were bloodshot and his muscles taut with fury, Lamardes' words were clear and cognate. Whilst members of the Death Company were often so deranged that Astorath had to best them in combat before he could take their lives, never before had one challenged him in so lucid a fashion. Quashing all dissent, Astorath ordered that the chaplain be placed in stasis and returned to Ball until the chapter's librarians and sanguinary priests could make a full examination of him. This investigation took several months, during which time Lamardes was largely kept in stasis to ensure the safety of those around him. But the results seemed to reinforce Astorath's hopes. The chaplain was unquestionably in the grip of the Black Rage, for all the physical signs were there. Yet his mind was not riven with insanity. Through an act of incredible willpower, Lamardes appeared able to hold his madness in check. Several sanguinary priests argued that this was but a temporary respite, but Astorath was not so sure. Refusing to slay Lamardes, as many wished, he awoke the chaplain from his enforced slumber and offered him a way in which he could continue to serve. So did Lamardes become the guardian of the lost and the wielder of the ancient blood Crozius. He has repaid Astorath's faith 1,000 times over, for the Death Company have never been so potent a force as they are under his guidance. At battle's end, he is placed in stasis once more, to slumber through the weeks and months until his bloody talents are required again. For Lamardes, there is no longer any calm before the storm. His life is one constant battle, for he is awoken when needed and preserved when he is not. Lamardes is surely living on borrowed time, for even his formidable willpower cannot keep the Black Rage at bay indefinitely. Yet for the moment, at least, the chaplain's iron will holds firm. He is a symbol of hope to a chapter slipping into darkness. For if Lamardes can continue to reason and serve his chapter within the dark insanity of the Black Rage, perhaps others can do so too. Ordering the host. Legend tells that it was Ascalon of the Sanguinary Guard who made the historic decision to break up the Blood Angels to form chapters in accordance with the Codex Astartes, making his legion amongst the first to do so. Even then, the flaw was making its mark upon Sanguinius's sons, and the Blood Angels could ill afford organizational disputes at such a trying time as this. Largely a Codex-adherent chapter, the Blood Angels organization has small differences that accommodate the flaw and allow for traditional idiosyncrasies. To them, the Codex is not only a source of military wisdom, but also great discipline that can further aid them in restraining their dark urges. The Blood Angels are led by their chapter master and the chapter council, made up of company captains, chaplains, sanguinary priests, the Logidicium, fleet captains, and others. This body oversees the entire chapter and the ball system, as well as managing the Blood Angels' much expanded duties in being one of the principal imperial authorities in the Imperium Nihilus. Many of the Blood Angels' officers hold additional titles, offices, and functions. Some of these are drawn from the Codex, such as the Master of the Marches or Master of the Watch. Others have evolved according to the Blood Angels' needs and deep traditions over time, such as the Shield of Baal, Lord of Skyfall, and Caller of the Fires. Sanguinius himself developed the sanguinary priesthood and placed his legion's apothecarian on an organizational par with the chaplaincy. It is believed that he foresaw the troubles his son would face in the future, and thus made these changes. Both apothecarian and reclusium were to have equal part in the legions and later the chapter's spiritual guidance. A council of sanguinary priests and chaplains, known as the Council of Bone and Blood, appoints a new chapter master should one be required. During the rigorous vetting process, whereby potential candidates are assessed for their will and worthiness, the sanguinary high priest and high chaplain take joint temporary rule. The potent force of spiritual might flows through the Blood Angels' veins, one of many gifts these battle brothers possess thanks to the power of their Primarch. They are also numbered amongst the most psychically gifted chapters, and their large quantity of librarians reflects this. Demands on the Blood Angels' logistical skills have never been higher. Thousands of Space Marines from their successor chapters are fighting in the Red Scar, all in need of armaments. In the aftermath of the Tyranid siege, the emergence of the Great Rift, and Dante's naming as Regent and Warden of the Imperium Nihilus, the Blood Angels' homeworld has become a hub of activity for all manner of Imperial personnel, and a growing administration has been developed to support it. Commander Dante. Commander Dante rules the Blood Angels. He is the bringer of Sanguinius's light, hero of the Red Scar, uniter of the sanguinary brotherhood, and the living embodiment of the 5 angelic graces. He is among the oldest living Space Marines and is the longest-serving chapter master. To describe him as a legend is an understatement bordering on insult. None can deny the scope of Dante's campaign experience. He has fought battles uncounted, orchestrated innumerable campaigns, and seized bloody victories on worlds as far-flung as orc-riven Vordrast and the rebellious Formund. It is said that no man has visited as many of the Imperium's million worlds as Dante. To his fellow chapter masters, Dante is an exemplar of the fearlessness, dedication, and strategic genius at the heart of the Space Marines' never-ending mission. To the hard-pressed generals and marshals of the Imperial Guard, he is a thrice-welcomed ally at the forefront of mankind's defense. To the common soldiers and citizens of the Imperium, Dante is nothing less than a savior, a golden god who descends from the heavens on wings of fire. So long now has Dante lived that his exploits have passed gradually into myth. Did Dante truly banish the Keeper of Secrets, J. Fahulian, the Pulchritudinous, before the hanging pleasure gardens of fabled Luxuruza? Did he really face an entire Black Legion warband alone? Rescuing the pilgrims aboard the toils of the faithful from a truly hideous end? How many did he save in relieving the siege of Maculos? How many heretics did Dante cleave in two during the emancipation of Parvolos? Only Dante himself can say with certainty, yet he speaks not on such events. The Imperium needs heroes, needs hope in these dark times, and the commander of the Blood Angels does his part to prevent mankind from losing heart. He has become his mask for the sake of the Imperium, rarely removing it in the knowledge that, should those who adore him see his tired features and long white hair, he may no longer be regarded as the glorious champion they believe in and so desperately require. Yet, for all his success, or perhaps because of it, Dante has grown weary of his labors. The burden of centuries grows ever weightier. Only one thing prevents him succumbing to ennui. Recorded in the scrolls of Sanguinius are the Primarch's visions of a great battle to overshadow all others, where one golden warrior will stand between his emperor and the darkness. For many generations of the Blood Angels, these prophecies were read as Sanguinius's foreknowledge of his own fate. Yet through some instinct, possibly a lingering trace of his Primarch's fabled far-seeing eye, Dante believes otherwise. He has always known that the defense of the Emperor will one day rest in his hands, and that he will have to be ready for that greatest of duties. The Lord of the Blood Angel suspects that time may now have finally come. Dante has been made regent and warden of the Imperium Nihilus by none other than Robute Guilliman himself. The scale of such responsibility is impossible to fathom. This half of the Imperium drowns in darkness. Communications are nigh impossible, and travel is extremely hazardous. Each passing day, the exhausted astropaths of the Red Scar are battered with hundreds of harrowing pleas for aid from worlds in the grip of terrifying Druhkari raids, invaded by rampaging warbands of heretic Astartes, or on the edge of consumption by the warp itself. All the while, much of the Red Scar is plagued by surviving tendrils of Hive Fleet Leviathan, which ravaged the region prior to the Great Rift's emergence. Being named Lord of half the galaxy by a figure as imminent as Gilliman should be a great gift, but in reality, it is a terrible burden. Each day, billions die, and worlds are lost, Dante and his blood angels unable to help. Nonetheless, Dante strives to live up to his responsibilities. Already, he has launched his counterattacks throughout the Red Scar, seizing strategically vital worlds and rescuing beleaguered populations. He has dispatched fleets further afield to serve as his heralds, to bring hope to the despairing masses. His message is to stand firm, that the Warden and Regent fights with them in spirit and battles daily to reach them. Though beset on all sides by myriad threats from the traitor, alien, and heretic, with countless wars raging throughout the Red Scar and beyond, Baal is in the process of an enormous transformation. The Blood Angels' homeworld is becoming a beacon for refugees and a mustering point for scattered Imperial forces. Dante has ordered the massive expansion of Skyfall, the Blood Angels' enormous space dock, to enable it to serve as a fleet support base for a vast armada of warships. Formed of those vessels, Dante has been able to summon to Baal, and those that have fled here. Dante believes that this fleet nihilus can be the beginning of a reclamation force that restores imperial rule to the domain placed in his charge. Mephiston. Dark, brooding, and enormously powerful, Mephiston is the Blood Angels' chief librarian. A figure of awe in the chapter, many sons of Sanguinius perceive him as a savior, not only because of his power, but because of what he has overcome. Mephiston is the only known Blood Angel to have wholly cast out the Black Rage. Mephiston was once Calistarius, a promising librarian. It was during the Second War for Armageddon that he fell to the Black Rage. One more example of the terrible waste of life begotten by the flaw. During the fighting, tons of masonry fell upon Calistarius and trapped him for days. He was tormented by visions, teetering on the brink between life and death, sanity and madness, but he did not succumb. Through incredible strength of will, he confronted the Black Rage that stained his soul and rejected it. Upon this miraculous achievement, he burst free from the ruins that trapped him, reborn as Mephiston, Lord of Death. through means that remain a mystery to the sanguinary priests and the librarians, Mephiston's gene seed had somehow been awoken by his traumatic experience, imbuing him with abilities beyond those of the greatest of his battle brothers. The Lord of Death could move at speeds almost too fast for the eye to follow. And such was his strength that he could pulverize ceramite with his bare hands. Mephiston rose rapidly through the librarian's ranks to become chief librarian. He is now an icon of hope to his brothers, for if he can defeat the Black Rage, perhaps others can too. Some Blood Angels are less convinced, wondering what terrible price the Lord of Death may have had to pay for his so-called victory. After the Great Rift tore the galaxy in two, Mephiston only grew more powerful. To those suspicious of him, this only made him more dangerous. His detractors' concerns appeared to be validated when fighting aboard the battleship Dominance against Slaaneshi demons. Mephiston's powers overwhelmed him. For this, he was locked within the Chemic Spheres, a prison deep within the Arx Angelicum. It was during this incarceration that librarian Gaius Recalus suggested Mephiston cross the Rubicon Primaris to help him contain his powers. It was a risk. Many feared it might make Mephiston even more dangerous. But he underwent the days-long and agonizing operation and survived, emerging not only more powerful, but also more stable. No Blood Angels, however, know what Mephiston truly went through, or what terrible truths he learned in the horrifying visions he experienced, all of which he has vowed to never reveal. Captain Tycho. Brother Captain Erasmus Tycho was once the greatest strike leader the Blood Angels have ever known. Rumored to be Dante's protege and chosen successor. Now his memory stands as a grim reminder that even the chapter's brightest and best are not safe from the clutches of the Black Rage. Even before Tycho ascended the Blood Angels' ranks, to many he was a paragon of the 5 angelic graces: honor, humility, mercy, restraint, and forgiveness. Tycho took command of the Blood Angels' 3rd Company when his predecessor was slain during the Second War for Armageddon. The former sergeant swiftly proved his mettle, orchestrating the rout of Boss Graccha's speed freaks and recapturing key defensive positions along the River Chernin. Heartened by their successes, the 3rd Company pushed on, striking at Orc supply lines from Armageddon Prime. It was on such a mission that Tycho and his company were ambushed. Though the Blood Angels triumphed, their captain fell victim to an Orc Weirdboy's psychic assault early in the battle, and was left for dead. Through luck, or sheer belligerence, Tycho survived, but the terrible psychic onslaught had paralyzed half of his face, freezing it forever in a rictus grin. Tycho's obsession with fine aesthetic taste and beauty was as great as that of any other Blood Angel, and to him, such a fate was worse than death itself. So it was that bitterness and rage began to creep into Tycho's once pure heart, opening the door to the pent-up anger that lay at the core of Tycho's very being. Unable to bear the pitiful looks of his battle brothers, Tycho ordered the chapter's most revered artificer to forge him a mask to cover his disfigurement. This simple act seemed to grant Tycho a measure of peace, and for a time he regained his old composure. For the remainder of the Armageddon campaign, the Blood Angels' Third Company stood in the thick of the fighting. Tycho directed their efforts as he had in the early stages, though none could deny that an increased fervor stole over the captain whenever he tasted the tang of orc blood upon the air. More and more, he embraced the 5 warriors' virtues: strength, savagery, abandon, rage, and detachment. In the wake of that great campaign, it swiftly became apparent that not all was right with Tycho. No longer could he be relaxed in the hollowed halls of the chapter fortress, for its beauty served only to remind him of his own mutation. Dante reluctantly assigned Tycho to permanent battle duty, where he became ever more violent of temperament and attitude, his tactics audacious to the point of foolhardiness. Finally, when Gaskell returned to Armageddon and Tycho revisited the war that had seen him mutilated so many years before, his mind snapped. Lost in the depths of rage, the captain took his place in the Death Company, at the head of a mass of raving, delusional battle brothers. Tycho led the assault upon the breach at Hive Tempestora. Though his charge carried the day, and the ferocity of assault has since become legend, the captain fell at last, on the planet where perhaps he should have perished long before. Flesh Terrors. Few chapters have a reputation for savagery like the Flesh Terrors. Violence made manifest, to fight them in battle is to face a storm of whirling chain blades wielded by howling warriors bent on inflicting total slaughter. Blighted by tragedy, the Flesh Terror's bloodthirst has defined them, and few of the scions of Sanguinius are as afflicted by the flaw as they. The Flesh Terrors were formed upon the dissolution of the Blood Angels' Legion as a part of the second founding. Initially existing as a crusading force, they swept the stars clean of those traitors that remained, slaughtering the foes of mankind without mercy. Rumors of their savagery abounded, and collateral damage inflicted by their wars was shocking even by the harsh standards of the Imperium. But the galaxy is an immense place, and in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy, Imperial command lacked the time, resources, and inclination to investigate further. To those who received reports of such atrocities, if traitors were being purged, it was only for the better. It is believed that it was only after many years that the Flesh Terrors settled on Cretacia, the planet that was to become their home world. The fourth in a system of 7 worlds, Cretacia is shrouded in dense cloud and racked by volatile electric storms. As horrific a death world as any of its class in the Imperium. It is home to dense jungles, steamy swamps, magma geysers, volcanic eruptions, and sharp tectonic shifts. Vast, dangerous predators prowl, scuttle, slither, and stomp over its surface. Some are insectoids with sharpened proboscises that can pierce power armor, while others are reptilian hunters as big as scout titans that can crush battle tanks. Most crucially for the flesh terrors is the planet's extremely hardy human population, which has somehow adapted to survive in this most hostile of environments. The native Cretaceans rarely reject gene seed implants, and their deadly homeworld has made them rugged and daring, perfect for space marine recruitment. The flesh terrors have not used the process of ensanguination for millennia, and few know whether this has caused the flaw's wide presence in the chapter or has prevented a terrible situation from being even worse. Regardless, the chapter's gene seed has an abnormal mutation that renders flesh terrors much more vulnerable to the flaw than other sons of Sanguinius. Despite the suitability of their recruits, the chapter's significant battle casualties and genetic defects meant that until the Ultima founding, the flesh terrors were woefully under strength. A dedicated assault force, the chapter are defined by their incredible savagery. They charge headlong into the fray, determined to rip apart their enemies wherever they find them. This recklessness has resulted in a high casualty rate, and much gene seed has been irretrievably lost, as warriors have stormed into formidable defenses where their bodies cannot be safely recovered, or enemy fire so intense they have been reduced to atoms. The flesh terrors rarely work with allies. Their unrelenting brutality has left them shunned and distrusted by much of the rest of the Imperium, and many inquisitors have sought to have the chapter investigated for its actions. This is not without cause. Forces that have found themselves between the flesh terrors and their enemies have later been discovered dead, reduced to chunks of hewn meat bearing the telltale marks of chainsword teeth. Though Chapter Master Gabriel Seth has done much to undo this reputation, it has not been one easily shed. A nominally Codex chapter, the Flesh Terror's organizational doctrine has differed to account for their low numbers and relatively small quantity of armored fighting vehicles and battle tanks. By the time of the devastation of Baal, their numbers were barely a third of Codex strength, and by battle's end they had suffered hideous casualties, reducing them no more than a standard company at best. Unlike most other Blood Angel successor chapters, the Flesh Terror's Death Company is a standing force, and none know how many make up its numbers. On more than one occasion, Gabriel Seth has even prevented Asterath the Grim from conducting his bloody work when the Redeemer of the Lost has come to them. Between battles, many of the chapter's Death Company dwell in the Tower of the Lost on Cretacia, or on Death's Cow, a strike cruiser commanded by Chaplain Zufaz that has been heavily converted to deploy the Death Company. Gabriel Seth. Wrathful, dour, and savage, Gabriel Seth is distrusted even by many of the Sanguinary Brotherhood's other chapter masters. Nonetheless, he has risen above both the Red Thirst and the Black Rage, to demonstrate a sense of honor, loyalty, and duty that is truly in the image of Sanguinius. On the day of his ascension, Gabriel Seth listened, grim-faced, as the chapter's sanguinary priests presented evidence of the terrible truth. The rate at which their warriors succumbed to madness or death far exceeded the Flesh Terror's capacity to replace their losses. When Seth learned of this, he swore that if their fate was to be extinction, they would pass into history in proud remembrance, not in whispered rumors of brutality, madness. Under Seth's leadership, the Flesh Terror's chapter planet of Cretacia became little more than an automated armory and recruitment center. At any given time, before the devastation of Baal, the bulk of the Flesh Terrors were off-planet, performing great patrol arcs through the segmentums Ultima and Tempestus, while their librarians sifted through the aether in search of astropathic calls for assistance. So it was that the Flesh Terrors were often among the first wave of reinforcements to an embattled world. Seth himself led boarding actions against enemy blockade vessels, or counter-assaults on invaders' drop zones before the foe could claim so much as a foothold. Seth knows that he cannot realistically curtail his battle brother's bloodlust. He himself is as prone to rage-soaked savagery as any of his brethren. Yet by striking first, and in isolation from other forces, the worst excesses that were once the hallmark of the chapter's assaults can be concealed. Now, worlds that might once have reviled the Flesh Terrors praised them as saviors. Though Seth's plans have not worked in every war. Sometimes, despite the chapter master's best efforts, his battle brothers have overstepped the mark in brutal fashion. Such events culminated at Gaius Point during the Third War for Armageddon, where the Flesh Terrors slaughtered the defense militia and the Adepta Sororitas of the Order of the Argent Shroud barely escaped with their lives. They reported the events to the Ordo Hereticus, and Seth was brought to trial on Baal, where he stood in the Forum Judicium of the Arx Angelicum before a council of Sanguinary Brotherhood chapter masters. The gathering listed the Flesh Terror's crimes, recounting events on Stormark, Honor's End, and Lucid Prime, and the capture and breaking of Inquisitor Corvin Herald. Seth insisted that if any Flesh Terror was to be held accountable, it would be only him, and that his chapter would continue to serve the Imperium. It was only by the intervention of Astorath the Grim that the Flesh Terrors were not dissolved and Seth incarcerated on Baal indefinitely. The High Chaplain argued that the Flesh Terror's terrible rage was needed to fight the horrific enemies of mankind. Not all of Seth's brothers have agreed with his methods. During the ferocious fighting on Baal Primus, alongside the Knights of Blood, Seth nearly came to blows with one of his chaplains. Chaplain Apollos believed that Seth cared more for the lives of other Blood Angels than his Flesh Terrors, sacrificing too many of his own brothers for Dante's chapter. Seth understands that, though his warriors often desire little more than to reach the enemy and rip them limb from limb, achieving victory requires more than butchery. Even as the forces of Hive Fleet Leviathan threaten to drown the Baal system in a never-ending deluge of chitinous creatures, Seth developed strategies to bleed the Xenos as much as possible. He had the strength of will and the authority to order warriors, desperate to hack apart Tyranids in bloody melee, to man-fixed defenses. He ordered for battle tanks to be chained into position to prevent their aggressive machine spirits from driving the vehicles headlong into the fray, alongside the chapter's battle brothers. Despite protestations, he was adamant that they kill only at the right time. It was this tactical awareness that allowed Seth to salvage a degree of his chapter's reputation in the eyes of the Imperium and the Sanguinary Brotherhood. And he continues to fight in this manner. In battle, he allows his warriors to indulge their bloodthirsty whims to the point that it is beneficial to his strategies, reining them in only when it is necessary, even if he himself is desperate to spill blood. He stresses decisive aggression in all things, except when restraint will yield the greater victory. With his chapter's Primaris reinforcements, Seth makes great use of assault intercessors and impulsor transports, supported by interceptors plummeting into battle from above to slaughter foes at close quarters. Blade Guard veterans anchor his line, the resolute warriors bedecked with relics that remind their brothers they are heirs to beauty as well as red fury. For all his efforts to challenge the commonly held perceptions of his chapter as berserk butchers, Gabriel Seth is every bit the bloody whirlwind in battle. He wields an enormous two-handed chainsword named Blood Reaver, and is more than capable of hacking even the most monstrous enemy's limb from limb. As he fights, Seth lashes out at his opponents with vicious kicks, punches, and headbutts, using every part of his anatomy as a weapon. The chapter master prefers to plunge headlong into massed foes before unleashing his full ferocity upon the bodies pressed in around him. And it has been remarked by Commander Dante that such luckless victims would have had more chance of surviving a battle cannon shell landing in their midst. Indeed, the blood-drenched results are not dissimilar. Once, the stars lived and died at our command. We were masters of space, time, and every other dimension. Our dominance was undisputed, but that all changed. Our ancestors succumbed to the weakness that lies in every one of us still, and in doing so, all but doomed our race. Now, as the darkness and fire of the Rana Dandra draws nigh, we must fight with greater ferocity, skill, and foresight than ever before. Upon our shoulders, our ancestors have placed a great burden indeed. But bear it we must, if we are to survive the tempests. Every Aeldari must answer the call. Asuryani of the Craft Worlds, Harlequin players of the Laughing God, the growing death cult of the Inari, and the raiders and pirates upon the path of the outcast. With the gifts of our seers and the intelligence of our rangers, we must look to battles of the future. We must strike with the power of Kurnos' arrows, precisely where and when needed. We must let ourselves embrace the searing fury of Cain to to shatter our foes. We must acknowledge that death, as never before, is a part of life, and may indeed even be our only path to survival. Finally, we must laugh at this bitter irony in the manner of Sigarak, lest we fall deep into despair. The Aeldari. Once, the Aeldari ruled the galaxy, and the long winding tale of their history reaches deeper into the past than even that time of might and splendor. The Aeldari that dwell in the galaxy today are but fragments of that glorious former empire, and every one of them must accept the reality that its collapse was their own doing. The Aeldari are largely a nomadic race, sailing the void aboard fleets of warships or upon massive vessels known as craft worlds. Others of their kind are based in the Webway, a labyrinthian series of pathways that exists between the material realm and the warp, part of both, but wholly in neither. Compared to many other races in the galaxy, the Aeldari are vanishingly few in number. They are a dying race, set on a slow course to annihilation by the hubris of their ancestors many thousands of years ago. Once, the mere dreams of the Aeldari overturned worlds and quenched suns. At their empire's height, the homeworlds of the Aeldari were glittering paradises. Their powers were godlike, and their armies were nigh on undefeatable. This bred arrogance among many of the Aeldari, which in turn led to cataclysm. A foresighted few warned of the impending doom and fled, but they were ignored by almost all of their kind. Though their long history has always been one of glories and sorrows, it is now the latter that dominate. Hope is a rare commodity among the peoples of the Aeldari now. Some even see it as dangerous, for a hope that becomes false will hurt them more than a grim acceptance of a drawn-out doom. To fully understand the Aeldari's plunge from zenith to nadir, one must first understand them as a species. Physically, Aeldari resemble humans, but this comparison is one-dimensional to the point of uselessness. In their minds, physiology, and souls, they are truly alien. Aeldari are taller than baseline humans, with longer, cleaner limbs. They have handsome, striking, and well-defined features, with skin as pale and unblemished as polished marble. For all the lightness of their appearance, they harbor a surprisingly supple strength. Their keen ears are pointed, and their slanted eyes possess a penetrating quality more like that of a hunting feline than a human being. All 5 of their senses are more finely honed, and as a result, they can experience ecstasies through music, food, perfumes, physical beauty, and touch that humans could never understand. Conversely, they can feel a level of revulsion in their experiences beyond that of many other races. This often lends them a haughty and pretentious manner, or at the very least, the appearance of it. One of the most fundamental and visible differences between an Aeldari and a human is how they move. The Aeldari radiate elegance and poise, and every move they make is laden with subtle intent. Indeed, gestures are as significant as spoken words in Aeldari communication and etiquette. On the battlefield, they handle their weaponry with phenomenal grace and skill, and can turn a leisurely swing of the sword into a pinpoint, armor-piercing thrust in an instant. An Aeldari's heart beats at twice the speed of a human's, and their minds race through processes, possibilities, and emotions so quickly and intensely that even the dullest of Aeldari would be a once-in-a-century genius to mankind. Their organs and immune systems operate at a much higher level of efficiency, and aging does not render them frail or senile. Provided they survive the many horrors of the galaxy, Aeldari can live for millennia. And thanks to their hyperactive physiology and neurology, enjoy lives rich in sensation and wonder without threat of illness or disease. In addition to these myriad physical superiorities, all Aeldari are psychic to an extent. It is said that the ancient Aeldari could read thoughts with a glance, and that those training for war could crush a weapon with but a narrowing of the eyes. Such is the race's psychic potency that much of their technology is based upon psychic engineering, with matter being manipulated into the required forms using mental energies alone. They create force-powered melee weapons that can only be activated by the psychic signature of their intended wielder, and ranged weapons that are triggered by psychic impulse rather than physical action. All of these great advantages come at a price. Though the exhilaration of battle, the intellectual rewards of study, and the rush of physical pursuits can inspire transcendent bliss for the Aeldari, failure in an endeavor can cause them to experience soul-racking sorrow, doubt, and despair that would shatter the mind of a human. This deep contrast leads the Aeldari to produce works of art, music, theater, literature, and poetry that are breathtaking in their beauty, but also in their darkness. This darkness, which lies in the soul of every Aeldari, has the power to consume them should they let it. The scale of the pleasure that the Aeldari can feel in so many different ways is a temptation that forever gnaws at each of them. To fully surrender to these desires is to invite destruction. The Aeldari who did so millennia ago, seeking out ever deeper depravities, brought about the fall. The fall of the Aeldari. The perfection of the Aeldari was blighted by their pride, They saw their preeminence as being beyond all doubt, and believed the dominance they had secured over the galaxy was theirs by right. Nothing had posed a threat to the Aeldari's existence since their time immemorial, and they believed they had nothing left to fear in the universe. They were fatally incorrect. At the peak of the Aeldari's ancient power, nothing was beyond their reach, and no form of exploration or experimentation was forbidden. They asked only if they could, rather than if they should, and their confidence was total. They plied the stars at will, and immersed themselves in every wonder and sensation they could find. They created entire worlds dedicated to their pleasures. Such was their dominance that even stars lived and died at their whim. On thousands of paradisical worlds, the Aeldari pursued their desires with no thought on their minds besides indulging their every wish, dream, and curiosity. By mastering the webway, their reach extended to the entire galaxy, and they learned much of the universe that has long been forgotten. Even when an Aeldari died, after a millennia-long life, their spirits dissolved calmly back into the aether, for them later to be reborn, thanks to the care of their gods. The warp did not thirst for their souls then as it does today. There were still wars in this time, with young, upstart, inferior races. Most were incredibly short-lived, and the ease with which the Aeldari crushed any opposition only reinforced their belief in their superiority. They knew in their hearts that they reigned supreme, and were convinced that nothing could topple them. The catalyst for the downfall of the Aeldari came not from some alien invader, but from within their own collective psyche. Their deep, insatiable need to fuel their passions and follow every wish to the extreme. With their society having long provided all the food and resources they needed, and far more besides, the Aeldari could fill each waking moment of their long lives sating their every whim. Many totally surrendered to all their most hedonistic impulses, and exotic cults dedicated to countless kinds of sensual excess and esoteric knowledge sprang up across their domains. The older, nobler pursuits they cast aside as dull and overly restrictive. The Aeldari found themselves always looking for more. They sought out every imaginable way to explore the full range of their emotions and senses. All was perilously decadent, to a level corrosive to their souls. The pleasure cults gained a hold over Aeldari society, the acts of their members passing beyond the bounds of even extreme addiction. Millions were totally consumed by their darkest passions and fantasies, and Aeldari culture slipped into anarchy. Some saw what was happening and fled, settling on remote worlds. These Exodites reverted to more Puritan ways of life to stave off the spiritual decline the rest of their race was undergoing. Over time, the hideous lusts of the Aeldari grew to such an extent that killers and depraved criminals began to stalk the shadows. Torture and murder became avaricious pursuits in their own right, and blood flowed in the streets. Hidden realms within the webway were turned over entirely to the pursuit of sadism and excess of every kind. Paradise worlds were twisted to the experiencing of the darkest sensations. Fearing impending danger, more Aeldari fled. Many of them embarked upon the gigantic world vessels known as craft worlds. The Exodites and craft worlders were few in number, and were openly scorned and ridiculed by those of their kin who continued in their lives of depravity. With the Aeldari's ceaseless experience of emotional highs and lows, echoes of their agony and ecstasy rippled through the parallel dimension of the warp. Here, thoughts and emotions flow together until they form conscious entities of greater or lesser potency, depending on the intensity of the feelings that create them. Thus, the corruption of the decadent Aeldari became manifest on a horrifying scale. As the deluge of their raw emotion coalesced into a nascent god that grew stronger all the time. Though they knew it not, the Aeldari had created a sickening shadow of what they had become in real space, a manifestation of great nobility and pride, brought low by perversity and shamelessness. As the Aeldari burned worlds and slew and laughed and feasted, the great enemy they had created stirred to wakefulness. It gorged on the dark fodder provided for it by the depravity of the Aeldari's collective spirit, and became the most perverse and twisted creature ever to exist, the chaos god Slaanesh. To this day, the Aeldari refuse to speak its name, instead calling it Sai-Lan-Thresh, which translates to she who thirsts. When Slaanesh burst into existence with a howl of raw power, every Aeldari felt its talons tear at their soul. The god's birth caused a psychic implosion that tore at the fabric of the universe. The heart of the old Aeldari Empire was ripped out of existence entirely, leaving a pulsing afterbirth of pure chaos behind it. The epicenter of this apocalypse was a roiling wound in real space that expanded to encapsulate a huge swathe of the former Aeldari Empire. A tumultuous warp storm that came to be known as the Eye of Terror. Until the emergence of the Great Rift, which the Aeldari call Dathidian, the Eye of Terror was the largest area in the galaxy where real space and the warp overlap. This event killed billions of Aeldari, as well as countless other beings, leaving their lifeless husks for thousands of light years around. Some exodites were not far enough away to escape, and those craft worlds that had yet to cover enough distance were also destroyed. Slaanesh consumed the spirits of the fallen Aeldari as they were ripped from their bodies. As She Who Thirsts inhaled these souls, it became more intoxicated. It wanted more. It wanted all of them. The Aeldari had created their own nemesis, a chaos god that had developed an insatiable taste for their souls. Now, when they died, their spirits faced eternal torment, for Slaanesh relished in toying with its prey, and it would never rest until it had glutted its appetite in full. From this point onwards, the few surviving Aeldari knew that they were doomed. Their race became fragmented into numerous untrusting factions. The focused of most became mere survival in a galaxy where they had become the choice quarry of malevolent terrors, or obstacles to other races that had ascended in the power vacuum the Aeldari had left behind. The galaxy now teems with countless other races, while the legions of the dark gods spill from the Great Rift. Yet, despite all these dangers, the Aeldari are determined that they will never be cowed by them. Craft worlds. Craft worlds are marvels of grace and beauty. Colossal wraith-bone vessels, they sparkle like scattered jewels upon a pall of velvet as they drift in isolation in the vastness of the void. Distant from planets or the warmth of stars, their many domes gaze into the darkness of empty space, while their inner lights glisten like phosphorus through semi-transparent surfaces. Inhabited by those known as the Asuryani, the craft worlds are continent-sized interstellar fortresses, each one representing a small preserved fragment of Aeldari civilization. The Asuryani see themselves as the guardians of their people's identity and strive to preserve even an echo of their race's past greatness without falling into the same pits of depravity that undid their ancestors. Considering themselves to be the true children of Asuryan, oldest and greatest of the ancient Aeldari gods, the Asuryani pass their knowledge down through the generations with song, dance, and the recital of myths and parables. All craft worlds are self-sufficient, independent realms with their own culture, history, and traditions. Each maintains aspect warrior shrines in which the most proficient and deadly fighters of the Asuryani train. They also harbor armadas of gravcraft, hosts of spirit-driven constructs, and fleets of sleek warships. All await the day when the craft world must go to war. So few are the craft worlders that every citizen must be prepared for battle. Even the Asuryani citizenry hone their martial skill to fight as guardians if the need arises. These warriors serve as grav tank, war walker, and jet bike pilots, as well as infantry. Mounted like a stolen sun astern of every craft world is a shimmering webway gate. This portal allows the Asuryani to send their armies immeasurable distances across the stars. Even though craft worlds themselves avoid warp travel at almost all costs because of the danger it presents. Thus, the location of a craft world is little hindrance to its force's mobility, as it remains forever connected to the galaxy, even when hidden deep within the void. The Webway Gate is not a craft world's only mystical site, however. In the great halls of forging, bone singers and smiths of Vol use uncanny powers to craft beautiful, deadly weapons. Meanwhile, in each craft world's dome of crystal seers can be found a forest of glittering figures, each a mighty Aeldari psyker in life and a crystalline statue in death. The most mystical of all structures on a craft world is its infinity circuit, a psychic power grid that runs through its wraithbone core, without which the world vessel could not function. Upon the death of their host bodies, Aeldari souls are vulnerable to the predations of Slaanesh, and their primary means of sanctuary from this doom are spirit stones. These begin as waystones, precious psychoreactive crystals worn by living Asuryani that capture their wearer's soul at the moment of death. At this point, the waystone becomes a spirit stone and is then retrieved from the body of its wearer so that the essence within can be released into the infinity circuit. From here, the spirits of the fallen can still be engaged with by their kin, and so live on as ghostly echoes, safe from the horrors of the warp, in a twilight existence that allows them to watch over the living. Craft world war hosts, guided by their farseers and autarchs, the Asuryani of a craft world's war host turn their minds to war with a single purpose, their individual strengths cohering into a single shimmering blade, hardened, focused, and brilliant. With frightening ease, they carve through their enemies with awe-inspiring grace, blistering speed, masterful skill, and merciless efficiency. The autarchs are the Asuryani's strategic war leaders, and they tread the path of command. They are generals who have followed multiple aspects of the path of the warrior, a long and dangerous task, as well as spending time serving in their craft world's guardian militia. Autarchs frequently carry pieces of ritual war gear from the aspects they have studied with, which they receive in a ceremony called the Ran Lona, or the Covenant of War Gift. For example, an autarch may wear a banshee mask from the Howling Banshees, wield a heavy chainsword from the Striking Scorpions, and mount upon their back a warp jump generator from the Warp Spiders. On the long journey through the aspect shrines that these items reflect, the autarch gains a vast array of battlefield experiences that give them a deep understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of their war hosts. Each is a military mastermind, able to orchestrate their armies as a great maestro conducts a grand symphony. If one could say that the autarch is the Asuryani who wields a craftworld's warhost as a blade, then the Farseer could be said to be the guiding mind of the swordsman. Farseer's knowledge of arcane runes and the scrying of the threads of fate help inform where and when their craftworld's hosts take to the field. Their prodigious psychic abilities also lend valuable battlefield support to the craftworld's warriors, maximizing their natural skills and power. Asuryani armies have many unique components, just as there are many stages to crafting the perfect blade and countless ways to fight a duel. These elements all have immense value in their own right to the commanders of a war host. Regardless of the nature of a foe, the Asuryani have troops with skills suited to annihilating them. Yet, these components are at their most effective when they work in perfect concert, forming a well-honed machine much more powerful than its constituent parts. The heavy fire of Dark Reapers provides cover for infiltrating Striking Scorpions. Rangers snipe enemy officers just as they are about to warn allies of Wave Serpent transports delivering tank-hunting fire dragons into the heart of an armored column. Swooping hawks soar over the battlefield, pinning in place those who would dare to outflank the Asuryani lines, buying time for warp spiders to materialize amidst the flankers and wipe them out. The Asuryani's ultimate goal in battle is to suffer no losses at all, for their numbers are few. The time between their generations is long, and their foes are many. They cannot afford to throw lives away needlessly. If they are to suffer deaths, then they should be losses that could not have been avoided to achieve victory, and should only be endured at great cost to the enemy. Guardian hosts. So few are the Asuryani that all are forced to train for war, in case they are needed to defend their craftworld. A craftworld's guardians are a militia whose purpose is to support the aspect warriors in war. In times of peace, they follow artistic and civil paths, but when called upon, they don their war masks and take to the field as infantry, artillery gunners, or vehicle crews. Guardians are well-trained and well-equipped troops who serve most craft worlds as a defense force. Such is their intelligence and physical capabilities, and the high standard of Aeldari weapons technology, that Guardians are easily as capable as professional soldiers of the lesser races. Though mobilized primarily in times of war, the more paranoid craft worlds, or those in more dangerous regions of space, keep a portion of their militia active at all times, periodically rotating those on duty. On some craft worlds, Guardians are the most common of all their troops, comfortably outnumbering the rarer aspect warriors. Most Guardians serve as infantry in defender or storm squads. Those known as defenders typically go to war equipped with shuriken catapults, which, when fired, unleash a hail of monomolecular shuriken discs that can shred foes and pierce the heaviest armor. Fusillades of this razor-sharp ammunition are known to the Aeldari as blade storms. Where defenders fight at range, storm squads fight at close quarters, and are armed with combat weapons or specialist close-ranged firearms such as flamers and fusion guns. Guardians also crew their craft world's Vol-Wrath weapon platforms, capable of mounting a range of devastating and esoteric guns. These anti-grav artillery pieces provide invaluable supporting fire. Some crews are so skilled that they secrete their weapons in hidden locations and fire them using psionic scanners rather than direct targeting matrices. Guardians crew the vast majority of the war machines of the Asuryani, which serve in armored fire support, reconnaissance, and transportation roles. Many of these vehicles are capable of such speeds and feats of maneuver that only Aeldari have the reaction times to pilot them. War walkers operate forward or upon the flank of Asuryani armies, their Guardian pilots navigating harsh terrain with ease thanks to their vehicles' long legs. Armed with a pair of heavy weapons, war walkers are as hard-hitting as mini battle tanks, and their advanced support systems aid them in selecting priority targets to pin in place or destroy. Once their forward mission is complete, they join the main battle, adding their formidable firepower to that of the main host. The Asuryani call these strikes the sting of grief. Referred to by the Asuryani as engines of Vol, the grav tanks crewed by Guardians include the Falcon, Night Spinner, Fire Prism, and Wave Serpent. All of these vehicles are triumphs of Wraithbone psycho-engineering that combine ethereal grace with terrible lethality. Powered by anti-gravitic technology vastly more sophisticated than that used by almost any other race in the galaxy, they can perform incredible acrobatics and violent swerves even while moving at high speed, and are capable of true flight for a short time. The Asuryani Path. As protection against the lure of excess, and to guard against any recurrence of the fall, the people of the craft worlds adhere to a set of strictures known as the Path. Through the rigid emotional discipline of the Path, they master their inclination towards sensation-seeking, instead focusing their prodigious intellects and energies upon the pursuit of one specific goal at a time. Even millennia after the fall, the Path is still needed, for at their core, the Aeldari of the 41st millennium are little different from those who lived at the time of their race's collapse. Still prone to emotional extremes, the Asuryani greatly fear what would happen if such things were indulged. As a result, adult Asuryani devote themselves to the mastery of one discipline to the exclusion of all others. Each discipline is a path, and each might necessitate further choices and specializations. In doing this, they are able to harness a degree of emotional and intellectual intensity, their chosen path serving as a valve that allows a measure of experiential release, while preventing such feelings from growing too strong. The concentration of efforts required on any path encompasses every element of the devotee's life, though once an Asuryani has walked a path long enough, they can choose another. Each provides experiences that nourish the Aeldari's soul and aid them on future paths they might follow. There are countless disciplines to choose from, including music, poetry, literature, dance, agriculture, sciences, and all manner of artisanship, as well as those dedicated to mastering martial or psychic puissance. Each offers a complete way of life, and no Asuryani faces disrespect for choosing a less esoteric or arduous path, for all contribute to the craft world's culture and survival in a different way. Though safer than a life with no emotional restraint, following the path is not without dangers of its own. The Aeldari mind is capable of a vast depth of feeling and understanding, far beyond mere human obsession, and can therefore fall prey to the many traps that await the unwary. An Asuryani can become so focused upon one aspect of their chosen discipline that they can no longer choose another. They become bound by the chains of their own compulsion and are said to be lost on the path. To the Asuryani, mental entrapment of this kind is a real and horrifying thing that can affect any one of them, regardless of the path they follow or their level of training. Aspect warriors who lose themselves on the path of the warrior become exarchs, individuals no longer able to disassociate from their killer selves. high priests of the war god Cain, exarchs are keepers of the bloody-handed god's shrines and the teachers of his creed, and their abilities are far more developed than even those of the finely honed aspect warriors. Their lives are utterly dedicated to their aspect's particular way of war, and the teaching, training, and ceremony that go with it. Upon initiation, an exarch will don an elaborate version of aspect warrior armor, studded with waystones that contain the souls of their shrine's previous exarchs. The wearer will assume the sacred name associated with this armor, and their own spirit mingles with those of the departed. So empowered, the exarch can draw upon the skill, wisdom, and emotions of their predecessors, and any remaining sense of themselves as a distinct being is lost amidst the susurration of the dead. It is a process that can never be reversed, and all who undergo it are held in both fear and awe by their kin. The Phoenix Lords were the very first of the exarchs. Each founded one of the warrior shrines of the Asuryani, and is the embodiment of an aspect of Cain. Osurman was the first of their number, and the tutor of all the other Phoenix Lords to follow him. They are immortal after a fashion, for when a Phoenix Lord is slain, another Aeldari inherits their panoply of war and assumes their identity. Each Phoenix Lord's armor contains a spirit stone that holds a fragment of all those that have come before. Yet no matter how many individuals are incorporated, a Phoenix Lord's essence is forever the same. Their mind driven by the personality of the first incarnation. Over the millennia, each of the Phoenix Lords has disappeared for centuries or longer, before suddenly reappearing in times of great need. Yet, since the coming of the Great Rift, all the Phoenix Lords have manifested, including several times when they all fought at the same battle. This exceptional event is known as the Gathering of Fire, or Conflux of Battle. The Asuryani can only speculate as to why these manifestations have occurred, though most believe they portend only great hardship and loss. Path of the Outcast. The constraints imposed by a craft world life are such that some Asuryani cannot bear them and elect to leave the path entirely. This is a perilous choice, for lone Aeldari are vulnerable to the predations of demons. Many leave their craft worlds to follow the path of the outcast, choosing the level of disassociation they wish to have with their former homes. Of these, the majority return to their craft world at some point or another, bringing back alien treasures and tales of distant worlds. Some serve their craft world as rangers and shroud runners. In these roles, they seek out threats, investigate alien planets, search for lost webway gates, explore new-found maiden worlds, and hunt down those who would harm the craft worlds. Sometimes, Those who follow this path will also be sent to recover lost artifacts or retrieve the spirit stone from the corpse of a fallen warrior. Path of the Warrior. Most Asuryani follow the call to war voluntarily at some point in their lives. This path has many branches, known as warrior aspects, each reflecting a facet of the god Cain. These aspects have their own unique fighting techniques, weapons, battle garb, iconography, and battlefield roles. Though certain shrines are unique to specific craft worlds, most aspects are served by at least one shrine on each of the Asuryani's void ships. Some are even represented by scores of shrines on the same craft world. Aspect warriors hone their minds and bodies to perfection in their chosen shrines and fight with all the skills of a virtuoso. In battle, warriors of different aspects weave their incredible abilities into a symphony of destruction greater than the sum of its parts, enabling them to overcome much more numerous foes with ease. Path of the Seer. Known as the Witch Path, the Path of the Seer is the most dangerous and convoluted journey of all, for all psychers are intimately connected to the warp. Those seers who progress too far along this path become far seers, and to them, leadership of a craft world falls, despite the Asuryani's fear of those trapped on a path. None can deny the far seer's unparalleled might, wisdom, and foresight, for it is these gifts that allow them to guide the fate of their people and craft world. Such responsibility is a heavy burden to bear, and one that many Asuryani would likely put aside if they had the chance. One side effect of the far seer's metaphysical obsessions sees their physical forms eventually turn into delicate psychocrystal. When this transformation is almost complete, the Sin-Sent Farseer makes a journey to their craft world's dome of crystal seers, joining their predecessors as an inert statue linked to the infinity circuit forever. Inhabited by those known as the Asuryani, the craft worlds are continent-sized interstellar fortresses, each one representing a small, preserved fragment of Aeldari civilization. All craft worlds are self-sufficient, independent realms with their own culture, histories, and traditions. They are marvels of grace and beauty. Colossal wraith-bone vessels, they sparkle like scattered jewels upon a pall of velvet as they drift in isolation in the vastness of the void. Distant from planets or the warmth of stars, their many domes gaze into the darkness of empty space, while their inner lights glisten like phosphorus through semi-transparent surfaces. Ulthwé, one of the most populous craft worlds to escape the fall, Ulthwé is home to many extremely powerful psychers. For 10,000 years, they have kept an endless vigil over the Eye of Terror. Of all the surviving craft worlds, Ulthwé has remained closest to that seething warp rift, which serves as an inescapable reminder of their race's downfall. This memory drives them to fight hard against chaos, not just for themselves, but for their entire species and the galaxy as a whole. Perhaps due to the close proximity Ulthwé has maintained with the Eye of Terror for millennia, more of its citizens follow the path of the seer than those of other craft worlds. Not only do they find their latent psychic gifts easier to tap into, but those on the witch path also discover that their abilities are typically greater than those of their counterparts on other craft worlds. In light of their closeness to the Eye of Terror and the apparent power it gives them, some Asuryani call the people of Ulthwé the Damned. Those of Ulthwé know the truth. Without the power of the warp they manipulate, their race would have suffered many more calamities than they actually did over the past 10,000 years. The Seer Council of Ulthwé constantly seeks to change the course of history in favor of the Aeldari. Every action it takes is carefully considered to ensure the best outcome for the craft world, maximize damage to the enemy, and minimize casualties. Using the power of the Immaterium, they cast their runes and gaze into the future, foreseeing events with even greater precision than others of their kind. The insights they glean dictate exactly where and when the warriors of Ulthwé should strike at the foe. At any one time, Ulthwé may have hundreds of strike forces deployed, each one attacking with serpentine swiftness through hidden webway portals. Many of the battles they fight seem disconnected. To ignorant observers, some conflicts even appear to work against the craft world, or to nullify the achievements of other wars. Yet, the Seers work with a more long-term perspective than many could understand. Ultimately, the Ulthwé Asuryani act to preserve their own race. If killing 1,000,000 humans would save a single Aeldari life, they would order the slaughter gladly. On occasion, the enemy's numbers will be too great for the craft world to defeat, or the expected casualties of a battle will be intolerably high. In such circumstances, the Seer Council is more than prepared to manipulate lesser races to their advantage, and will readily trick them into unwittingly fighting and dying on behalf of the Aeldari. With more citizens following the path of the Seer on craft world Ulthwé, there are fewer to take up the path of the warrior, resulting in a lesser number of Ulthwé aspect warriors available for war. To make up the shortfall of fighting troops, the craft world utilizes guardians in a different way. Rather than being a militia mobilized in times of need, the Black Guardians of Ulthwé are a professional fighting force. few races understand the dangers of chaos like the Aeldari, and the seers of Ulthwé see the Imperium of Man following their own ancestors' footsteps into apocalyptic decline. This causes them to despair, though they care little about the destruction of mankind. They fear that the roaring fires of such an event would consume the Aeldari also, and allow the forces of chaos and other Xenos races to take advantage of that power vacuum. The seers of Ulthwé believe the Great Rift to be the latest and most drastic step towards the ultimate annihilation of the galaxy. Though not a people to ignore such dangers, those of Ulthwé are beset with a civil strife that has hampered their ability to respond. This stems from the division of Ulthwé's people into three main factions. The first and largest of these still follows the Seer Council, which now dispatches strike forces along the length of the Great Rift to stymie the arch-enemy. The second group, known as the Exiles, follow Eldrad Ulthrin, the former High Farseer, cast out for his involvement with the growing cult of Ynid, god of the dead. The third and final group are the Ynnari, those of Craftworld Ulthwé, who now follow Ynid themselves. While all three of these factions often fight side by side, the skeins of fate are so twisted that they have also found cause to come to blows on occasion. The World Rune the people of Ulthwé take as their symbol represents the sorrow of Isha, the fertility goddess from whom the Aeldari believe they are descended. It is said that she wept bitterly when Ossarjan, king of the gods, ordered her separation from her mortal children. Vol forged her tears into glittering spirit stones that her grief might not be in vain. Today, the warriors of Ulthwé bear this sigil as a poignant reminder of the link with godhood they lost long ago. Like this world rune, the name of Craftworld Ulthwé is itself derived from Aeldari mythology, being a contraction of Ulthanash Shalue, the Song of Ulthanash. This ancient ballad also includes the Lay of Eldanesh, whose subject is the most revered of all Aeldari heroes. Aleitok. The Asuryani of Craftworld Aleitok keep a watchful eye on distant events thanks to their extensive network of agents and outcasts. The reach of their influence is great indeed, and Aleitok warriors are able to strike far afield from the craft world itself. Aleitok subterfuge extends to the battlefield, where its hosts fight with stealth and misdirection. For them, a victory won with guile is greater than one secured with brute force. The Aleitok are puritanical adherents to the path, to the extent that even other Asuryani consider them extremists. While their acute concentration and strict shunning of outside influences shields them greatly from their own weaknesses, and from she who thirsts. Such rigid self-control is impossible to maintain for some of their number. Consequently, the proportion of Aeldari adherents who become trapped upon their chosen path is higher than that of most other craft worlds. Many others abandon the path entirely, preferring instead to indulge their repressed desires far from the domes and spires of Aeldari. Although many of those who leave Aeldari are disenchanted with its ideals, the majority remain loyal to their craft world. They understand why there is such insistence on following the rigors of the path, even if it is a standard they felt they could not or did not want to meet. Wherever they go, these Asuryani are willing to undertake dangerous missions for their craft world. Aeldari has agents within Kamara, the dark city of the Druhkari, aboard other craft worlds, on human capital worlds, in rogue trader fleets, and among corsair warbands throughout the galaxy. Some of those who join the corsairs become fleet masters in their own right, and are willing to bring their ships to Aeldari's aid if needed. Many other scattered scions of Aeldari become rangers, some of whom lose themselves to the path of the outcasts in the same manner as exarchs upon the path of the warrior. Known as pathfinders, these outcasts are preternaturally skilled in the arts of concealment and infiltration. They become near invisible assassins, felling foes with pinpoint shots from great distances. The Rangers of Aeldari have become synonymous with their craft world, and it is from these nomadic individuals that the Imperium has gleaned much of its knowledge of the Aeldari. More Aeldari Asuryani wander the stars than those of almost any other craft world, placing them at a naturally greater risk of being captured by humans. The information these unfortunate individuals have revealed to mankind is not freely given. Instead, it is extracted from them through excruciation at the hands of the Inquisition. This is something Craftworld Aeldari has not taken kindly to, and its people have waged an endless war of retribution against the Imperium. The Aeldari Asuryani use their network of agents and the scryings of their seers to assemble a picture of the galaxy's political and military events almost unequaled in its detail. They have learned of the growing Tyranid threat in the Octarius sector, the Death Guard's infection of the Caradon sector, and the potential doom facing the Levanir archipelago. Aeldari Rangers have also disrupted orc migrations drawn to the magnetic pool of Gazkul Thraka. Such awareness enables Aeldari war hosts to stay multiple steps ahead of their enemies. Weaving vital scouting information with the insights of their farseers, they gain an incredibly detailed understanding of a war zone before they commit to the battle. To further improve their position, they deploy rangers, pathfinders, shroud runners, and similar troops to wreak havoc among the enemy while remaining unseen. These warriors feint from multiple directions to cause confusion, picking off commanders to make it harder for the foe to respond effectively. Only once the enemy is terrified, exhausted, and in total disarray do the craft world's aspect warriors and war engines attack, driving the assault home with the cold discipline characteristic of their craft world. Rangers then move in to support their kin, striking down more foes with their long rifles, precision weapons accurate enough to pick out the weakest points in a target's armor from extreme distances. Few enemies can handle this combined assault, as those who escape Aeldari's aspect warriors are ruthlessly pursued by the craft world's wrathful rangers. Aeldari's greatest enemies are the Necrons, the craft world's long-feared prophecies of a threat awakening after thousands of years have now been proven true. As a result, they are using the fragments of a once great crystalline map that marked all of the galaxy's tomb worlds, in conjunction with intelligence gathered from allies, to orchestrate the war against the Necron menace. Aeldari warriors launch preemptive strikes against this ancient foe, often alongside harlequins of the Mask of the Dreaming Shadow. One of their greatest successes has been the elimination of the entire Hrek dynasty on the very day of its ascension. Those of Aeldari greatly fear the danger posed by the Pariah Nexus, the Blackstone array constructed by the Necrons that suppresses the warp to such an extent that those within it are reduced to soulless husks. Some Aeldari call it the Sea of Dead Stars. They were first warned of this by the craft world's foremost visionary, Laku Shai, who composed the prophecy of risen doom. Aeldari's craft worlders have yet to become involved in the civil discord that has challenged their species following the emergence of the Ynnari, whereas other craft worlds have been split between those wishing to side with that growing cult and those who see it as misguided and dangerous. The Starstriders' strong sense of loyalty has kept them more close-knit. So too has their ability to resist the distraction of outside influences that might lure them from the rigors of the path. Bieltan. The Asuryani of Bieltan are the most militant of their kind. Though their home has been shattered, their numbers depleted, and their thoughts consumed by bitterness, they still believe they can restore the Aeldari race to its former glory. Thus, they continue their campaign of xenocide against the galaxy's lesser races. In their quest to restore the Aeldari as the dominant species of the galaxy, a greater proportion of Bieltan's people are on the path of the warrior than the Asuryani of other craft worlds, and many of these become exarchs. Those of Bieltan know full well that a new empire will only be forged in the crucible of battle, tempered in strife and quenched in blood. Among the craft world's ruling authorities is the Court of the Young King, a body of exarchs who have all in their time held its titular role. The Young King is a year-long position fulfilled by an aspect warrior who, if required, will be sacrificed to rouse the avatar of Cain. In the presence of the avatar, the rage of Bealtawn's warriors is heightened, and, having already abandoned such concepts as tolerance and mercy in their quest to restore their race, they are driven to acts of bloody slaughter that exceed even the bloodbaths they normally inflict. The warriors of Bealtawn are known as the Ba-Zakain, meaning the sword wind. Other translations include tempest of blades or frozen leaves falling to cut, depending on the inflection. These forces strike surely and swiftly, relying on a sudden and devastating assault, as well as the martial prowess of the aspect warriors to win the day. The Asurnyani of Bealtawn see Maiden Worlds and Exodite Worlds as links to their race's glorious past, as well as vital future staging posts for when the time comes to reclaim rulership of the galaxy. Once barren, these planets were seeded many years before the fall, so that each is now a lush paradise. Bealtawn war hosts respond to alien incursions upon these worlds with particular ferocity. They especially detest orcs, whose invasive, destructive, and prolific nature poses an enormous risk to the Maiden Worlds. Countless unsuspecting explorers from numerous races have also discovered these beautiful planets, only to be slaughtered within days or even hours of arriving. It was while defending a maiden world that Bealtawn found itself facing disaster. On the planet Ursulia, the Swordwind was battling a Slaaneshi force led by the demon known as the Mask. Through deceit and cunning, the Mask broke the wards on a long-sealed webway gate and led her diabolical followers into Bealtawn itself. Once within the craft world, the Mask succeeded in breaching and contaminating its infinity circuit. It was only through the timely intervention of Yvraine and her Ynnari followers that the demonic hosts was defeated. The emissary of Ynid used the death of Bealtawn's infinity circuit to create the Incarnate, the avatar of Ynid, though it took the sacrifice of many Asurnyani souls for the creature to be formed. This event caused a psychic shockwave that damaged the structural integrity of the entire craft world. Despite the Aeldari's eventual victory, Bealtawn was shattered by the effects of both the demonic invasion and Yvraine's drastic action. Entire segments of the craft world were left blackened, rotted or barren, and many of its solar sails were shredded. Originally an Ark of Salvation constructed from multiple Aeldari ships, Bealtawn's fracturing saw these constituent parts fall from its wraithbone skeleton like petals from a frozen flower. A significant proportion of the Craftworld's population now lives upon this ancient fleet of void ships, while bone singers work tirelessly to prevent the world ship from falling apart entirely. Bealtawn's ghost halls swell with newly animated wraithbone constructs that bear the souls the Infinity Circuit can no longer protect. Though half of Bealtawn's people have been killed in battle or have departed to join the Ynnari, those who remain are as convinced as ever that the Aeldari Empire can be remade, and that the Swordwind will be the deliverer of their race's salvation and renewed dominance. For Bealtawn, winter has fallen, but the people of this craft world remain stubbornly convinced that spring will return. Its world rune stands for reincarnation, and its name loosely translates as rebirth of ancient days. With the shattering of Bealtawn helping to give rise to the Ynnari, also known as the Reborn, many Aeldari now wonder if perhaps the craft world's fracture and Ynneed's potential awakening represented the true meaning of the rune all along. Eönden, one of the greatest craft worlds, Eönden is now a place of ghosts and unsettled spirits as much as an abode of the living. Great disaster has befallen this world vessel, yet its people do not give in to despair. Instead, they call ever more of their fallen back into their craft world's fight for survival. There was a time when the great wraithbone spires and domes of Eönden were home to billions of Aaserniani. For millennia, they worked with craft-world Bealtawn, purging threats from the eastern reaches of the galaxy, while their cousins fought in the west. The two craft worlds shared the goal of building a new Aeldari empire, as well as defeating chaos. Though this alliance eventually frayed, Eönden remained a great power. Then came the Tyranids. Eönden had prevailed against the Tyranids before, those of Hive Fleet Naga, and this victory bred an overconfidence that led them to underestimate the danger posed by Hive Fleet Kraken. When this new threat assailed their craft world, millions of Aaserniani were slain. It was only the timely arrival of the outcast Prince Yrel and his eldritch raiders that saved Eönden from total annihilation. Though victory was won, so much damage was inflicted that the craft world could never fully recover. Its population was reduced to a fraction of its former strength. The world vessel itself was on the verge of collapse, adrift upon solar tides. The losses suffered by the Asuryani of Eondin have led them to rely heavily on the wraithbone constructs that now form the foundation of their armies. Indeed, these almost always outnumber the craft world's living warriors. Though these creations are formidably tough and wield powerful weapons, their deployment comes at a great mortal price. Wraith constructs are inhabited by the souls of Eondin's dead. If these ghost warriors were not required for their craft world's ongoing battle for survival, the seers of Eondin would leave their spirits to rest in the Infinity Circuit. Instead, they resurrect the souls to fight again and again. The process by which this is achieved is seen by many Asuryani as a kind of necromancy. The soul must be summoned from the Infinity Circuit and housed in a spirit stone, which is then interred within the wraithbone shell of a construct. Should the ghost warrior be destroyed, the Asuryani will strive to recover the spirit stone, and either place it within another shell or return it to the Infinity Circuit. There is a great danger in this endeavor, however. In battle, the spirit stone may be destroyed, and the soul within consumed by she who thirsts. Alternatively, the stone may become lost beyond recovery, becoming helpless prey to the elements and denizens of some distant planet. For those wraith constructs and spirit stones that do survive battle's end, an eternal cycle of war lies ahead, for the galaxy is a dangerous place, and Eondin is vulnerable indeed. Eondin's wraith constructs are guided by the spirit seers. These strange psychers bridge the gap between the real world of the living and the spirit world of the dead, providing clarity and focus for the ghost warriors. In doing so, they experience the deep sorrow of the fallen, and are forced to relive the great tragedies of the past over and over. Since High Fleet Kraken's invasion, many of Eondin's dead no longer sleep. Wraith hosts are kept active at all times, maintaining a constant vigil over the living, as they hold ready to respond swiftly to threats faced by the craft world. Such is the calamity that has befallen Eondin, that for its people, even death is no release from the pain of life. The Wraith warriors have proven to be much needed, for fate has seen to it that their craft world has faced many more dangers since High Fleet Kraken's invasion. Eondin's hosts have fended off Imperial fleets, orc assaults, Necrons of the Sawtech dynasty, further Tyrannid terrors, and no fewer than 3 demonic incursions since the opening of the Dath Dian. Of all the Asuryani, the people of Eondin feel the most sympathy with the Inari. Not least the great Eondin spirit seer, Iana Arianal. On a deeper level, Eundin Asuryani have a powerful bond with the spirits of their fallen, one more profound than those of other craft worlds. If any would readily accept the Ynnari's message that only the dead can save the living, it is they. Asuryani is the oldest and greatest of the ancient Aeldari deities. He is the father of the gods, the ancestor of all living things. The world rune of the Eundin craft world means light in the darkness, a reference to the ever-burning shrine that honors Asuryani, a flame of hope for Eundin's beleaguered people. Same Han. The jet bike riding kindreds of Same Han are renowned for their preference for fast, mobile warfare, striking as a serpent before falling back beyond the reach of retaliation. Theirs is a craft world of ancient tradition and a proud warrior culture. Almost all of Same Han's Asuryani, including their seers, belong to one of the craft world's hundreds of wild rider clans. Each clan is led by a wild rider chieftain, who takes the role of an autarch and forms their closest family and finest warriors into a group known as the Kinsmen. Outside of battle, this group acts as a chieftain's advisors and counselors. On the eve of conflict, they paint their faces with hot blood and prepare to fight together as brothers and sisters. In the same way, the warriors of jet bike and vehicle squadrons are blood relatives and tend to carry banners showing the clan's rune as well as family heraldry. Familial ties are all important to the Same Han, and they only cast these aside when they serve as aspect warriors. According to legend, Same Han was one of the very first craft worlds to escape the Aeldari homeworlds before the fall. Of all the craft worlds, its culture is most similar to that of the Exodites. Many of its people even spend a portion of their lives living with those Aeldari. The people of Same Han also observe many dangerous rites, a result of their relatively early separation from the old Aeldari Empire. One such practice is Custodes, a high-velocity race against a clan elder to earn the right to ride a jet bike in battle. Same Han craft worlders also conduct much ritual combat, preferring it to the long debates used by other craft worlds to settle disputes, which they see as unnecessarily time-consuming. These ritualized duels make decisions that all Same Han Asuryani agree to, even those most fiercely opposed to the outcome. Though these cultural practices lead many Asuryani to call the Same Han barbarous, none can doubt their sense of honor. In preparation for war, many Same Han warriors make verbal agreements with their kin, which they seal by drinking from each other's slashed wrists. To break one of these vows is to become disgraced exiles. The Asuryani of Samhain are possessed of great pride in their culture and personal abilities. This serves them well, though in the past it has led them to unnecessary wars, including some with other craft worlds. The Wild Rider clans are free to choose to go to war or not when a cause arises. This is unlike other craft worlds, where any mass mobilization is typically ordered by the seers and autarchs. Some clans will go to war without the assistance or even the approval of the others. Though due to their impetuous nature, other clans will often follow when one commits its forces. When cooperating in conflicts, Wild Rider clans each follow their own chieftains, but also form a loose alliance under the banner of the cosmic serpent, the craft world symbol. In Aeldari myth, the serpent is the only creature believed to exist in both the material and the psychic universes at the same time. Hence, the serpent is said to know all secrets, past and present. Samhain means quest for enlightenment, as the Aeldari word for snake and secret knowledge is identical to Same. The Asuryani of Samhain emblazon their world rune on their banners, armor, and the cowlings of their vehicles. The savagery of Samhain warriors has earned the craft world a fierce reputation across the galaxy. Keen practitioners of the devastatingly rapid assault, the wild host fall upon their enemies in a blur of crimson attack craft, screaming war cries as they do so. Their sheer ferocity forces the enemy back, buying the Samhain Asuryani time to swing around and attack again. The kindreds excel at mimicking the strike of a serpent, accelerating from a standstill to a breathtaking speed before delivering a lethal blow. Wanderers of the stars. Across the galaxy, floating in the enveloping cosmic darkness, there can be found many dozens of craft worlds, each with its own history, heraldry, and philosophies of war. Some are small and reclusive, keeping themselves far from the eyes of even their own kin on other craft worlds. Others are large and comparatively populous, and have earned fame and notoriety in their own right. Altansar. When Slaanesh surged into existence, Altansar found itself on the cusp of the Eye of Terror. Despite fighting valiantly over a period of 500 agonizing years, the craft world was swallowed by the warp. Only the Phoenix Lord, Malgan Ra, appeared to have escaped. For millennia, Altansar was considered lost. However, as the eye opened wide at the end of the 41st millennia, Malgan Ra undertook a great odyssey that culminated in the rescue of his lost people. Since their reemergence, the people of Aldensar have been distrusted by their kin and viewed with suspicion. Some whisper that they are tainted by their ordeal, while others say they entered a dread pact with Yenid. Perhaps the rumors are based in truth, for the voices of the Aldensar craftworlders are but whispers, and their pale, deathly features are those of ones trapped in a shadowy half-life. The world rune of Aldensar is the broken chain, once a reference to Kurnos and Isha's escape from the dungeons of Cain. This emblem has taken on a deeper meaning since Aldensar's mysterious escape from the Eye of Terror. Yggdrasil. Structured around a largely matriarchal society, Yggdrasil includes more female warriors within its ranks than any other craft world. For millennia uncounted, the howling banshees have formed the vanguard of Yggdrasil's war hosts, falling upon their foes amidst a cacophony of paralyzing war cries. The legends of Yggdrasil tell of a pact their ancestors made with the goddess Morai Heg. 7 times 7 of Yggdrasil's warrior women became the crone's deathly handmaidens, so their sisters might enjoy especially long and fruitful lives, free of her cursing touch. The craft world has a disproportionately high female population to this day. In these dark times, the people of Yggdrasil are driven to hunt for crone worlds, for they hope to secure not only the Tears of Isha, but also ancient technologies and doomsday artifacts with which to tip the balance of fate. Yggdrasil's rune, Wisdom from Pain, represents the tale of the crone Morai Heg, who convinced Cain to sever her hand that she might sup the wisdom in her blood. Such are the sacrifices that must be made for enlightenment. Lugganoth. Perceived as little better than piratical corsairs by other craft worlds, the Asuryani of Lugganoth foster close ties with the Harlequins and have largely abandoned the material realm as a lost cause and seceded into the webway. Lugganoth's warriors enter real space only to raid for what they need, striking with a rapidity and suddenness impressive even for the Aeldari. Reports of corsair fleets operating out of Lugganoth are common, notably the Sunblitz Brotherhood, whose vessels often fight alongside those of Lugganoth's navy in times of war. Despite keeping such questionable company, Lugganoth's people bear no love for their dark kindred, the Druhkari, and the two have clashed on numerous occasions, both within the webway and without. Lugganoth's name means light of fallen suns. Their world rune, the Black Sun, is a reference to the lost glory of the original Aeldari star systems. If a viewer were to look far enough into the void, they would be able to perceive the last light of those dead stars, as as close to a metaphor for hope as the Aeldari of Lugganath know. Ilkaith. In the endless war against the dark gods, the Asuryani of Ilkaith are a keen and vengeful blade, and will ally with Kamara and even the armies of mankind to see their goals achieved. Their impossible quest has doomed Ilkaith to generations of relentless warfare. Even the craft world's name, translated as knowledge of blood, has changed meaning. Where once their title spoke of the gifts passed down through the generations and the blessings of their ancestry, in the last few millennia it has become a promise of war. Once, Ilkaith was renowned for the exquisite art of its bone singers. Now these same craftsmen have turned their skills to creating only weapons and accompanying the war hosts to battle to heal wraith constructs and engines of Vol. The Aeldari of Ilkaith take the helm of Eldanesh as their symbol. Myth tells that Asuryani gave Eldanesh this all-seeing helm, thanks to which he slew many terrible foes. Eldanesh used the helm to see his own future, and saw his death at the hands of Cain. To the Ilkaith, the symbol reminds them that knowledge can have a terrible cost. Ymilak. The warsmiths of Ymilak toil endlessly to craft gigantic machines of destruction. Masterful and prolific in their efforts, they ensure that their war hosts are always furnished with the finest engines of Vol, and are able to field a great number of Titans and super heavy engines when they go to war. Ymilak's warriors are almost always delivered to battle aboard grav tank transports, while fire prisms and night spinners provide supporting fire. Though the wraith constructs of Ymilak are but few in number, there are tales among the Aeldari that their weaponsmiths have created a new and devastating weapon powered by the souls of the dead. It is a device so terrible in potency that Ymilak have never dared to use it. It is whispered that it can scour entire continents of life in mere minutes, the souls of the living torn from their bodies by a vast ghost storm. The crucible of souls, the symbol of Ymilak, is the spiritual forge within which Vol created the 99 and 1 swords of Vol. For the Asuryani of Ymilak, this rune represents their belief that the fate of the race is still theirs to forge. Mira. After the fall, Mira was cast far out into the galactic wilderness. For millennia, the craft world sailed the void alone, thinking themselves the last of the Aeldari. Its citizens turned inwards, focusing upon the glories of the past, for they believed that without them, the memory of their race would fade away forever. During its long isolation, Mira was forced to fight for its survival against rampaging orcs and the ever-expanding boundaries of the Imperium. In these bloody wars, a great number of Mimira's people fell, though they took many millions of enemies to the grave with them. Alone and outnumbered, the craft world learned well the ways of stealth and how best to conceal their world-ship. In time, fate reunited them with their kindred, who found them to be highly cunning and resourceful. The symbol of Mimira is the cursing eye. This is derived from ancient tales of Ossarion's deadly gaze that perceives and kills in the same instant. It reminds those who wear it that an enemy revealed must be destroyed before it can threaten the noble Aeldari race. To face the Necrons in battle is to stand against death incarnate. It is to know the terror of annihilation at the hands of beings who should be long rotted in their graves. The Necrons' enemies see implacable android revenants rise from their crypts or step from amidst flickering witch lights to destroy all before them. In return, the Necrons see only vermin, interlopers, and savages that must be eradicated in order for their mighty dynasties of old to rise again. Once, 60 million years ago, the Necrons' armies might have achieved their galactic conquest with singular efficiency. Yet, aeons of slumber and cold stasis have seen madness creep into the minds of their noble masters, as the stately dance of the stars themselves has scattered and ravaged their worlds. What arises now to reclaim the galaxy is an altogether more twisted race, scattered, factionalized, and riven by an insanity that has transformed many of their number into walking nightmares. The Necrons of the 41st millennium are a dark reflection of their faded glories. Yet, they are no less deadly for all this. In monstrosity and madness, the Necrons are rendered more terrible than ever before. In search of immortality, the Necrons are feared across the Imperium and beyond as a race of seemingly immortal android warriors. Dark rumors circulate of ancient tomb complexes rising from beneath the surfaces of settled worlds, of ominous invasion fleets sweeping down from on high, and of inexorable armies crushing all beneath their metallic tread. Yet, the Necrons were not always thus. Most of the galaxy's sentient races know the Necrons only as the terrifying beings they are now. Indeed, it took the Imperium of mankind many centuries to even recognize them as a coherent Xenos race. The Necrons' ruling nobility were clearly seen to be sentient and ferociously intelligent. However, few amongst them had made any efforts to elaborate upon their origins or motivations to what they consider to be the lesser races. They have simply exterminated them. Yet hints exist even now, in deeply buried xenoarchaeological remnants, in the long memories and hidden lore of the Aeldari, and in commonalities of primitive artwork and tribal mythologies, of a race very different to the Necrons known and feared in the 41st millennium. Once, the legends suggest, the Necrons were a flesh and blood race known as the Necrontyr. Short-lived and warlike, these beings were obsessed with death, and for all their wondrous technologies and star-spanning empire, were in fact quarrelsome and fractious. Legends tell that, desperate to unite their people, the Necrons' rulers began a war with the beings known as the Old Ones. It was a war over the secrets of immortality, and also a war that the Necrontyr could never win. If cogent details of this war in heaven still exist, they do so only in the memories of the Necrons themselves. However, Aeldari lore suggests that the Old Ones were the creators of the Webway, the arterial network of ethereal tunnels that still spans the interstices between the warp and real space. Using the Webway, the Old Ones drove the Necrontyr back on every front. It was in the Necrontyr's darkest hour, during the reign of Zarek, last of the Silent Kings, that the Catan, those called the Yngir, came before the Necrontyr with an offer of aid. The legends speak of ancient star gods, beings formed from the fundamental energies of the universe, who offered Zarek and his people all they had ever desired: power and immortality. All it would cost was for the Necrontyr to ally themselves with the Catan to destroy the hated Old Ones forever. Zarek deliberated long, but in the end he accepted the offer. In doing so, he damned his entire race. Fragments of lore describe what followed. The nightmare process of biotransference that placed the minds of the Necrontyr into living metal bodies and transformed them into the Necrons. The price was their souls, devoured by the leering Catan, and, for all those but the ruling castes, the obliteration of almost all personality and free will. No more would the Necrons war and politic with one another, for their wills were bound to Zarek's control through cast-iron command protocols. Yet the cost of this unity had been monstrous indeed. The legends continue, scattered fragments telling of the defeat of the Old Ones and of how, in the moment when the Catan were at their weakest following the Titanic conflict, the Necrons took their revenge and shattered the duplicitous star gods. They describe how Zarek saw that his people's time was done, for they could not face the Old Ones' vengeful servants, the Aeldari chief amongst them. It is said that the Silent King commanded his people to inter themselves within the stasis crypts of their tomb cities, there to sleep out the aeons until they could rise again to conquer all. Finally, destroying his command protocols and freeing his race, Zarek took his ship into the intergalactic void to seek whatever solace he might amongst the empty darkness. The Necrons have slept for 60 million years, if the Aeldari Book of Mournful Night is to be believed. Now they are waking at last, rising up to take back what was once theirs, and the galaxy trembles before them. The technologies that facilitated the Great Sleep were so far beyond human comprehension that they might as well have been sorcery. Hyper-intelligent master programs and legions of canoptic slave constructs watched over the Necron tombs as the ages crept past. Despite all this, manifold disasters beset the slumbering Xenos. Some tomb worlds were plundered by lesser races, or purposely purged by vengeful Aeldari. Others faced cascaded failures in their stasis crypts, were obliterated by stellar catastrophe or comet strike, or endured such violent tectonic shifts that entire tombs were flooded with molten lava. Even those worlds that survived ended up far from their original positions, scattering the dynastic territories of old and leaving the Necrons fragmented and factionalized. The chronostats of many tomb worlds slipped due to mechanical failure or empiric distortion. Thus, rather than rising up as one across the galaxy, the Necrons have awoken piecemeal. Some emerged from stasis during the days of the Emperor's Great Crusade, while many others slumber still. Nor have the Necrons themselves come through the process unchanged. Corruption has crept into the minds of many, either during the passing ages or while enduring the slow and unsettling process of revivication. Nihilistic madness or mindless stupor claim some, while the personality engrams of others have been distorted by countless subtle derangements. For all this, many billions of Necrons have already awoken, and trillions more stir. Their noble leaders might, in many cases, be mad, but they have lost none of their arrogant sense of superiority, nor their desire for conquest. Every overlord and pharaoh has their own agenda, be it to stockpile and fortify, to raid and destabilize, to send forth imperious envoys, or to begin omnicidal purges of non-Necron life. To other races, the Necron's behavior seems random to the point of insanity. Yet in truth, most are working towards the same core goals: reconquer the stars they once ruled, and restore to glory whichever dynasty they once belonged to. Most Necron nobles are still traditionalists, cleaving to ancient social and martial forms. They impose rigid hierarchies on their underlings and order and deploy their legions in accordance with, or defiance of, the codes of the Triarch that once covered them all. Most importantly, they still fight for their ancient dynasties. Sautek, Mephirit, Nyalok, and Ogdebek, these and countless other dynasties make up the splintered Necron race. All are technically united in subservience to the rule of the Silent King. In truth, many believe themselves as far above their rival dynasties as all Necrons believe their species above the lesser races. Dynasties are as likely to fall into conflict as to ally, and countless smaller dynasties have been subsumed into the territories of larger and more powerful conquerors. For all this, more Necrons awaken all the time. As their numbers grow, so too do the dire threats they pose to the galaxy. Now Zarek, last of the Silent Kings, has returned and seeks to unite his people in galactic conquest again. Whispers precede him of a diabolical plan to negate the galaxy-ending threat of chaos and subjugate the lesser races once and for all. With his enemies locked in a war of mutual annihilation, and more Necrons rallying to his banner by the day, it may be already too late for any to stop him. The relentless march. Upon countless battlefronts across the galaxy, Necron armies are on the attack. Perceiving little distinction between the servants of the Emperor, the worshippers of the dark gods, or the teeming Xenos empires that surround them, imperious Necron nobles send forth their legions to reconquer their interstellar domains by whatever means necessary. The Necrons are best known and feared by their enemies for rising up from beneath their very feet. Countless civilizations have unknowingly settled on worlds that conceal Necron tomb complexes deep beneath the surface. Whether triggered by Chronostat or the tomb's master program detecting intrusive life forms, those hidden sleepers awake. If the threat to the tomb complex is deemed significant, the master program prioritizes revivication of the Necron soldiery and war engines. It wields these assets to the best of its ability, employing their might to augment that of its canoptic slave constructs in defending the tomb. Only when the Necron nobility awake to once again take command of their legions do they go on the offensive. In this moment, the doom of the world's flesh and blood colonists is sealed. The earth splits open in yawning fissures, and oceans drain away as the tomb complex rises inexorably to the surface. The skies darken with seething swarms of canoptic scarabs, and the land glitters with the awakening legions as they advance into battle. Fortifications collapse as the ground heaves beneath them, and android killers claw their way out of the earth to trap their victims within the trespassers' own, supposedly impregnable bastions. Should reinforcements rush to the aid of the beleaguered planet, they arrive to find the awakened tomb's terrifying defenses and mighty armies waiting for them. Thus are the lesser races slaughtered, and another tomb world secured in the battle for galactic dominance. Were this the only way in which Necrons threatened the planets of the fledgling empires, it would be perilous enough. Yet, time and again, they descend from the heavens to conquer unwary worlds, sometimes appearing to step from thin air into the bloody heat of battle. Such feats are not the sorcery they might appear, but rather due to the ingenuity of the cryptex. Part courtly viziers, part master engineers, and part cosmic alchemists, the cryptex wield great influence within Necron society. They possess such a fundamental and far-reaching understanding of the universe's inner workings that, to the lesser races, their abilities appear as witchcraft. No single discipline do the cryptex pursue. Instead, each individual embarks on a course of obsessive study into whichever field of arcano-scientific lore most fascinates them. Such decisions are based upon whim, aptitude, and often the obsessive madness caused by their long sleep. Often, a cryptech will also select their field of expertise based upon whatever they believe will render them most powerful within the Necron royal courts, and provide them with the most leverage over their rivals and noble masters. Plasmancers, for example, study the martial application of raw energy. They are aggressive warrior scientists whose bodies crawl with skeins of killing power, and who can annihilate their victims with but a gesture. By comparison, disciplines such as psychomancy or chronomancy are far more subtle. The former plays upon the atavistic fears of all living things, while the latter allows the manipulation of the strings of time itself. There are countless other disciplines, from the master engineering skills of the technomancers to the warping powers of the gravemancers, and the insidious abilities of the penumbramancers. Cryptex are vital not only for their personal abilities. They also construct and maintain the eldritch technologies that allow their masters to launch their conquests in so many terrifying ways. Fleets of tomb ships are one such asset, their drives enabling them to bridge interstellar gulfs almost as quickly as warp travel, and in significantly safer fashion. Terrifying sepulchral battleships of immense size, tomb ships can easily duel the greatest void craft of the lesser races. Yet their greatest value is undoubtedly in spearheading Necron planetary conquests. Should even a single tomb ship settle in low orbit over an enemy world, it will deploy wave upon wave of war engines against its prey, even as its quantum wormhole technologies open the way for invading Necron foot soldiers to assail the enemy in their millions. Dolmen gates are another means of hyper-technological Necron invasion. They were fashioned during the War in Heaven, when the Catan known as Nyadrazatha, the Burning One, gifted the Necrons with the means of their construction. These living stone arches trammel spars of the webway, allowing the Necrons the capability to travel through them. The metallic warriors must be swift, for even subjugated, the semi-sentient network resists and will destroy the Necrons if it can. Such risks prove worthwhile, however. Surprise is total when the lesser races find ancient, long-forgotten ruins flaring suddenly to life upon their worlds, and the deathless Necron legions marching from within. Eldritch Artifice. The Necrons possess a technological base so far in advance of any of the galaxy's other inhabitants that only the artifice of the Aeldari warrants even close comparison. This is perhaps unsurprising for a species whose very living forms are mechanical in nature. Certainly, it seems natural enough to the Necron nobility themselves, for it supports their arrogant presumption of superiority over the despised lesser races. Most widespread of all the Necrons' weapons of war is Gauss technology. From the manned portable Gauss flares borne by Necron warriors up to the massive Gauss flux arc, these weapons all function in the same fashion. They project a molecular disassembling beam that reduces flesh, armor, and bone to their constituent atoms, one agonizing layer at a time. Gauss is but one of the horrifying technologies the Necrons employ in battle. Tesla weaponry releases beams of living lightning that scorches and blasts victims and can even arc from one foe to the next. Particle weapons work by emitting streams of minuscule antimatter particles. These detonate on contact with other matter, annihilating their targets in violent blast. Enmitic weaponry, too, is as frightening as it is effective, for its thrumming pulses cause the target's atoms to be violently repelled from one another to spectacular effect. Heavier firepower is provided by such armaments as doomsday weapons or variants of fearsome death ray. Doomsday weapons are plasma-based and possess incredible destructive potential. They are so power-hungry that entire platforms have been developed to facilitate their deployment. Death rays, meanwhile, pour immense energies through a focusing crystal, unleashing a sustained beam of blinding, searing heat and light that carves through targets one after another. While the Necrons typically favor overwhelming ranged firepower as a statement of contempt for the foe, the close-quarter weapons borne by their more elite or murderous warriors are no less deadly. Hyperphase weaponry vibrates across multiple dimensional states, allowing it to pass through a target's defenses without resistance. Void blades work in a similar fashion, but cause their victims' very molecular bonds to collapse at the slightest touch. Some weapons are as much status symbols as they are potent tools of destruction. The Staff of Light serves both as an energized battle scepter and a fearsome short-ranged energy weapon. War scythes, typically carried only by Necron nobility or their Lich Guard protectors, project ethereal energy fields around their tremendously heavy blades. Each swing carves through even the toughest targets as though they were not there. The Cryptechs do not restrict themselves to offensive technologies. Their skills extend to the creation and maintenance of countless other strange devices, all of which benefit the Necron legions on the battlefield. One such technology is quantum shielding. Harnessing the strength of incoming attacks, quantum shields transform that power into harmless equivalent energy. They actually become more effective the stronger the enemy's weaponry. Scarcely less of a bulwark is the dispersion shield borne by retinues of Lich Guard. Towering and heavy, it includes layered energy shield generators that not only stop incoming projectiles, but sometimes ricochet them straight back at the foe. Teleportation technologies are much seen amongst Necron armies, typically employing captive wormholes that allow their phalanxes to march straight into battle from the depths of their tombs, or even from the surfaces of far distant worlds. The Eternity Gate of the Monolith can even be reversed to create a portal of exile that drags in screaming foes, jettisoning them into purgatorial nothingness beyond reality itself. Coupled with gravitic repulsion generators, which enable anything from infantry to massive war engines to glide smoothly through the air at considerable speeds. It is not hard to see why Necron armies are far more strategically agile than their warriors' rigid gates would suggest. Technology has also allowed the Necrons to enslave other entities to their will. Some of these were brought into being specifically to serve the needs of their creators, while others were subjugated for all eternity for their crimes against the Necron race. Canoptech constructs proliferate through Necron tomb complexes and armies both. Some are large and powerful, such as the Canoptech Doomstalkers that guard their master's armories, or the Canoptech Spiders that command and control scarabs and other lesser drones. Others have stranger functions, such as the ghostly Canoptech Wraiths, employed to repair inaccessible systems within tomb complexes, or the Canoptech Plasmacytes that isolate and siphon off corrupted engrams from the sleepers within stasis crypts. These latter have been co-opted by the deranged warriors of the Destroyer cults, who actually seek to have those same engrammatic patterns injected into themselves, so as to further degrade their former personalities and fuel their nihilistic butchery. Regardless, no Canoptech being is truly sentient. Rather, they are all artificial slaves, utterly incapable of independent thought. The Catan shards suffer a far worse fate, for they were once the star gods of near limitless power who tricked the Necron tier into bartering away their souls. Zarek's revenge upon these beings saw them shattered by weapons that employed incredible cosmic energies. Yet the Catan were bound to reality itself and could never be destroyed, only splintered into stunted echoes of their former might. Each such shard is still terrifyingly powerful, however, and so the Necrons bound them into extra-dimensional prisons known as Tesseract Labyrinths. When deploying Catan as weapons upon the battlefield, the Cryptechs ensure they are technologically shackled, leashed like mindless beasts, and forced to do their master's bidding. Of course, once in a while, a Catan breaks its straining fetters. At such times, devastating retribution is visited upon the Necrons and their foes alike. Tomb Worlds. The armies of the Imperium have encountered Necron tomb worlds from one edge of known space to the other. Even still, humanity has discovered but a fragment of the dynastic territories in which the galaxy was once divided. The Necrons' worlds are scattered now, many isolated or beset, yet every single one is a mighty stronghold in its own right. None but the Necrons now remember the glory of their star-spanning dynasties from before the Great Sleep. Yet there is little doubt that their holdings have been much abused and eroded in the 60 million years since. When the Silent King ordered his people into their millennial torpor, he did everything he could to protect them. The Necrons' cities were converted specifically for the purposes of sustaining and protecting their inhabitants as they slept through the ages. They could not have been better defended or more technologically prepared for their ordeal. Still, the fundamental forces of the galaxy resist stagnation, and the aeons have not been kind. Some tomb worlds were exposed to cosmic phenomena of overwhelming power, be they the explosive deaths of stars, the thunderous impact of huge asteroids, or even the insidious touch of empiric overspill. Plunged into frozen darkness, scorched to bone-dry deserts, irradiated, wrenched and torn by gravitic forces, and blanketed in energy storms. These fates, and many besides, beset tomb worlds and left them inimical to organic life. Of course, such conditions were of little consequence to the Necrons, whose android bodies required none of the fundamentals that flesh and blood creatures did. Indeed, dynasties such as the Nephrek or the Thocht even harnessed and benefited from such deadly conditions. Other tomb worlds have known the expansion of teeming biospheres. Some remain verdant even after the tomb below awakens. The Necron nobility considering the organic flora and fauna a useful camouflage for their fortifications. More often, especially in the case of tomb worlds settled by sentient species, the Necrons swiftly conquer and harvest all that they find on the planet's surface. The awakening legions emerge to find anything from seas of crops to bustling quarries, towering fortifications to sprawling cityscapes, or furious war zones where the lesser races tear at one another, unaware of the doom their conflict has awoken from beneath their feet. Whatever a tomb world's nature or conditions, once the sleepers arise, its fate is irrevocably altered. Land masses shudder, and huge subterranean tomb cities stir beneath the surface. Vast structures force their way upward, slowing off the devastated remains of more youthful civilizations amidst eruptions of magma and seething energy storms. Eerie megastructures ascend into the heavens, ominous guardians taking up watchful stations above the planet as cosmic superweapons flare to life in their flanks. When the command is given by noble or cryptek, swarms of canoptic constructs sweep across the globe, devouring and recycling the works of younger races in order to raise monolithic monuments to their arisen masters. Any trace of the intervening millennia is swept away as the Necrons resume rulership of their domains of old. Before the Great Sleep, the worlds of each Necron dynasty were ordered and designed according to a strict hierarchical system. Planets were qualified as crown worlds, core worlds, or fringe worlds, with each title bearing significant connotations. At the heart of each dynasty lay its crown world, where the ruling pharaoh sat upon their throne. Crown worlds were as heavily fortified as they were regally magnificent, many playing hosts to incredible megastructures and devices or weapons of godlike power. Each dynasty's resources flowed in towards its crown world, ensuring its legions were the finest and mightiest, as benefited the personal soldiery of the pharaoh themselves. Core worlds made up the inner planets of each dynasty. Typically ruled by prominent overlords, they were centers for military might and architectural grandeur that bespoke their dynasty's power. Then there were fringe worlds, those planets furthest from the light of the crown world, and thus considered of least import. Fringe worlds were little more than resource-gathering centers and border fortresses, and as such, their rule was given over to each dynasty's lesser Necron lords. However, where once there was order, now there is chaos. Galactic drift and stellar catastrophe has wrought mayhem amidst the once orderly Necron dynasties. There is much confusion amongst the awakening nobility, but also opportunity for those able to seize it. Some crown worlds have been shorn of their vassal worlds and are forced to fall back upon their own means. In other cases, fringe worlds roused to find their former betters annihilated. In such cases, one-time lords name themselves pharaons and seize control of all the resources and dynastic might they consider their due. Some tomb worlds awaken to bounties of raw materials, and those able to conquer pre-existing advanced civilizations revel in their bloody harvest. Then there are those worlds that awaken to madness. Some lie within the bounds of roiling warp storms and must fend off constant demonic assault. Others wake even as they are being overrun by superior enemy forces, their nobility afforded just enough time to comprehend the horror of their fate before it is sealed. Worst of all, though, are the severed worlds, planets where failures in revivification have left the Necrons as mindless shells, puppeted in a hollow parody of existence by master programs that can never relinquish control to their damned masters. The Pharaon's legions. Every Necron world is organized to strict dynastic codes, from the glittering nobility who rule to the mighty legions that march out to enforce their master's wills. Rare indeed is the tomb world that breaks from this rigid martial order. Every tomb world is governed by its ruling noble, be they pharaon, overlord, or lord. These rulers are surrounded by their royal court, an assemblage of lesser nobles, nemesors who command the royal legions, royal wardens who serve as lieutenants and bodyguards, menacing retinues of Lichguard and scheming knots of cryptech viziers. Much politicking and intrigue goes on in these courts, for most Necrons who retained personalities after biotransference remained both ambitious and ruthless. Most Necron rulers find the best way to promote unity amongst their vassals is to set them against a common foe. When the legions march to war, these determined and knowledgeable leaders become valuable assets to their liege lords. Lesser nobles make regal battlefield commanders. Royal wardens act as lieutenants, varguards, or even diplomatic envoys, while cryptechs keep the dynastic legions on the march and unleash their strange cryptosciences to cripple the enemy and aid their own forces. Another factor keeps the Necron nobility in order, both on and off the battlefield. The Triarch Praetorians, hands of the Silent King, stand as arbiters of the ancient dynastic codes, apart from the structure of the tomb worlds. The Praetorians possess the Triarch-given right to pass judgment upon the honor and conduct of all, even ruling pharaons. Normally, though, they restrict themselves to the battlefield, where they hang suspended by their gravity displacement packs as battle commences. From their vantage point, they assess the conduct of the foe. In rare cases, they may deem an enemy truly sentient and thus deserving of the ancient codes of honor. In such circumstances, frustrated Necron nobles find themselves forbidden from deploying dishonorable assets such as death marks, X marks destroyers, and flayed ones. More often than not, however, they deem the enemy little better than vermin and descend to join in their extermination. Most Necron legions are built around a core of phalanx upon phalanx of Necron warriors. Neurally stunted and grindingly obedient, warriors are spent freely by their uncaring masters. Most nobles are more concerned that their warriors' adornments display their leader's status than they are with keeping these peons safe from enemy attacks. The warrior phalanxes require constant direction. Without this, they can manage little more than to hold position and shoot at nearby foes. Properly directed, however, their firepower and resilience make warrior phalanxes ideal for pinning the enemy in place, grinding them into dust, or blunting their most furious counteroffenses. Most Necron legions supplement their warrior phalanxes with formations of more elite and substantially more self-aware soldiery. From bands of tough and tactically independent immortals to sharpshooting deathmark assassins, and hurtling swarms of Tombblade attack speeders. The dynasties can draw upon a range of strategically specialized military assets to lend their legions the edge in battle. Necron nobles make no secret of the fact that they consider the vehicles of their capacious armories to be more precious than the Necrons who pilot them, or indeed the foot soldiers who march to battle in the war engine's shadow. The Necrons are a people who have always equated their vast technological superiority with an undeniable right to dominate. Every cosmically powered weapon and reality-warping engine is a statement that the Pharaons possess the power to trammel stars and shatter gods. Thus is the armory of each tomb world not only a concerted display of each ruler's martial might, wealth, and status, but also a material manifestation of their right as supreme being to create and destroy whatever and however they see fit. Some elements of their armies are held in contempt by Necron nobles, such as canoptic slave constructs or Catan shards that are imprisoned as weapons or power sources. Yet there are other sects in Necron society that take to the battlefield alongside the legions, but who the nobility have little, if any, command over. Foremost amongst these are the destroyer cults. While many strains of insanity have afflicted the Necrons, the nihilistic murder madness of the destroyers has proven pernicious and increasingly widespread. Destroyers eschew all notion of personal ambition, desire, or hope, instead descending into a pit of cold and calculated hatred that sees them seek the eradication of all organic life. There are many subcults, from the Locust, with their grav-sled bodies and heavy firepower, to the blade-armed Scorpek, or the debased subterranean Ophidian, that share one common demand of the Cryptex, which is to have their bodies altered into whatever form they believe optimal for the slaughter of all living things. The Necron nobles employ destroyers as shock troops. However, they do not trust them. Not only do many fear the destroyer's madness to be infectious, but they wonder whom they will turn upon when all organic victims are slain. The flayed ones, too, are feared and reviled by the rest of Necron society. Exiled to languish in the horrific nether realm known as the Bone Kingdom of Drazak, they are afflicted with the hideous death curse of the Catan known as Landugor the Flayer. Twisted in body and mind, flayed ones are drawn to the scent of blood, scissoring open the flesh of reality and spilling through from their ghastly realm to fall upon the Necron's foes. The dynastic legions make every effort to avoid these beings, whose madness they fear as catching, but they can do little to stop the flayed ones from joining battles that are already underway. The Silent King, supreme ruler of the Necron dynasties. Last of the Silent Kings, shatterer of the star gods, defeater of the old ones, bringer of unity, master of the final triarch, wielder of the scepter of eternal glory. These are but a handful of the grand titles earned by Zarek, the ruler of the Necron race. His endless honorifics paint a glorious picture, but in truth, his gleaming image is tainted by an inner darkness few see. Few beings in the galaxy possess the might, wisdom, and sweeping vision of Zarek, last of the Silent Kings. During the nightmarish transition of biotransference, it was Zarek who emerged with the most powerful and advanced of all the bodies gifted to the newly fashioned Necron race. His neurological and sensory architecture, while wholly synthetic, is more advanced and precise than anything flesh and blood could emulate. His powerful android form is mechanical perfection, on a level that no sentient being now alive could replicate. Smooth and graceful in its every motion, irresistible in its strength, and regal and intimidating in its magnificent presence. Neither mental nor physical ailments can ever afflict the Silent King. His mind remains more wholly his own than any amongst his people, for he was ever their ruler and did not endure the perils of the Great Sleep or subsequent revivification that have driven so many Necrons mad. For all this, Zarek suffers, as he has suffered ever since he realized the purgatory to which he consigned his people. Millennia have heaped upon millennia, and still the Silent King's guilt remains as jagged and bitter within him as it once was. His sorrow and horror have been preserved by his mechanized mind as perfectly as has every single memory, thought, and feeling Zarek has experienced since the day of his biotransference. It can be said with certainty that such an impossible burden as this would have driven even the most resilient of living beings to madness and self-destruction aeons ago. Zarek, though, is not truly living, and his torments have not destroyed him. Instead, they have honed him into a being of horrifying and singular determination. The Silent King has a plan for his people and for the galaxy, and he knows that he is righteous with the inescapable, unwavering certainty of a god, of a machine. Zarek's will is a star erupting in supernova, a comet colliding with a doomed world. He is as inevitable as time and tide. The Silent King seeks nothing less than final atonement for the fate to which he consigned his race, and none shall be permitted to stand in his way. Zarek was not always so singular in his obsession. When the end of the war in heaven came and the last of the Catan had been shattered, he recognized that his people could not withstand further conflict. The allies and servants of the Old Ones were circling, wary but vengeful, and so he ordered the Great Sleep. Zarek envisioned a future where the enemies would be defeated by strife and time. Necrons would arise unsuspected from their long sleep. They would seize control of the galaxy using their deathless bodies and cosmic weapons. And then, freed from conflict and unshackled from the ravages of time and mortality, they would at last devise a way to reverse biotransference and therefore expunge Zarek's sins. The Silent King would not share this in his process, however. For himself, Zarek chose exile aboard his vast, city-sized warship, Song of Oblivion. Zarek took many of his own dynasty with him into the intergalactic void. Entombed within stasis crypts of their own, but awakening in regular cycles to crew and garrison his vast ship. None amongst the dynasties truly know what the Silent King sought beyond the stars. Detractors like Emotech or Zarathustra the Ineffable claim he fled with no more intent than to escape his crimes. Others, Pharaon Asmonthep of the Zarkon dynasty and the royal court of Nyalok, not least among them, believe he had a greater purpose. Perhaps, some speculate, Zarek even sought a cure for biotransference in the lightless realms beyond the galactic rim. Maybe he intended to travel to other galaxies entirely and there find the solution to his people's woes. None but Zarek himself knows the truth, and, as with many of the more troubling mysteries surrounding the Silent King, his race find themselves unable to recall whether they themselves ever knew the answer. From which dynasty did Zarek originally hail? What characterized his rule before biotransference? When precisely did he return to the galaxy? And for how long did he operate from the shadows before openly declaring his return? Even beings like Oricon the Diviner, who was once Zarek's court astrologer, find strange gaps in their artificial memories concerning such things. More unsettling still, they rarely seem able to focus on these doubts long enough to seek any answers. For all the gaps in recollection that veil elements of Zarek's life, at least his motivation for returning to the galaxy appears straightforward. The Silent King abandoned exile to save his people from the menace of the Tyranids. It is said that he encountered dormant hive fleets flowing through the intergalactic darkness towards the galaxy he had left behind, and recognized the perils they represented. What if they devoured all life before the Necrons could reverse biotransference? Worse, what if Zarek's people had already managed their apotheosis just in time to be devoured in turn? Supposedly driven by pure altruism and a desire to not fail his people again, Zarek turned the Song of Oblivion back towards the distant glimmer of the stars he had known so long ago. This story in itself has holes. What did Zarek witness, and on what scale, that so convinced him of this omnipresent peril? How did he chance across encroaching Tyranids amidst the near infinite gulfs of space? Questions of pretext and motivation have been raised, however briefly, by the more rebellious amongst the royal courts, and whispers persist that the Silent King harbors some other, deeper agenda. Few find themselves able to sustain their doubts for long, however, and for those who do, the Triarch Praetorians are never far behind. Such shadows and whispers soon burn away in the searing light of Zarek's presence. It is said that merely meeting the Silent King in person is to transform even the keenest doubter into a supplicant desperate to do his will. Shortly after revealing himself openly to his people, Zarek chose two pharaohs of lesser dynasties who had proven their loyalty through swift service. Subsuming their legions into Zarkon ranks, the Silent King elevated Hapthratra the Radiant and Mesophet of the Shadowed Hand to form his new Triarch. They became the Pharaon of the Stars and the Pharaon of the Blades, as the ancient codes dictated. joining Zarek upon his mighty dais of domination, from where they could proclaim the Triarch's will. There are those who have noted how thoroughly the two Pharaons are bound into the dais, how their voices have taken on a new tone of command since their ascension, and how they speak nearly always with perfect synchronicity. But of course, elevation to the final Triarch was bound to affect changes upon such minor rulers. And if they seem always to support Zarek's plans without question, those plans were millennia in the laying, after all. Who could honestly suggest amendments to such a comprehensive scheme? The martial might of the final Triarch, at least, is beyond question. Zarek's dais is empowered by a caged shard of Naiad Drazatha himself, while the Silent King's mantle is formed from the Cataan's flinched necrodermis. It is the Burning One's own fire that Zarek amplifies through his regal scepter of eternal glory, sending it blazing forth in searing beams of absolute destruction. That same energy is channeled into the potent carrier wave generators of the dais that coordinate and motivate nearby Necron soldiery, and also in the Noctilith beacons held high above Zarek's throne. These beacons not only banish the infernal energies of the warp, but also allow the Silent King to tear open the invisible skeins of the webway, fashioning his own temporary dolmen gates to bear him swiftly across vast interstellar gulfs. Those foes not erased by Zarek's energy blasts are far from safe. While Hapthatra unleashes flurries of neutron orbs from the Staff of Stars, Mesophet hefts a scythe of dust, every swing of its glimmering blade reducing victims to swirling clouds of scorched particles. Enemies who get close enough to strike at Zarek directly are forced to their knees by the thrumming energies of his dais's obeisance generators. Even those blows that manage to hit home are unlikely to do harm. The Silent King and his companions are swathed in trans-temporal fields that scatter the force of the foe's attacks, and thus dissipates them harmlessly. All the while, a pair of triarchal menhirs orbits Zarek's dais, proclaiming the Triarch's omnipotent might, even as they channel the dais's power. By focusing the resonance of these devices, Zarek can unleash a devastating annihilator beam, an energy weapon so potent that it has been likened to the hurled spear of an enraged god. None who feel its wrath live to tell the tale. By the time the hunter cadres of the Tau Empire surge into battle, their commanders already know the surest path to victory. Feral Kroot, cunning pathfinders, and the eagle-eyed pilots of the air caste have mapped every inch of the engagement area. The foe's every weakness is already exposed. From the first shot fired, the Tau demonstrate strategic coordination and unity of purpose, so powerful that they are weapons in their own right. TIE 7 Devilfish transports deliver heavily equipped and highly trained warriors precisely where they are needed. Devastating artillery walkers like the KV-128 Storm Surge hammer the enemy lines. Nimble combat aircraft fill the skies while alien auxiliaries unleash their own unique talents of battlecraft. Amidst it all, it is ever the battle suits that deliver the most punishing blows. Marvels of Earth-cast technology, these single-pilot war suits drop from the skies on plumes of fire, vanish behind layers of advanced camouflage, or supercharge their systems with experimental reactors, all while laying down devastating fusillades of fire. So have countless worlds fallen to the expansionist armies of the Tau Empire, who do not hesitate to secure ideological acquiescence beneath the muzzle of a gun. Now, in the wake of the Great Rift's opening, more worlds in their path than ever before stand cut off and poorly defended. The Tau will gladly see them all brought, willingly or otherwise, into their burgeoning empire. First Contact. Located far out upon the eastern fringe of Imperial space, Tau is a small world with a single continental landmass and a swift and magnificent sunrise. It has been the scene of strife and great conflict in its time, and has also served as the cradle of a civilization that even now bears its light ever further into the darkness between the stars. The Tau began like countless other sentient species. They progressed from primitives to herder tribes inhabiting the savanna plains and mountains of their homeworld. They developed language, tools, and, of course, weapons. What singles their tale out is the speed with which these advances came. The Tau are a short-lived species by human standards, but strive with dynamism that sees each generation achieve remarkable progress. During their early days, the ancestors of the Tau rapidly outpaced their mortal growth with their practical and martial development. Inevitable disaster followed. The Tau had long been diverging both physically and mentally. Strong and warlike plains hunters, tough, skilled builders and settlers, loquacious merchants and diplomats, winged messengers, each became entrenched in their nature as fortresses rose and black powder weapons proliferated. Tribal alliances formed, wars erupted. So began the Mon Tau, a dark time of conflict that looked destined to drive the Tau to extinction. It is a shadow the modern Tau fear even now, for it speaks of a darkness within their collective psyche, whose resurgence they will always dread. According to Tau myth, The end of the Montau was marked by strange lights in the skies. These were first believed to portend the end of days, yet instead they seem to have announced the coming of the ethereals. With them came destiny. The first documented sighting of this strange new breed of Tau was at Phio Town, a place where a mighty fortress lay besieged. Ethereals walked calmly out of the night and compelled the leaders of both sides to sit down and agree a peace where none had before been possible. Legend tells how the ethereals spoke long with the assembled Tau, who, until so recently, had sought one another's deaths. The ethereals told of a shared destiny. They projected a sense of undeniable authority. And in the light of a new dawn, they secured alliance and cooperation between the warring factions. Countless similar tales abound, even if some are apocryphal or have been exaggerated. Still, it cannot be argued that, whatever their mysterious provenance, the ethereals ended the Montau and united their species in a single goal. This goal was the Tau Va, or greater good. From that time onward, the breakneck pace of Tau advancement became one of their race's greatest strengths. Guided by the Council of Ethereals, the Tau adopted a rigid caste system that saw the different tribes arranged and valued by their strengths. The Earth caste were builders and craftsmen, and as their technology base advanced, became engineers and scientists. The Air caste continued to act as scouts and messengers, serving eventually as their race's pilots and spacefarers. Those tribes who had specialized in mercantile trade or diplomacy became the Water caste, whose administrative influence flowed through their society and kept the wheels of progress turning. Stubborn and aggressive, the warlike plains dwellers took the longest to embrace the teachings of the ethereals. Yet even they eventually acceded and became the Fire caste. In time, they would graduate from being their race's huntsmen to being their standing military. And it was during these early centuries that they adopted the teachings of the Code of Fire that still regulate their conduct to this day. This unified drive towards progress saw the Tau establish orbital void cities, and then push outwards to claim new worlds and systems for their own. Such swift advancement also subjected the Tau race to unbelievable stresses and challenges, encountering alien species, many of which proved hostile and had to be fought for survival. The constant push towards progress and a territorial expansion that required selfless dedication from every member of Tau society. The burning need for fresh resources to power the endless toil The burden of believing in their people's destiny to save the galaxy from itself. Such stresses have proven too much for many burgeoning empires, even when spread out far over greater periods of time. Yet the Tau almost seem to relish each fresh hurdle, though they may suffer and bleed and pay dearly for every step forwards. Still in the service of the greater good, the Tau move ever forward, and they do so gladly. The greater good. The Tau Va can be summed up simply. It is the belief that the individual life of any given member of the Tau Empire is of less importance than the needs of the Empire itself. Its adherents gladly expend incredible efforts, endure shocking hardships, and lay down their lives without a second thought for the furtherance of this greater good. Ever since the coming of the Ethereals, Tau society has been focused upon fulfilling a singular destiny. With very few exceptions, every Tau believes wholeheartedly in giving all that they have to the furtherance of the greater good. Moreover, they believe that it is their duty and privilege to carry this creed out into the stars and unify every sentient species beneath their secular faith. The Tau put great store in every achievement and personal sacrifice that advances this goal. Those who excel in the service of the greater good are lauded, while those rare few who allow personal hubris, vanity, or selfishness to come first are vilified. The Tau Va has many apparent benefits. Thanks to the unstinting efforts of Earth-caste miners, engineers, and architects, the cities of the Tau septs are clean and orderly. They are technologically advanced places, well protected from hostile environments and enemies alike. Energy shields and vast habitation domes hold indigenous life forms and perilous weather systems at bay. Railguns, ion cannons, fire-cast garrisons, and hive-like drone ports watch over the habitation zones, science complexes, cultural centers, military academies, water-cast diplomatic embassies, and trade hubs. Air-cast spaceports and other bustling centers that fill the cities. Solid light sculptures, dancing fountains, and peaceful parklands grace even the meanest settlements. Within their bounds, alien races of many sorts rub shoulders in peace, with the Tau moving through them as first amongst equals. There is little of what other races might consider opulence, for the Tau see such self-oriented displays of wealth as wasteful. Yet equally, there is nothing of the poverty or squalor that afflicts most other races. Of course, all who dwell in these cities have their places within Tau society predetermined by caste and by the orders of the Ethereals. They toil for the greater good, while surrounded by carefully nuanced propaganda that extols the glories and victories of their eminently superior empire. The Tau and their allies have little say in their own personal destinies, for, by the command of the ethereals, these are subsumed into the single great destiny that they all must serve. Yet it would not occur to most Tau even to question the serenely issued edicts of their ruling caste. The word of the ethereals is law, and no true Tau or ally of their empire would seek to contradict it. The greater good demands the tireless expansion of the Tau Empire. It is not enough to wait for the peoples of the galaxy to come in search of enlightenment. The Tau feel genuine compassion for those races unfortunate enough to still toil in darkness and ignorance. They believe the message of the greater good must be brought to all, and every civilization ushered into the wonder of its light. So it is that they forge ever outwards, growing their empire's borders in a series of grand expansions, and establishing new colonized systems which they call septs. Each sept is named for its capital planet, or sept world, and can include myriad other worlds, moons, void stations, and orbital structures. Drones lead the way out into the void, tiny lights streaking through the immensity of space as they broadcast messages of hope and unity. Whenever a drone detects signals from a sentient species, it alerts the Tau and beckons their colonization fleets hence. From this point, the Tau observe a specific series of protocols. First contact is always made by ambassadors of the water caste, who entreat peaceful negotiations with the newly discovered aliens. Silver-tongued and fervently committed to spreading the message of the greater good, the ambassadors do all they can to convince their hosts of the benefits of becoming part of the Tau Empire. Should the world's inhabitants accept this invitation, even should such acceptance take generations to arrive at, then all is well. Tau colonization begins at once, and often the indigenous peoples are peacefully relocated deeper into the Tau Empire, where they can be educated in the glory of the Tau Va. Their skills and worth are assessed, just as their former homeworld and its resources are absorbed into the Empire. So too are the new aliens placed where they will best benefit the greater good. Regrettably, from the Tau standpoint anyway, many races reject these diplomatic advances. Such beings cannot be left to threaten the Empire in their ignorance. The Fire Caste now come to the fore, readying invasion plans that will most swiftly see the ingrates pacified. When the Tau attack, they come suddenly from the firmament with overwhelming speed and firepower, seeking to prove to their enemies the hopelessness of standing against an empire unified by the greater good. So is the lesson of acquiescence taught through force. Yet even in victory, the Tau are not cruel. They seek to preserve what they can, both of the enemy's world and of the enemy themselves. For both will be valuable assets to the empire once conquered. As the ethereals say, it is not the fault of those who are blind that they cannot yet see. Forced integration and re-education follows, even as the Earth caste set to work healing the planet's battle scars and resettling it as the Empire's latest outpost of enlightenment and culture. So have the Tau pushed back the darkness beyond their boundaries for many centuries. So now do they continue. In the tumult and darkness following the opening of the Great Rift, known to the Tau as the Montyeva, or Devourer of Hope, there are more worlds and species lost to darkness and terror than ever before. These the Tau will rescue no matter the cost, and will bring them into the glorious light of their burgeoning empire. Caste system. So completely have the Tau absorbed the concept of the greater good that it has come to shape their entire society, and even their physical and mental makeup. Long now have they been divided into castes, each with its own strictly delineated responsibilities to the empire and to the other castes. The Tau caste system transforms their society from countless individuals to a coherent whole, comprising 4 hard-working component elements directed in all things by a 5th. Tau are born into their castes, live their lives by the tenets of that caste, and all hope to eventually pass away having furthered its contribution to the greater good. The ethereals permit no interbreeding between Tau of different castes. They further monitor the development of each as a careful gardener tends to their plants, paring away weak or recessive shoots while ensuring the healthy limbs are given all they need to thrive. The Tau themselves do not question the righteousness of this system. It is as natural to them as the progression of day and night, or the action of gravity or time. They accept all of the societal and personal restrictions placed upon them by their ethereal masters as necessary for the greater good, and think no more about them. Even within their caste, most Tau have their place marked out for them as need dictates. That said, the Tau Empire is, broadly speaking, a meritocracy in which excellence is recognized with progress. In the Fire caste, this takes the form of advancement through the ranks and brings honors such as piloting a battle suit or rising to command armies. By comparison, A skilled earth-cast Tau might be plucked from a more menial role and propelled into a lifetime of scientific or technological experimentation, or the architectural design of grand structures. One might be forgiven for thinking that Tau society would frown upon individuals taking pride in their achievements, but it is not so. Rather, each individual is encouraged to derive the greatest satisfaction from their works, military conquests, new discoveries, and the like, with two crucial caveats. The first is that all such labors are equally as important to the Empire, and that a humble laborer who finishes raising a wall should be prized just as highly by her fellows as should an ace pilot who shoots down many enemy fighter crafts, or a fire-cast chasseur who conquers a world for the Empire. The second is that all such personal glories are won for the Empire, not for the individual. This subtle but crucial emphasis ensures that the vast majority of Tau strive their whole lives with willing enthusiasm to achieve all they can for the Tau Va, and goes some way to preventing factionalism or damaging rivalries between the castes. The Tau have a tendency toward short lives when compared to the average human. Coupled with their lightning-fast evolutionary advances and the rigidity of the caste system, this has led them, over countless brief but bright-burning generations, to diverge into something closer to 4 independent subspecies. All are still recognizably Tau. They are humanoid in form, with hoof-like feet and blue skin, whose shade depends upon their world's proximity to its nearest star. However, no Tau could ever mistake a member of another caste for their own, and indeed even their physiology differs quite markedly. Those who have fought the Tau Empire and become used to the comparatively burly and aggressive fire caste would be surprised at the sight of a squat, broad earth caste Tau, an elegant and swift-witted trader of the water caste, or, strangest of all, one of the willowy air caste, with their etiolated build and gangling limbs. One of the few apparent racial constants that unites all the castes is an absolute lack of sensitivity to the Empyrean. There are, seemingly, no psychers amongst the Tau, nor any tendency towards the uncontrolled mutation that the warp's touch brings. It is unclear to what degree the ethereals know of or comprehend the hellish dimension that roils beneath the skin of real space, but it is readily apparent that the race they rule understand nothing of it. In many ways, of course, this is a blessing, for the touch of the warp is wholly corrupting. Yet, in others, for a people pushing ever further into a dark and violent galaxy, where the power of chaos is on the rise, it is a perilous blind spot. The fire caste constitutes the warriors of Tau society, It is the duty of these soldiers to protect the other castes and to eliminate any foes foolish enough to oppose the will of the Tau Empire. Long ago, the fire caste originated from the hunter tribes of the plains. Even then, they were already the strongest and most aggressive of all the Tau. Through the years, the fire caste's desirable traits of strength and physical size have continued to increase, and any weak strains are quickly weeded out. They are guided by an enduring creed known as the Code of Fire, which stresses martial arts, loyalty, and merciless war tempered by wisdom. The fire warriors spend their entire lives either in battle or preparing for it, constantly honing their tactics and relentlessly working to improve their combat skills. The Earth caste comprises the artisans, engineers, and laborers of the Tau. It is by far the most populous of the castes. It is they who construct machines, raise colonies and cities, and provide food for the rest of the Tau Empire. Without the Earth caste, the farms would not produce, and the factories would stand idle. The menial levels of the Earth caste are sturdy laborers who toil ceaselessly. Its foremost minds, by comparison, become engineers and scientists, inventors beyond compare. It is they who fashion the sophisticated technologies and forward-leaping innovations that are so prevalent throughout every level of Tau society, and who ensure that the fire caste have the weapons they need to fight their wars. Water is the element that can be found in all living things, flowing continuously to allow life to function. Such is the comparison oft repeated by the bureaucrats, politicians, diplomats, and administrators of the water caste. In essence, they are the civil servants who make Tau society run smoothly. The water caste make up the merchants, traders, and ambassadorial corps moving fluidly among the other castes and any aliens incorporated into the Tau Empire. They assuage fears and ensure all negotiations are handled with great efficiency. This subset of the Tau has always displayed a gift for linguistics, a talent that has grown ever more refined over time. The water caste are able to learn alien languages with ease and show a remarkable aptitude for understanding and emulating even the most nuanced aspects of social, religious, and political interaction. In ancient times, the Tau of the air caste were messengers, but now they fill the role of pilots and spaceship crews, transporting goods and warriors to where they are needed, or pushing back the boundaries of known Tau space. The air caste, sometimes called the invisible caste, are the unseen force, for they rarely, if ever, set foot upon planets. Most aircast Tau spend the majority of their lives in void transit or aboard space stations. Their bodies have evolved to their new circumstances, no longer bearing wings as they once did, but instead exhibiting longer and lighter frames in response to their low-gravity existence. Hollow bones allow the pilots of the aircast to withstand great acceleration, though they are conversely weak and ungainly on worlds with even a moderate gravity. In battle, the aircast rain death from the skies, while crewing either attack fighters or bomber craft in support of the planet-bound fire warriors. Ethereals. The ethereal caste stand apart from their people. They rule the Tau as a wise and patient adult might guide spirited, if occasionally wayward youths to realize their truest potentials. Sometimes serene and benevolent, other times hard and stern as stone. It is the ethereals who divine the needs of the greater good, and who decree the ways in which the Tau Empire may bring it about. The ethereals rule Tau society. They are longer lived than the other castes, and this gives them greater scope of vision. It is they who determine the goals of their empire, and who guide their people's feet upon their chosen paths. For their part, the Tau view the ethereals with a reverence bordering on the religious. Secular rulers, priesthood, grand galactic strategists, the ethereals are all of these things to their race, and the respect they are paid is absolute. The ethereals perform a unifying role within the Tau Empire. They take counsel from senior members of each caste, but ultimately, all decisions are theirs to make, and responsibilities theirs to be borne. Ethereals must motivate. They must lead, encourage, or rein in the Tau of the other castes as need dictates. They do all this with the absolute confidence of those who know they possess a monopoly upon the truth. Amongst their most important duties is the orchestration of propaganda that is beamed endlessly across the Tau Empire to spread hope and determination. It is a small wonder that Tau interstellar communication technology has seen advancement every bit as meteoric as that of their voidcraft or military hardware. To their own people, the ethereals are infinitely wise rulers, ruthless when they must be, but ultimately altruistic. To outside species, they cultivate a more aloof appearance. They do nothing to dissuade more primitive alien races from defying them, or more recalcitrant people from fearing them as all-knowing and perilous to anger. No one, neither Tau nor alien observer, knows how the ethereals exert such unquestioned authority over their people. This is due in part to the suicidal lengths Tau will go in the defense of their ethereals. Rare indeed is the capture of these revered beings, for entire hunter cadres would rather go to their willing deaths than know the crushing shame of having allowed their assigned ethereal to be captured or slain. Lack of experimental subjects has not stopped Imperial biologians from speculating upon the mechanisms of ethereal rule, of course. Discarding as facile the suggestion that the Tau simply believe unswervingly in their Xenos creed, such magi have suggested everything from veiled psychic domination or pheromonal control to even more outlandish theories like mass racial hypnosis or the deployment of invisible organic nanites. Whatever its method, the ethereal's effect upon their people is very evident in battle. There, they evoke the elemental truths to inspire nigh supernatural feats of accuracy, courage, speed, and resilience. Their mere presence evokes something like zealotry in other Tau, and countless desperate defeats have been transformed into improbable victories thanks to the leadership of an ethereal. On Va is the oldest and highest ranking of the Ethereal Council. His voice is law across the entire Tau Empire. His hand is visible in many of his people's greatest achievements. On Va is revered almost as a living deity, and the mere rumor of his arrival is enough to double Earthcast production quotas, propel military conquests to their victorious conclusion, and trigger countless Kai Rhoda of somber yet jubilant ceremonies. Despite his irreplaceable value to the Empire, On Va is often seen upon the forefront of Tau military campaigns. He does not seek to fight himself. Rather, he allows his awe-inspiring presence to drive the fire and air castes to fight like heroes of legends. The Sioka system victory, the pronouncement of Mount Sion, the remarkable El Yash gauntlet, these and other tales are beloved across the Empire, with each painting the ethereal supreme as the architect of absolute glorious triumph. Nor are On Va's achievements restricted to the battlefield, for he is an orator and negotiator of sublime skill and has brought even the most challenging alien species into the Empire's fold. On Va has lived countless lifespans, even for an ethereal. Yet his people accept this as simply another facet of his legend. He is to them an icon of longevity, stability, and purpose, whose morality could never be countenanced. This is unfortunate, as the true On Va is already dead, slain by an Imperial assassin during the apocalyptic conclusion of the war beyond the Damocles Gulf. Knowing the cataclysmic impact his death would have upon Tau society, the Ethereals have since employed solid light technology coupled with AI personality matrices to give the ethereal supreme a simulacra of life beyond death that has, thus far, fooled the worshipful masses. Of course, his honor guard may now never leave Anva's side, and none may ever be permitted to touch him, for the labyrinthian deception must never be revealed. Battle suits. The battle suit, or hero's mantle, is emblematic of the Tau way of war. It embodies their philosophy of overcoming any challenge through the innovative application of superior technology. For those finest warriors of the fire caste to who it is granted, it is a badge of honor and a weapon of war both. Most of all, it is a broad category of ever-advancing and diversifying combat armor with near limitless martial applications. The first battle suits invented by the Earth caste were nearly as perilous to the operators as to the foe. Thanks to selfless sacrifices of those first pioneers, however, battle suits soon became pivotal to Tau warfare, with new innovations and marks of suit coming into use all the time. The most enduringly popular battle suit is the XV8 Crisis. Standing twice the height of a fire warrior, it boasts nanocrystalline armor and multiple hardpoints for weaponry and support systems, along with a powerful jetpack. Often deployed in teams via low atmospheric insertion from holds of manta dropships, these suits offer a balance of speed, resilience, and firepower. The XV8 has further provided the prototype chassis for several more advanced battle suits now available to Tau commanders. These include the XV86 Cold Star with its trans-atmospheric flight capabilities and the formidable XV85 Enforcer. For sabotage and intelligence gathering, the Firecast deployed teams of XV25 stealth battle suits. The pilots of these suits are viewed askance for their unconventional tendencies and preference for operating independently of the wider Tau military. Their peculiarities, however, are more than excused by their combat record. XV25s mount integral stealth field generators that project a visual distortion effect. Coupled with cloaking fields and sensory deadening technologies, this renders stealth battle suits all but invisible until they strike. More recently, the XV25 has been joined by the XV95 Ghost Kill, which is a walking tank and stealth-capable terror weapon in one. The pilots of these battlesuits are veterans of XV25 operations, augmenting their hard-won abilities in ambush hunting and covert warfare with onboard support AI and a bewildering array of counter-sensory systems. It is a potent combination that has sealed the doom of many foes. Then, there are those battlesuits that eschew any notion of subtlety. The XV-88 broadside, for example, is a hulking beast that trades jet-assisted flight for armored resilience and enormous firepower. Toting heavy rail rifles, high-yield missile pods, and smart missile systems, broadside teams unleash salvos capable of shredding squadrons of tanks or swathes of massed infantry. Then there is the XV-104 Riptide, the terror of Damocles, the ultimate heavy battlesuit. A single fire warrior, assisted by an integrated AI, pilots this towering war engine and can move with a jet-assisted mobility that belies the Riptide's intimidating size. The battlesuit's experimental Nova reactor fuses dark matter to provide phenomenal power output that not only facilitates this frightening turn of pace, but also powers the suit's potent energy shield and a veritable arsenal of heavy weaponry. Battlefield support. In addition to the formidable armor and weaponry fashioned for them by the Earthcast, fire warriors on the battlefield have access to numerous supporting technologies, whether they are fighting on foot or piloting a battlesuit. Over their long and glorious history, the Firecast has made use of countless inventions that have flowed from the laboratories of the Earthcast. As each new technological marvel reaches a stage of combat readiness, it is assigned to willing volunteers for frontline testing. Some devices are weeded out during this experimental phase. They may prove too great a drain on a drone or battlesuit's power, or too fragile or temperamental for battlefield conditions. On rare occasions, as in the case of the exothermic reactive mantle, the gravitic auto booster, and the now infamous pulse field projector, they may prove regrettably hazardous to their user. Should this occur, the designs are not discarded, but are instead returned to the laboratory stage for further improvement, albeit with some loss of face for their inventors. For every innovation whose time is not yet ripe, there is another tried and tested system the Firecast would not now be without. Some of these are extremely modular, or have become more so over time. The ubiquitous marker light, for example, is a data beam projector and targeting system used to triangulate their foe's location, so as to undermine their cover positions or guide remote strike weaponry down upon them. So useful is this system that it has been adapted for handheld use by pathfinders and fire warriors, but can also be mounted on drones, battlesuits, and vehicles. By comparison, the electro-warfare suites employed by Ghost Keel battlesuits are so currently complex that they cannot be integrated into any other Tau's battlesuit, let alone replicated in miniature for infantry usage. That does not mean, of course, that this will be the case forever. The Earthcast are always seeking ways to better their own work. Certain support systems are known as staples of the Tau war machine. The operation and manufacture of some of these perennial technologies is so sound that it has not been improved upon in generations. Others are relatively newfound, yet have swiftly proliferated throughout the Firecast's forces and become indispensable to the cause. Oshasera, Commander Shadowsun, spearhead of the greater good. Amongst the finest pupils of Commander Puretide, Oshasera is the foremost living proponent of Kauyan within the Firecast, and amongst the Empire's most iconic war heroes. Clad in her highly advanced XV-22 Stalker battlesuit, Commander Shadowsun employs her strategic genius to orchestrate vast and elaborate battle plans, all while engaging and destroying the enemy's most valuable target assets. More than 400 years before the present day, the humble Shasla, who would become Commander Shadowsun, was the prodigy of the Firecast academies. So exceptional was her performance that she was given the opportunity to study at the feet of the Great Master, Commander Puretide. There she continued to excel. Despite being Puretide's youngest pupil, she outstripped all her peers bar one, Commander Oshova. Oshasera and Oshova developed a deep and abiding rivalry that pushed both of them to ever greater feats of excellence in the name of the Tau Empire. That rivalry carried over to the bloody campaign upon Dalyuth Prime, where the two commanders between them bled the momentum from the Imperial steamroller offensive. It was Oshova's dynamic deeds that gained greatest recognition during that fight. Yet none of his Mont-Ka tactics would have been possible had it not been for Shadowsun's meticulous Kaon strategies. In the wake of that conflict, Commander Farsight was selected by Anva for a daring new mission beyond the Damocles Gulf. Shadowsun, along with a number of Puretide's other living pupils, was sent into suspended animation in preparation for a time when the Empire would need new heroes. No doubt a restless and competitive being like Oshasera chafed at being consigned to the long sleep while her rival continued to win victory after victory for the Empire. Yet she showed her true dedication to the Tau Va that day by accepting without question the decision of the Ethereals. Oshasera knew the time would come when she would best serve the greater good, whether that would take decades, centuries, or millennia. So it did, during the Great War of Confederation against the overwhelming Orc threat. Having been revivified upon the order of Anva and given command of increasingly sizable Tau forces, Shadowsun demonstrated her genius at Kaon warfare time and again. Yet it was her audacious strike to end the Kresh expansions that sealed her reputation as the Empire's greatest hero. she led a stealth cadre into the heart of the orc encampment to land the killing blow, timing her attack to coincide with an artificial eclipse, and using low-flying orca dropships to deploy her entire cadre by jump jet direct into the enemy lines. Under cover of the unnatural darkness, Shadow Sun and her warriors picked off the orc leaders one by one. Osha Sarah herself hunted the orc warlord, cutting him down with precision fire before ordering the rest of her cadres to launch their own attack. Shorn of their leaders, the orcs collapsed into panicked anarchy. By the time the sunlight burned through the artificial veil, the battle was over, and a new Firecast legend was born. Promoted to Supreme Commander, Osha Sarah made her address from the Montier Battle Dome, the site where Farsight had famously trained. Arriving resplendent in her new prototype XV-22 battlesuit, she was a sight to stir the martial hearts of all who viewed her. With the entire Firecast watching, Shadow Sun began firing her weapons at the statue of Farsight, obliterating the effigy of this hero turned deserter. As the dust settled, she outlined the new campaigns the Tau Empire would soon embark on. She spoke of honor, the sacred code of fire, and the all-important law of the Tau Va. After this address, every fire warrior shouted in one voice, ready to follow their new commander to any end. Since that day, though she has been returned to stasis more than once, Commander Osha Sarah has remained the champion of the Empire. It was she who led the Third Sphere expansion to so many glorious victories, and who ensured the establishment of septs that have endured beyond the Damocles Gulf ever since. During that conflict, she led the assault that conquered the world Agralan in a single day. And it was Shadow Sun also who outmaneuvered and struck down Corvin Severax, the chapter master of the Raven Guard Space Marines. It was Shadow Sun, too, who spearheaded the Fifth Sphere expansion's leap into the unknown beyond the zone of silence. In the Chalnath expanse, she secured many fresh victories and masterminded system-wide campaigns of conquest. Some were subtle and diplomatic, others overwhelming martial masterpieces. Following her victory on Astorgius, Commander Shadow Sun turned her strategic genius to once again battling her oldest foes, the orcs. Vast numbers of them had been drawn by the three-sided anarchic campaign raging through the vast swathes of the Chalnath expanse. The greenskins poured from the Folna nebulae in ragtag invasion fleets, with the Thaxoril, Ryatov, and Barolier systems barely pacified, and conflict still raging on half a dozen other fronts. Osha Sarah was unwilling to allow this new menace to destabilize the precarious expansion of the Nim-Yar Atoll, deploying her forces in a complex web of interlocking positions throughout the Vilas, Metash, and Asoda systems, she has begun a military campaign with the Kaon philosophy at its heart, on an inter-system scale. In this way, she plans to bleed dry the orcs' momentum and utterly crush the threat they pose to the fifth sphere expansion. Spheres of expansion. The rise of the Tau can be seen to develop through distinct phases of exploration, conquest, and settlement known as spheres of expansion. Each is marked by a long buildup of resources and material, after which continual waves of exploratory missions and military campaigns follow. In this way are new septs secured, which in turn form the jumping-off points for the next sphere of expansion that follows. The events of the spheres of expansion have occurred over thousands of years. Still, when set against the immense distances involved in void-faring and the comparative pace set by other expanding races, their progress has been explosive. Each has spurred massive leaps in technology and understanding. Each has also come with its own traumas and costs, which Tau civilization has borne with characteristic stoicism. The initial surge out into the void saw the Tau colonize the dense star clusters around their home world. The first 8 Tau septs were established during this era of enterprise and adventure. It was an era when the might and value of the Fire Caste was fully appreciated by the rest of their species, for many worlds played host to hostile alien predators that had to be eliminated before colonization could begin. The Water Caste, too, proved their value during the first sphere expansion, for it was they, with the aid of the ethereals, who acclimatized their race to the notion of befriending and then incorporating even the strangest alien races into the Empire. For all their efforts, though, there was one race that could not be absorbed nor reasoned with. It took many costly disasters before the Tau accepted that the orcs, who proliferate throughout every region of the galaxy, were too savage and hostile ever to benefit the greater good. The first sphere expansion ended only when the vast distances of space slowed progression to a crawl. It was time for the Earth Caste to develop new methods of spacefaring, and for the rest of the thinly spread empire to regather its strength. In the build-up to the second sphere expansion, the Tau developed their first AI, incorporated countless more alien auxiliaries into their empire, and grew greatly in number. Then the Earth Caste of Valshaya Sept invented the ZFR Horizon Accelerator engine, which could propel Tau void ships to near light speed. Only then did Ethereal Supreme An Wei order the second expansion to commence. This new undertaking was to prove even more dynamic than the first, with more than a dozen new septs colonized over its span. The name of Commander Puretide dominated this period of Tau history, as he led masterful campaigns to which the septs of Elthier, Toshvar, and Altau owe their existence. Even the battle-loving orcs feared to face Puretide by the time his career neared its end. Towards the conclusion of this expansion, the Tau pushed forces across the mysterious Damocles Gulf, and there they encountered the Imperium for the first time. Watercast negotiators knew initial success here, and brought a score of human worlds willingly into the Empire before the inevitable Imperium retribution came. Driving the Tau back across the Gulf, the Damocles Crusade carved a bloody path through Tau space before finally being bled of its momentum by commanders Oshova and Oshacera on Daleth Prime. In the wake of this shocking conflict, the high-placed ethereal Anva sent Oshova back across the Gulf to attempt further conquests, only for the commander and his followers to desert in mysterious circumstances. At the same time, the horror of Tyrannid Hive Fleet Gorgon plowed into Kel Shan Sept. The ensuing battles drained the last of the Tau reserves before the invaders were defeated. The second sphere expansion was at an end. The Tau Empire was almost ready to launch its third greatest expansion when an orc wah of unprecedented enormity spilled from the Western Vale Nebula to attack the Viorla, Sakea, and Tauin septs. So began the Great War of Confederacy, during which Anva, now Ethereal Supreme, brought the entire Tau Empire together as a unified war engine to first halt and then defeat the Greenskins. Near the end of the second sphere expansion, several of Commander Puretide's most promising pupils had been placed into suspended animation against the day the Empire would need them most. It was during the Orc invasion that Anva had Commander Oshacera reawakened, for he knew her time had come. By the end of the war, which raged for 12 years, Shadow Sun had made her name as the greatest commander in living memory. She was the hero of the Firecast, victor of Vehara, the Dawn Worlds of Kormusan, and the Kresh expansions. Moreover, the empire that revered her had achieved a total war footing during the conflict, and its armies were now filled with blooded veterans, buoyed up by victory. Knowing the moment was right, Anva ordered the third sphere of expansion to begin. New Earthcast advances saw the Tau Void ships travel faster than ever, and with stasis chambers on board that could transport entire hunter cadres in suspended animation. The expansion surged across the Damocles Gulf, with Shadow Sun at its head. The Watercast had performed decades of preparatory negotiations amidst the distant alien worlds, and so Shadow Sun's forces claimed dozens of new planets in spectacularly short order. She drove her armies deep into Imperial space, culminating in the crushing conquest of Argrillan, which was declared the capital world of the new Mugalith Bay Sept. Some Tau naively believed that they had the Imperium in full retreat. They did not appreciate the scale of their error until the cataclysmic Imperial counterattack came. Only the unexpected aid of Oshova and his rebels saw the Tau spared from utter defeat in the meat grinder that followed. Yet still it proved horribly costly. Anva was slain by nightmarish Imperial assassins, though his death was kept secret. At the same time, rather than accept stalemate at the hands of upstart Xenos, the Imperium unleashed an Archaeotech superweapon whose fires blackened Argrillan and spread across the Damocles Gulf to drive both sides apart. It was an atrocity on a scale the Tau had never imagined, and it ended the third sphere of expansion in grisly fashion. For 10,000 years, the Space Wolves have loyally served the Emperor of mankind. They are a noble chapter of Space Marines, their coordinated savagery unequaled. Their warrior packs are hunters and slayers of heretics, mutants, Xenos, and demons. There is no leashing them. The tendrils of the ice kraken cannot bind them. They are the wind that howls through the trembling forest. They are the ship that splits the storm. Theirs is the joy of warriors born. Theirs is the barking laughter in the face of monstrous evil, the spittle in its eye. Theirs is the grin that widens and the fangs that gleam. Theirs are the growls on the edge of hearing, the fur-draped shapes in the blizzard. It is their roars that dog frenzied flight, their runic blades that cleave, and their claws that rend. Do you sense the hairs on your neck standing and the chill of ice spearing your heart? Do you see pitiless yellow eyes calculating your every weakness? You are being hunted. Are you afraid? They are the Emperor's executioners. You should be. Sons of Russ. Savage warriors and instinctive hunters from the frozen death world of Fenris. The Space Wolves are an indomitable and fiercely independent chapter of the Emperor's Space Marines. Wearing tribal furs and talismans, these demigods of war hound their foes, howling their battle cries before fearlessly charging the most monstrous enemies with bestial aggression. Upon icy Fenris, around roaring fires on cloudless nights, fueled by salted meat and fiery ale, tales are told, keeping alive the oral traditions of their nomadic peoples. Storytellers speak to their rapt audience. Fur-clad hunters, leather-skinned sailors, battle-scarred survivors all of the Sky Warriors. Denizens of lofty Azahheim, the Sky Warriors are no mere mortal men. Each is as large as an ice troll, the Skalds swear. They tell how the Sky Warriors' skin is rune-scribed iron, and their voices are thunder. The furred mantles they wear are the skins of beasts larger than anything hunted by man. Hung with fang and charms, they walk beams of starlight, or are else borne into the black sea of night on spears of wormfire. There, among the stars, say native Fenrisians, the Sky Warriors fight and hunt and feast eternally. These legendary figures are the Adepta Sororitas of Fenris, the Space Wolves. For millennia, the wolves of Fenris have fought fiercely in defense of the Imperium. The chapter has hunted horrific Xenos from the depths of wilderness space, torn down tyrants enslaving whole systems, and still fight the endless war against the insidious threat of chaos. Though clad in recognizable power armor and wielding the prized bolt weapons of all Space Marines, they are also steadfastly independent and dismissive of outside authority. The only masters the Space Wolves recognize are their long-departed Primarch and the Allfather, by which name they revere the Emperor. The Space Wolves were founded by the Emperor as the 6th Legion of his Space Marines. Legends tell they were as feared and lauded then as they are now. Ruthless executioners who never let doubt stay their hand. In those myth-shrouded times, the Space Wolves fought under their savage Primarch, Leman Russ, the Wolf King. From Russ, the Space Wolves inherited his genetic legacy, the keen senses of true predators, canine teeth that lengthen into fangs as the warrior ages, and the instinctive aggression of great hunters. It is an aggression each aspirant strives to overcome during the tests of initiation, for at its heart is the inner beast. Through the Battle Brothers' life, a simmering rage lurks beneath the surface, ready at any moment to break its bonds. For most, this manifests as a berserk fury. Yet there are dark tales of bestial transformations. Some even claim elements of Russ's genetic legacy are cursed. Before the Imperium was even born, or so the elder sagas go, the nascent Primarch, Leman Russ, was cast onto the murderously inhospitable planet of Fenris. This planet remains the homeworld of the Space Wolves. Their mountainous fortress monastery, the Fang, rises inviolably above the polar fastness of Azahheim. Fenris's untamed wilderness are as much a part of the chapter as Russ's genetic legacy. It is a world of ice and fire, mammoth, frigid seas encircle the world, forbidding and storm-racked. Scattered islands and innumerable ice floes lead a fragile existence. During Fenris's orbit, the world endures a cold voyage through the void while its oceans freeze. When Fenris eventually returns to closer proximity with its star, the Wolf's Eye, the sub-oceanic crust heaves in the season of fire. Seas boil, and new lands are violently born. Older islands shattering or sinking beneath the waves. Only the continent of Asaheim endures. Fenris is a death world, its every aspect inimical to human life. Horrors beyond count lurk beneath the seas, and monstrous predators stalk the lands. Yet mankind survives here in hardy and warlike nomadic tribes. Leman Russ was raised among these tribes, and the traditions of these people remain strongly reflected in the Space Wolves' hidebound culture. The chapter recruits from the strongest and most valorous Fenrisians, and the Space Wolves fight in the manner of those fearless people, as a battle-hungry brotherhood of heroes. Each voyage through the stars into the dark unknown, and each war against immense odds, is a glorious adventure to be seized and conquered. Every Space Wolf seeks to make a name for himself, to have his deeds immortalized in a saga, an oral account rhythmically intoned at great feasts and accorded to only the worthiest warriors. The Space Wolves' warrior bands gather around yet greater heroes, like the tribal kings of Fenris and their loyal bondsmen. As the Fenrisian chiefs are attended by mystics and medicine men, so the lords of the Space Wolves call upon the chapter's priesthoods. These exemplify the chapter's obdurate refusal to heed the dictates of the Codex Astartes. Each priesthood undertakes duties similar to some of the specialized officer castes of other chapters. The Iron Priests maintain and repair the chapter's vehicles, weapons, and war gear. The Psychic Rune Priests guard their battle brothers against sorcery, while Wolf Priests maintain the Space Wolves' culture and spirit, as well as its warriors' physical and genetic endurance. The Space Wolves chapter is divided into 12 great companies, and within each are a fluctuating number of squads called packs by the Sons of Russ. Rather than having sergeants, they are led by pack leaders or alphas. Commanding them in turn are the Wolf Lords, each a chief of their own company and answerable only to the master of the chapter, the Great Wolf. The packs progress through a series of stages, identified by the color of the markings they bear upon their armor. Many packs fight together for life and remain in their oath-sworn great company. The competitiveness of their warriors tempered over the years into iron-hard bonds of brotherhood. Newly inducted Space Wolves retain the exuberance and ferocity of the young fighters they were. Risk-takers and often ill-disciplined, they bear pack markings in yellow and red. Their wolf lord usually directs them to fight in aggressive packs as bikers, jump pack troops, and close-quarters combatants. When their pack has been blooded with numerous battles, the experienced and mature Space Wolves rededicate their markings in red and black. Such packs form the majority of most great companies' strength. Their wolf lord often deploys these dependable fighters in adaptable units, fluid in both attack and defense, as roving predators taking and holding key assets. When a pack has emerged victorious from countless campaigns, they will solemnly alter their pack markings to white and black of Asaheim's enduring peaks. Veterans of centuries with the utmost trust of their lord, these disciplined, wise, and dangerous warriors are often granted the most powerful and precise weapons. During any such stage, a Space Wolf may be taken from his original pack, his skills put to better use in the specialized packs of the Great Company. In pack markings of gray and black, silent and cunning prey stalkers prowl the wilds, hunting the foe far from boisterous company, while those of the Wolf Lord's closest companions bear yellow and black. These are his hand-picked Wolf Guard, the best of the Great Company, mentors and inspirational heroes all wish to emulate. Sagas of the Sky Warriors. There is no glory without danger. So do the Space Wolves approach the myriad terrors of the galaxy as opportunities for valor, as obstacles to overcome, and as tests for the daring. There is no foe they are unwilling to stare down. There is no fire-swept hell they are unwilling to dive into. If they fear anything, it is a warrior's life unlived and unknown. Pivotal to the culture of the Space Wolves is the saga. The oral traditions of Fenris's tribes are deeply entrenched. They are a warrior people, and each day may bring the rival's spear, the crushing wave, or the kraken's coils to end their life. The Fenrisians remind each other, and any spirits that may listen, of a lost warrior's deeds. Generation after generation, they speak of the foes a hero slew, of the risks taken, and of the voyages made. The saga is a hero's history, and thus their soul. In turn, such traditions have been embedded in the Space Wolves. Though they are as gods to the Fenrisians, the canvas of their lives immeasurably bigger, and the dangers they face incalculably greater the importance of the saga remains. When a warrior of the Space Wolves falls in battle, if his deeds are mighty enough, his battle brothers gather. Alone or in groups come the members of his and other packs, some even from other great companies. They each give an account of the fallen to a skald, one of their number skilled in the highly respected art form of remembering and retelling such histories. When the Space Wolves feast, which is often and loudly, they do so in the firelit and trophy-hung halls of the chapter, whether upon Fenris or aboard their warships. At an unspoken sign, the wolves of Fenris cease their deafening songs and their bouts of strength, and tankards refill with throat-burning mead. Then do the skalds recite the sagas, new and old. They tell of unalloyed heroism, of failure turned victory, of giants bested and tricksters outwitted, and of traitors punished and monsters humbled. To roars of corpse-waking laughter, cheers for saga-worthy deeds, and the crackle of flame, to shouts and the slamming of fists on Fenrisian iron oak, they tell of glory. It is not only warriors who forge sagas. The greatest weapons and armor of the chapter have storied histories of their own, woven as they've slayed fell beasts or defended the sons of Ross. The thunderhammer Vikskell, now thought lost, was crafted by the Iron Priest Boder Silverscalp before he gifted it to the Wolf Lord Svergil Trollhow. When Trollhow was felled by an Aeldari white construct, Vikskell was taken up by one of his Wolfguard, with whom the weapon fought its way towards Svergil's slayer. When at last the warrior stood before his lord's murderer, he and Vikskell claimed vengeance together. The repulsor, Jarvel, the hammer of Asaheim, earned a heroic reputation among the Blackmanes for its relentless pursuits of the tainted creatures left on Fenris in the long aftermath of Magnus's siege. Space Wolves go to war with the deeds of the chapter's past heroes in their minds, even as they fight alongside their living battle brothers. To make war in such mighty company stirs the blood and fires the soul. Death holds no fear for the Space Wolves. If a pack's Wolf Lord commands them to fall upon an enemy position and alone hold it with their lives against endless assaults, the task is accepted not with grim fatalism, but eagerness. If it is the pack's destiny to end the threat of their lives, ensuring others' victory, if that is to be their end, then they will make it such an end that tales of their glory and honor will echo through eternity. Space Wolves take on cognomens of their own choosing or become known for some aspect of their appearance or character. This is often as a result of some death-defying deed they have survived, or saga-worthy feat of arms. Thus did Ragnar take the name Blackmane when he slew one of those terrifying giants of wolf kind. So did pack leader Hrolf's skill with his plasma exterminators earn him the name Starspitter, keeping it long after he left his headstrong days behind. Space wolves see power in names, reveling in what may have started as an insult or wager, and adding or changing them to reflect personal glory or to honor others. Space wolves set great store by tradition and have rigid notions of honor and justice. It is common for them to swear great oaths when vengeance must be taken, when honor or duty must be satisfied, or a drunken wager fulfilled. Some oaths are sworn to one's battle brothers, to one's wolf lord, or to the Primarch, wherever he may be. The most binding of these are weapon oaths, unbreakable vows sworn on the lethal tools of a born warrior. Many oaths are simply declaimed loudly, that both friends and foes may hear. Still others are tattooed on the Space Marine's leathery skin, or inscribed in runic marks on their war gear. Though it may take many years to fulfill, or even the centuries-long lifetime of a Space Marine, no space wolf would ever abandon an oath, for to do so would bring great shame. Deeds of myth. The epic history of the space wolves stretches deep into the barely understood ages of the Imperium's past. Details may be indistinct and whole epochs unaccounted for. Yet none deny the chapter's position at the forefront of humanity's defense for 10,000 years. If tales of these times are incredible, it is because the space wolves are heroes like no other. In the Era Indomitus, the space wolves stand as one of the greatest among more than 1,000 chapters of Space Marines. 10 millennia ago, they were the 6th of the 20 legions, forged by the Emperor himself for his great crusade. It is hinted that the 6th Legion were often wielded by the Emperor as hunter-killers, tireless pursuers, and bloody-mauled weapons of vengeance. Some obscure work suggests a veil of secrecy was laid over many of their early campaigns, that they were monsters set loose only when needed against enemies whose execution had to be swift and complete. The space wolves care about such whispers now as they may have all those years ago. Not at all. Then, as now, the Imperium needed such uncompromising warriors, combatants whose purity of purpose enabled them to do what had to be done. Crumbling electro-parchments tell how upon the tempest-flayed death world of Fenris, the Emperor discovered the fierce Leman Russ and united the Primarch with his Gene sons. Some of the elder sagas hinted how the Space Wolves Legion fought through the Great Crusade. Fear spread before them as they prowled the galaxy, a hurricane of war that swept all before them. Under the Wolf King, so the tales go, the Legion was just as independent and headstrong as they are in the 41st millennium. Their aggression and forthright nature often saw them at odds with their fellow Legion Astartes. Such matters even led to confrontation, such as the first eruption of the eon-long feud with the Dark Angels that saw some sources place the planet on Dulon. Yet, such conflict would pale into insignificance before the horrors of what later chroniclers would call the Horus Heresy. The heresy and its aftermath consumed the galaxy. Billions were massacred and entire worlds destroyed. It is no wonder that, in the very few records surviving from this time, myth, lies, apocrypha, and contradiction make it impossible to know anything for certain. Within the Space Wolves' own traditions is a tale said to originate from the earliest days of the heresy. With near their full strength, the Space Wolves attacked and devastated the Thousand Sons Legion of Magnus the Red and razed their homeworld of Prospero. Declaimed by the All-Father himself as sorcerers and heretics, or so this sliver of Russ's saga goes, the Thousand Sons' protestations of innocence were revealed as lies when they viciously fought back with all their hellish, warp-spawned powers. The saga shard peters out with a titanic duel of gods. Ruddy, hell-haloed Magnus and the flint-eyed Tempest that was Russ. Eventually, the storm shattered the sorcerer. The Thousand Sons and their master were broken on Prospero, and were said to have fled through a sorceress portal while their world burned. Behind them, so it goes, followed the Space Wolves' 13th Great Company, the Wolfenkind. It would not be the last that the Space Wolves or the Imperium would see of Magnus and his sons, nor of innumerable other horrors. Since the Great Rift has spread its jaws wide, the churning morass of warp storms, terror, insanity, and bloodshed have tested all the sons of Russ as never before. The Great Companies. Like the tumultuous Fenrisian Isles, the Great Companies of the Space Wolves are not permanently fixed. Where one Wolf Lord falls, another must rise to lead his battle brothers. Taking a figure from Fenrisian myth to be his sigil. Though varied, every wolf lord and great company strives to embody the virtues of strength, courage, and honor that defined their primarch. Each great company is near autonomous. They do not conform to the structures laid out in the Codex Astartes, and charges have often been levied from a safe distance that the Space Wolves maintain far more warriors than its dictates allow. Each is commanded by a wolf lord, equivalent to the captains of other chapters. He rules a brotherhood of eager warriors fueled by battle lust, and his resources give him the capacity to hunt down and kill any prey. In the Wolf Lord's lair within the Fang are stores of powerful war gear and master-crafted weapons. He commands a fleet of warships to sail the Sea of Stars, as well as powerful war engines such as battle tanks, anti-grav vehicles, and bulky war suits, some of which are centuries or even millennia old. Their machine spirits as aggressive and savage as ever. Upon the enormous stone tablets of the Grand Onulus within the hall of the Great Wolf on Fenris, each company is represented by the sigil of their wolf lord. The Space Wolves have used many dozens of sigils throughout their history. Some descended from ancient Fenrisian myths, but many developed solely in the Space Wolves' own mystic traditions. Some, like the Spirit Wolf, have not been selected in millennia. The symbolism of each is not only fixed in myth, but absorbs the deeds and characters of each great company, consuming their sagas. Thus do some sigils recur in cycles of prominence, while others, with connections to fallen heroes or to bad omens, remain thought of as cursed, such is the case with the Hunger Skull, tied forever to the traitor Jorgen Vor. Bran Redmaw's personal icon is the Bloodied Hunter, and his company's savagery is legend. Some say the curse of the Wolfen runs deep within the ranks of the Bloodmaws. Bran has been seen to attack with a howling pack of Wolfen, and sometimes even succumbs to the Canis Helix himself in battle. Yet his warriors are also cunning. The Wolf Lord's numerous grey hunters often lie in wait to the foe's rear after the fury of Bran's frontal attack forces their enemies to retreat. Ingir Krakendoom's sigil is that of the Sea Wolf, often chosen from the kraken-hunting islanders of the south. Many of his men are dark of skin and temperament. They go to war embarked upon armored transports and airborne assault craft adorned with shields. Their swift claws and outriders harry the foe upon the flanks, ensuring the packs reach the enemy in an unstoppable tide. The Sons of Morkai, named after the wolf god long before taking on the sigil of the two-headed beast, Eric Morkai has always been grim and stern of aspect. His company has a great many wolf scout packs, fellow hard-eyed warriors who appreciate their master's taciturn demeanor. Eric's terrifyingly effective methods involve solving problems with swift and bloody acts of violence. It is rumored that the growing cult of the Hounds of Mordkai look to Eric as a silent alpha. The Wolf of the Red Moon is a skeletal beast that prowls the seven hells in Fenrisian myth, devouring the unworthy and yet never growing fat. The Wolf Lord who bears this symbol, Gunnar Red Moon, is a roaring bear of a man and as boastful as a bard. He favors fang packs such as aggressors and centurion devastators. Like him, they are possessed of a strong appetite for heavy firepower and even heavier feasting. The champions of Fenris are the great company of Logan Grimnar and are fanatically loyal to its charismatic and cunning leader. Each warrior is extremely proud of his link to the Supreme Lord of the chapter and constantly vies with his peers for the Great Wolf's favor. Logan Grimnar firmly believes that a battle can be carried by a few heroes in the right place at the right time, and as such makes effective use of the many wolf guard in his great company. The Wolf Lord, Harold Deathwolf of the Deathwolves, takes the symbol of the ravening jaw, icon of the wolf time, when Mordkai will eat the sun and eternal night will shroud the stars. Harold himself rides to war upon Icetooth, a great gray thunderwolf. He is the chapter's foremost hunter, for his senses are so sharp he can smell fear. Harold's great company includes a host of lupine beasts, be they flesh and blood or cybernetic constructs. Bjorn Stormwolf of the Stormwolves is a ruddy mountain of muscle and bellowed impatience. He has taken Drekken the Thunderwolf as his symbol, for he too is a creature of ferocity over stealth. When the Stormwolves go to war, they utilize many heavy weapons, bikes, vindicators, and jump packs, for they rejoice in the din of battle more than any other company. Vorek Gnarlfist of the Iron Wolves has cemented his relatively recent position among the Wolf Lords. Having learned his craft under Lord Aegle, whose Iron Wolf sigil he kept as a mark of respect, his great company's armored assaults are greatly feared. Squadrons of repulsor executioners hunt monstrous enemies, while Vorek's packs of wolf scouts outflank the foe in impulsor transports, before closing on them like inescapable iron jaws. Crom Dragongaze of the Drake Slayers has a presence of will so strong that his fiercely loyal wolf guard say only the mythical Sun Wolf has a hope of staring him down. Crom loves taking part in all kinds of contests, from the trial of the Bladed Eye to the rivalries he fosters within his great company and without. Perhaps the most talented Wolf Lord of all, The Blackmane's Ragnar Blackmane is a force of sheer ferocity and the stuff of legend. Though he is comparatively young, he is without a doubt a warrior born. Ragnar frequently has the honor of planning and leading the Space Wolves' planetary invasions, seeding a world with ravening packs of reavers before launching one of his famed lightning-fast drop assaults. Sven Bloodhow, Lord of the Fire Howlers, has been missing since he assaulted the Will of Eternity, one of Abaddon's Blackstone fortresses. While some believe his saga to be ended, his Wolfguard rule in his name until his fate is determined. The Fire Howlers tattoo themselves with Bloodhowl's volcanic icon, the Fire Breather, alongside runes depicting their own sagas. In Fenrisian myth, the fire wolf burns without being consumed. Some whisper Jarl Grimblood bears a gift, that he can see visions in the fires of war. The Wolf Lord of the Grimbloods and his packs have not been seen on Fenris in a long time, as they burn a trail of destruction through endless warbands of equally savage orcs. The blank name stone representing the 13th Company set into the Grand Annulus was once that of Jorn Bloodhowl's great company, known as the Wolfenkind. They who hounded the 1,000 Suns into the warp during the Horus Heresy. Though some Wolfen appear to have returned, this stone continues to represent all of the great companies across history that have fallen or were lost in battle. Curse of the Wolfen. The ferocity and savagery of the Space Wolves is well attested by other Imperial forces who have had the terrifying honor of fighting alongside them. Some Imperial commanders attribute what they see as the Space Wolves' feral barbarism to their origins among Fenris's warring tribes. In reality, the chapter's bestial nature goes far deeper, into the core of their being. All scions of Leman Russ bear genetic traits they inherit from their progenitor Primarch. Like that of all Adeptus Astartes, the gene seed of the Space Wolves works changes on the body and the mind, interacting with the specialized organs implanted into every warrior. Some of these alterations and synergies may once have been understood by the great mystic geneticists of Mars, Terra, and Luna, yet most were only ever fully grasped by the Emperor himself. Space Wolves have heightened instincts, preternatural senses, and a raw aggression that makes them consummate hunters and devastating shock troops. Yet, these traits are merely the outer pelt of a ferocious nature that is usually suppressed. Of an inner beast, a base and incoherent rage, terrible hunger, and bloodthirsty fury. The Space Wolves know this intangible shadow as the Wolfen, and it resides in each of them without exception. Aspirants of the Space Wolves chapter undergo many arduous and deadly trials before they are bloodily transformed with strange tools and arcane science into Space Marines. They are tested by the priesthoods for their suitability in mind, body, and spirit. Many aspirants fail in these tests. Of these failures, the lucky pass swiftly into the realm of Morkai, the two-headed wolf god of Fenrisian myth, who guards the gates of death. Some few continue to serve as serfs, forever shamed by defeat, or as unthinking, half-human servitors. Many of these tests differ depending on the aspirant and even the traditions of individual great companies. Yet the final one is always the same: the test of Morkai. The warrior is taken far into the barren wastes beyond the fortress of the Fang. He drinks from the cup of Wolfen, and his body absorbs the first and most deadly component of the Space Wolves' gene seed, the Canis Helix. No distinction is made between those who go on to be implanted with the organs of Primaris Space Marines and those matured more traditionally. No aspirants are exempted from the test of Morkai. The Canis Helix is necessary. Without this essential part of Leman Russ's heritage, the other gene helices cannot be implanted. The frightening potency of the Canis Helix has accounted for the lives of many aspirants. The numbers will never be known, since the Sons of Russ rarely record failure. All those not killed by the draught from the cup of Wolfen undergo a monstrous transformation. The Helix works hideous changes on the warrior's mind and body. Bones split and buckle before fusing. Thick hair sprouts across his body, and he is overcome with a desire to hunt, kill, and glut himself on fresh meat. His body mass swells, and his teeth grow into sharp fangs. Whilst in the throes of excruciatingly painful change, the aspirant is cast into the wilderness alone and left to make his way back to the Fang. The warrior must overcome the hunger within him, lest it possess him entirely. If he does not, he will become one of the feral creatures known, like the shadow in his soul, as the Wolfen. If the aspirant finds his way back to the Fang, despite the ravaging changes and the many perils that lie before him, he is implanted with the remainder of the Space Wolf's gene seed, stabilizing the Canis Helix and completing his apotheosis. With time, however, it becomes clear that some of these warriors have not completely conquered the Canis Helix's original effects. In moments of great fury, at the zenith of their battle frenzy, some alter into that bestial state. This is the curse of the Wolfen, an ever-present threat that haunts the soul of every son of Rus. To become one of the Wolfen during the test of Mordkai is to roam the wilderness forevermore as a creature of the darkest night, or be captured by their former brothers and held as a caged beast until the time is right for them to be set loose into battle. Those who succumb to the inner beast during battle may be able to reassert control once all before them lay dead. Once the pounding rush of blood becomes less deafening, and the scent of their prey's fear has died with them. Some cannot. They become locked in a cycle of berserk fury, forever fallen from grace as feared reminders of what may await any son of Rus. In battle, their savage howls speak to the muzzled fury within each of the Wolf King's line, inflaming the passions of even the most self-possessed. Among the Space Wolves, there are other Wolfen, their origins uncertain even to those gifted with wisdom. Singly or in packs, they have been discovered across the galaxy, bearing remnants of ancient war gear. Many are marked with the heraldry of the lost 13th Great Company, though there are other sigils and runes that cannot be read among their panoply. Wary talks abounds of the Wolfen kind and ancient prophecies, of tragic brothers and curses. Whether these are truly those same warriors who vanished so long ago, horribly changed, may never be known. Still recognizing their fellow warriors as battle brothers, the Space Wolves usher packs of Wolfen aboard gunships and deploy them into the heart of the enemy. At other times, the Wolfen lope across the field, their instinct leading them to the thickest fighting. They bear fragments of armor shaped to fit their altered anatomies, pack-marked with the white of fangs and the red of blood. With iron-hard talons, marrow-freezing claws, or weapons so huge that only they can wield them, Wolfen tear apart any before them. Beneath the fang, in the frozen non-existence of stasis fields, the pilots of the chapter's dreadnoughts slumber between wars. Though little remains of their once heroic physiques, still these epic warriors bear the genetic legacy of Rus. In rare cases, the sleeping beast within their psyche awakes, and the curse of the Wolfen ravages and distorts the warrior's mind. Wolfen dreadnoughts unleash rampant devastation. Their metallic snarls and howls blared through emitters as they charge toward any enemy, sweeping long claws or massive axes through anything that dare stands in their way. There is one among these behemoths whose violent storms of slaughter eclipses all others. Discovered by the Space Wolves on the hell world of Omnicide, the feral dreadnought known only as Murderfang is a single-minded berserker of metallic rage. Whatever noble son of Fenris once piloted this untamed force of destruction is long since lost, consumed entirely by the bestial thing at Murderfang's heart. Only by using Hellfrost technology to freeze its servos between battles can its wrath be stayed. From the hellish regions of the galaxy, warp storms, demon worlds, shadow-veiled fortresses, the armies of the heretic Astartes strike at their hated enemies. The Chaos Space Marines are terrifying veterans of the Long War, genetically augmented fighters whose skills were first honed centuries or even millennia ago. In the long years since their fall from grace and their rebirth as reavers and tyrants, they have dwelt amidst terror and madness. Their blades and their instincts have been kept sharp by constant warfare against predatory abominations and Xenos aggressors, and against each other. Yet their greatest opponents are those from whom they turned, the Imperium of mankind, who named them traitors. For these foes, the heretic Astartes reserved their deepest and most bitter hatred. To face the Chaos Space Marines in battle is to stand before all the strength, power, and devastating weaponry possessed by their loyalist cousins, but wielded by warriors freed from the restraints of stultifying doctrine. More terrifying still, they have fully embraced the diabolical power of the warp. Sorcerers unleash tainted empiric energies, abominable fusions of demon and machine stalk blood-drenched battlefields, and the champions of the ruinous power wield cursed weapons inhabited by malicious entities. They were created for unending war, slavishly effecting the conquest of a galaxy that would never be theirs. What they have become are countless brotherhoods of the galaxy's most skilled and merciless warriors, further empowered by the boons of the dark gods of chaos. Nothing is beyond their reach, not conquest, nor revenge, nor eternal damnation. The seeds of treachery. Many of the dread-armored legionnaires who threaten the galaxy have survived for 10,000 years, from a time before any space marines had fallen to the promises of chaos. To the Imperium, such eras are shrouded in myth. To the heretics who lived through them, they were formative times that shaped the beginnings of their unerring paths toward damnation. Space Marines are genetically augmented super soldiers, men taken apart and remade by arcane science and biotech from darker ages. They are armored in advanced suits of powered battleplate connected directly to their bodies, granting them even more speed, strength, and resilience, and wield weapons at the zenith of mankind's ability to conceive. Only the Emperor, a being of towering intellect, psychic strength, and foresight, could have brought such technology to fruition. In the waning years of the Age of Strife, he needed armies for his ambitious designs of conquest, first of Terra, and then of the entire galaxy. It is said that amongst the Emperor's earliest works were the Primarchs. Traditionally 20 in number, these numinous beings are described as the pinnacle of the Emperor's craft. Demigods that shared a portion of his soul, or else mirrored a facet of his divine persona. Stained armor-glass within the ecclesiarchal palace upon Terra tells how, from the Primarchs, the Emperor created the first legions of Space Marines. These were forged in their respective genesire's image, so that they shared the same range of nigh-on supernatural gifts, but filtered through the prism of their Primarch's unique attributes. Thus, the Space Marines were granted a sliver of their father's power, inheriting portions of their specialist strengths as well as their particular foibles. An unknown calamity overtook the Primarchs, however, before the Emperor's work upon them was complete. Some inexplicable cosmic catastrophe scattered the nascent demigods throughout the galaxy. Only a handful of Ordo Malleus Inquisitors can even speculate as to what occurred, but some have wondered whether it was during this tragedy that the tendrils of chaos first touched a number of the Primarchs. Whatever the truth, the Primarchs were not initially at the Emperor's side when he unified Terra and set out on his great crusade with the Space Marine legions, his angels of death, at the vanguard of his armies. The legions were enormous, thousands upon thousands of elite warriors endowed with the finest equipment the growing Imperium could provide. They were granted whole fleets of starships, as well as the autonomy to undertake campaigns of their own. Forge worlds of the Mechanicum, countless regiments of the Imperial Army, legions of Titans and Knight households pledged themselves to the legions. The Space Marines were the hammer that forged the Imperium, the Emperor's heralds. The Great Crusade ground on for years, and in time, the Primarchs that had been sundered from the Emperor's side are believed to have been rediscovered. United with the Space Marines that bore their genetic legacy, they commanded the armies of humanity into the darkest and most terrifying depths of the galaxy. Mankind seemed poised to conquer everything before them. Xenos empires crumbled, virgin sectors opened to exploitation, and forgotten offshoots of humanity were rediscovered and brought into the Imperium, willingly or not. Yet, at the pinnacle of the Emperor's might, there arose an enemy that would almost destroy his Imperium. Those in thrall to the Dark Gods. These flesh and blood servants of the ruinous powers were the least of the threat, however. Whether through whispering battlefield winds, feverish nightmares, or sorcerous infections, the insidious taint of chaos wormed its way amongst the Imperium's greatest heroes, and a corruption of body and spirit took hold, truths were twisted. Pride and martial prowess were appealed to. Perfectionism and courage were perverted. And all the while doubts were cast on the Emperor and his plans. It is unlikely that any single Primarch was wholly resistant to this evil, each being tested in turn, and standing or bending beneath the deceptively subtle assault. As a result, fully half the Primarchs and the legions that served them turned their faces from the Emperor's light. The apocalyptic civil war that they ignited is known to historians as the Horus Heresy, named after its chief instigator, he who was once the most trusted of the Emperor's generals. The Primarch Horus and his legion led the galactic insurrection. In the Era Indominus, precious little is still known of the heresy with any degree of certainty. Records have been destroyed, sequestered by secretive organizations, or perhaps in some cases still lie buried beneath the forgotten fastness toppled during that time. The names of monstrous evildoers and saintly heroes continue to be reviled and revered, even when their deeds are lost to time or official censure. The details of events whose names echo through time are either contradictory or so fantastic as to be beyond belief. Nonetheless, it seems that at the drop site massacre of Istvan V, the Battle of Kauth, even the Siege of Terra itself, the turncoat traitor legions unleashed their emperor-given strength and the fell power of their new masters. It very nearly proved enough. The Imperium was driven to the brink of extinction. The Ecclesiarchy tells that by the supreme sacrifice, the Emperor cast down the arch-traitor Horus and turned the battle's tide. The heresy died with its leader, and the traitors were driven from Terra's gates. The Imperial survivors pushed the defeated traitor legions from sector to sector, world to world, in a furious reckoning that became known as the Scouring. It was a years-long campaign of vengeance, the Imperium's abhorrence fueled by the depths of the traitors' betrayal. To have threatened Terra in the first place, the traitor legions and their myriad allies had virtually drowned the galaxy in blood. Uncounted worlds had been conquered in the heretics' path to the throne world. Countless more had willingly thrown in their lot with Horus and his followers, whether seeking mere survival or banking on the power of such an affiliation would bring them. The traitors regrouped in their fortresses and homeworlds and continued the fight, no longer for the conquest of the Imperium, but for their survival. War was so incessant that at times the threat to the Emperor's realm was almost as great as it had been at the height of the heresy. Many of the traitor legions were eventually hounded into the Eye of Terror, an ancient warp rift within the Segmentum Obscurus. There, a vast interstitial zone existed where the warp and real space overlapped, a place of madness and mutation, where demon worlds endured against natural laws. Hemmed in by the Cadian Gate, a solitary channel of open space guarded by the bastion world Cadia and countless standing armies, the traders were believed trapped. Upon insane worlds twisted and corrupted by the warp's tides, many of the trader legions conquered new holdings, razed baleful fortresses, and carved out diabolical empires of their own as they warred with each other for dominance. Yet it was not a region any of them were content to inhabit indefinitely. Their existence became one filled with hatred and an obsession for vengeance, and they plotted to punish the Imperium for daring to believe them caged. The Imperium, weakened dreadfully by the heresy, perhaps should have driven onwards and ensured the traitors' destruction. But Xenos uprisings and continued war against recidivist systems blinded them to the canker that grew within the Eye of Terror. Abaddon, the Despoiler. The name of Abaddon the Despoiler has become an eightfold curse within the Imperium. For the thousands of years of terror he has heaped upon the galaxy, a realm he once helped conquer in the name of the Emperor. Abaddon is feared by the High Lords of Terra within the halls of the greatest Xenos empires, and even by the most powerful champions of his own Black Legion. He is called the Archfiend, the Master of the Black Legion, and the War Master of Chaos. It is Abaddon alone who has been able to wield all the disparate traitor legions, as well as countless renegades, and his dark dreams of conquest are far from sated. During the Great Crusade, Abaddon rose to be captain of the first company of the Lunar Wolves, as the Legion of the Primacorus was then known. Such was Abaddon's tactical skill and physical prowess. It was rumored that he may have been a clone son of Horus himself. When the heresy blossomed into bloody violence, it was clear that Abaddon's loyalty lay solely with Horus. He led the Terminators of the Sons of Horus across Istavan, Yarans, and Terra itself before the heresy ended with Horus's defeat at the Emperor's hands. Abaddon's anguish at his master's death drove him deeper into madness and hatred than any mortal should ever sink. Before retreating from Terra, Abaddon took up the Primarch's body and fought his way free of the vengeful loyalists. With their cadaverous prize, Abaddon and his legion fled Terra. Amongst the unnatural tides and tempests of the Eye of Terror, brother turned on brother as resources both mundane and esoteric fueled the traitors' wars for survival. Abaddon reforged his legion in those dark days, tearing the name of his gene-sire from the factoring brotherhood and grasping the mantle of overlordship for himself. A Black Crusade is an unsteady alliance between the infernal scions of the warp, drawing together a terrifying army of heretic Astartes, demons, mutants, and renegades. The most destructive of these sky-darkening invasions have been those led by Abaddon the Despoiler. When the War Master of Chaos first returned to the Imperium, he was at the head of a diabolical horde ravaging system after system around the Eye of Terror. His Chaos Space Marines, now calling themselves the Black Legion, were at the forefront of the attack, destroying all in their path. During this first Black Crusade, Abaddon formed many bloody pacts in the name of the Chaos Gods. While his armies laid waste to worlds around Cadia, the Despoiler descended into the crypts below the Tower of Silence on Uralon, where he recovered a demon sword of prodigious power. The arcane weapon contained the bound essence of Drachnian, a writhing warp entity that the Despoiler's heralds claim can rend reality apart. With the howling blade in his armored fist, Abaddon became nigh on unstoppable. More Black Crusades followed, each achieving some dark purpose that even the mightiest sages of the Imperium could not discern. During the second of his apocalyptic campaigns, Abaddon reached out his armies to curse the worlds of the Bellis Corona sector. His fleet destroyed dozens of cruisers within the sector's shipyards, while in a devastating teleport attack, Abaddon led his Terminator elite to the inquisitorial stronghold of Nemesis Tessera. He toppled the world's hexagrammatic eldritch needles, and, when Inquisitors later sifted through the installation's ruins, they discovered the rupture of a critical cell and the disappearance of its demonic prisoner. Abaddon's fifth Black Crusade targeted the Alessia sector, cities home to millions, sacred shrines, and forge temples across dozens of the sector's worlds. Each was destroyed in an act of empiric violation. The wanton slaughter shattered warp seals that had held back tides of psychic mutation. On Terraninth, Abaddon lured the vengeful Warhawks and Venerators chapters into a city-wide ambush, trapping them between his Black Legion and a slavering host of Khornate demons. Both loyalist chapters were completely destroyed, and the skulls of every deceived warrior taken by the triumphant demons as their promised due. The 12th Black Crusade ignited the Gothic War. The eponymous sector this campaign targeted was home to the arcane and prehistoric Blackstone fortresses, megalithic void-born stations of unknown origin. The Imperium had long employed the deserted and seemingly inert edifices in the Gothic sector as star forts. Through the use of occult artifacts, Abaddon was able to gain control of several of the fortresses. He used their warp-fueled weapons not only to annihilate enemy ships, but also the Flint's planets of life, and finally to destroy the star Tarantis. Two of the Blackstone fortresses were known to still be in Abaddon's clutches when the Gothic War eventually concluded. Now, as Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade reaches its peak in the Era Indomitus, Cadia has finally been overrun, its surface reduced to a burning wasteland. Though the planet itself has fallen, possession of the Cadian Gate hangs in the balance. Abaddon's acquisitive gaze has also turned to the Nachmund Gauntlet, as he seeks to control the primary navigable route through the Cicatrix Maledictum. These are just some of the schemes of Dominion the Despoiler masterminds in his drive to wipe the Imperium from existence. Should he triumph, the dark tide of chaos will pour from the warp to strike at last at the most prized world of all, Holy Terra itself. Warmaster Abaddon has proved incomparably greater than any of the mighty Chaos Lords, manipulative sorcerers, or terrifying demon princes who serve as his lieutenants and lead war bands of the Black Legion. Greater, too, is he than any of the myriad champions of the Dark Gods amongst the other legions and renegade chapters, save perhaps the fell demon primarchs themselves. It is said that he alone has the power to unite the traitor legions and finish the treachery begun 10,000 years ago. In their palaces, ships, and fortified stratagems, the Imperium's commanders endure an endless litany of the Despoiler's victories, and many fear that they will be living witnesses to the days in which that dread prophecy is at last fulfilled. Demons and the Warp. Known to mankind by many names, the Immaterium, the Empyrean, the Great Ocean, the Warp exists as a source of both limitless power and eternal damnation. Such power, and the freedom to wield it, has ever tempted the unwary, the desperate, and the ambitious. Those who ignore or dismiss the threat lurking within its bottomless depths. From their earliest forays into the warp, humans have known about, yet never truly understood, the terrible dangers that prowl there. The warp is the realm of the dark gods of chaos and the demonic entities that serve them. Demons ever seek to break through the barriers that separate the warp from the material realm. They will attempt to consume the souls of the unwary, parasitize untamed psychers, or even steal a mortal vessel by supplanting the original soul and possessing the unfortunate host. To achieve their goal, demons will lie with consummate skill, lure and ensnare the foolhardy with convoluted promises, and butcher anything that stands in their way. These malevolent sentiences cannot usually affect the material universe directly. Yet, in regions where the barrier between the warp and real space is fragile, In whispers and through nightmares, they can promise all the power of the timeless, ever-changing warp. For all their enhanced resilience and psycho-conditioning, Space Marines are not immune to the corruption that seeps from the warp. While cultists who follow Chaos Space Marines see their masters as the chosen of the ruinous powers, the heretic Astartes themselves believe that they alone are in control of their destiny, able to employ the warp's power for their own end. Those consumed by such power, they reason, were just too weak. Demons manifest wildly varying powers, and control of such power is a heady incentive for a Chaos Space Marine. One way for a demon to exist in the material realm is for its essence to be bound into an item, a weapon, a suit of armor, a tome of sorcery, or one of countless other objects. Sealed inside with baleful runes, the demon's essence endows its prison with otherworldly powers. No demon willingly submits to such a fate, however. It fights its owner at every chance, lashing out with sorcerous attacks or cajoling them with lies, seeking in turn to dominate its wielder. All who embrace the path of chaos risk the taint of demonic entities seeping into their soul. But those known as demonkin actively seek such profane corruption. Their ranks contain half-demonic monstrosities, demon engines, psychers able to draw the eye of the warp's denizens, and mortal warriors seeking such power by offering themselves or others as hosts. Such an ordeal is agonizing, as the demons horrifically remold physical forms to suit their needs. Masters of possession are experts in the creation of possessed, as these twisted warriors are known. Unlike most mortals, a Chaos Space Marine usually maintains a semblance of control in such unions, able to curb the worst excesses of their spiritual parasite. When battle is joined, however, the warrior's personality is subsumed, and the demon rampages in an orgy of bloodletting. Pacts and bargains struck with demonic entities involve tremendous sacrifice, but offer potentially extraordinary benefits. Demons employ all the deception at their disposal, veiling the true cost of their aid until it is too late. For their part, Chaos Space Marines rarely pit their wits against demons unarmed. They may gird themselves with wards, prepare proxy victims to suffer consequences, or ensure they have something to offer that the demon desperately wants. In return, demons can reveal secrets otherwise impossible to discover. From enigmas of the past to foretellings of the future, there is no limit to what a demon can reveal if persuaded to do so. Sifting the truths from the lies, however, is another matter. The most tainted conjurations can be achieved with demonic energy. Sorcerers of the heretic Astartes who employ such power may have been psychers from birth, dark mirrors to loyalist librarians. Others may be warriors granted the ability to manipulate the warp by a demonic patron. A sorcerer who makes a demonic pact bargains some service or favor with a demon in exchange for a portion of the creature's essence. With this conduit, the sorcerer channels the soul-blasting energies of the warp into excoriating hexes or gouts of word flame, molding the fabric of the universe with hate-filled curses. Yet not all sorcerous emanations are unleashed at the direction of insane dabblers in the demonic arts. Seeping from cursed artifacts, tainted ritual sites, and rifts in the fabric of real space, powers of chaos have been likened by some to an infectious miasma. Such comparisons, however, fall wildly short. Direct exposure to the warp's power, or to demonkind, is one of countless ways in which its corruption spreads. Thoughts and emotions, symbolism and deeds, even well-intentioned ones, can ensnare those not eternally on guard. Nothing is safe from its touch. The Imperium and mankind could not survive without the warp. Tearing open gateways into that nightmare dimension and sending ships and screamed psychic missives hurtling into its depths remain the only ways in which the Imperium can maneuver and communicate across the vast distances of the galaxy. Loyalists face great peril attempting to traverse the warp, whereas those in service to the dark gods are able to exploit the Imperium with greater ease. Unconstrained by the dogma, superstition, and fear of the Imperium, Chaos Space Marines employ a variety of means to strategize and plot over long distances. Some lords use abducted psychers, forcing them to open their minds to the crawling horrors found not only in the warp, but also in the contents of the messages. Such mortals rarely last long, quickly burned out by this abusive exposure. Others employ cabals of sorceress heretic Astartes, over whom they have a cast iron hold, and others still manipulate demonic servants to carry messages across the gulfs of the warp. The warp-attuned senses of sorcerers, or even possessed, can guide ships through the tumultuous tides of the immaterium. Knowledge bartered from demons can also lead a warband's vessels on a safer course. Even if the demon should wish no harm to come to those it sees as its puppets, safety in the warp is a relative concept, and many of those in service to the dark gods have nonetheless been swept into oblivion by formless tempests. Sacrifices and ritualized prayers to the ruinous powers are often undertaken, beseeching them to calm their realm and smooth the way for worthy destruction in their name. Chaos Space Marine fleets are vast and powerful armadas of gargantuan vessels. Some are accumulated over time as warbands reave and pillage orbital dockyards or conduct rapacious boarding actions on Imperial warships. Others have survived for 10 millennia and more. Ancient vessels the Imperium no longer knows how to create. Countless years spent within the warp, in orbit above demon worlds claimed by the Chaos Space Marines, or plying the Empyrean's tides from one massacre to another, have saturated these ships with the warp's sickening taint. The gangways of such vessels may be haunted by spirits, their bilges now the hunting grounds of mutated spawn. Indeed, many legionnaires claim to sense a kind of malignant intelligence growing within the heart of their oldest and most impure warships. The Imperium Nihilus. To the galactic north of the Great Rift, humanity's realm is all but bereft of the Emperor's light. Hundreds of thousands of inhabited worlds are afflicted by howling warp gales that bring waking nightmares and terrors of the darkness to even the most well-defended of bastion worlds. Hope there is hard to come by, unless it be for a swift death. Imperial stellar cartographers name the benighted region beyond the Cicatrix Maledictum as the Imperium Nihilus. It is still claimed as part of the God Emperor's realm, but from its depths almost nothing is known to escape. Twisted rumors, supernatural tales brought back by terrified crews, and the fevered imaginations of those who once knew worlds there have peopled it with nightmares and shadowy monstrosities. Severed from the psychic beacon of the Astronomicon, warp travel in the Imperium Nihilus is catastrophically perilous and painfully slow. Astropathic communion is virtually non-existent, save for between fragile communities of psychic choirs who manage to establish wavering contact with their nearest neighbors. Most systems are alone. The metaphysical darkness of the Astronomicon's absence forces to the surface ancient fears of literal darkness, and the populaces of these worlds shiver in fear, or else turn on each other in madness, knowing any pleas for aid they send will not be heard. The tempestuous warp channels within the Imperium Nihilus are not feared by the fleets of the heretic Astartes. They have spread conquering armadas and reaving warbands in greater numbers than records attest since the days of the Horus heresy. Flotillas of angular prowed ships etched with runes hundreds of feet in size pour from hidden lairs in the nebulae, from the churning liminal zones of warp rifts and even from the core tempests of the Cicatrix Maledictum itself. The greater ease with which the servants of the dark gods are delivered, as if by their munificent hands of their deities, to the hunting ground after the next has resulted in the doom of billions. Preying upon worlds already ravaged by waves of mutation or psychic awakening, whose defensive armies have been decimated by treachery, these warbands engage in butchering campaigns like few they have formerly known. This is the traitor's time. Many of the heretics feel themselves empowered in this unilluminated realm. Some see the dubious gifts of their dark gods swell with greater strength, artifacts of heinous power seething with enhanced prominence, and sorcery flaring with greater diabolical majesty. Beyond the excoriating touch of the Emperor's light, it seems, darkness is gathering strength. Retributive loyalist armies are outmaneuvered, or their responses are delayed by months, even years. Most massacres of imperial systems by the forces of chaos go unpunished simply because their tragic victims die unknown deaths. Those granted the mercy of a swift demise are the lucky ones. Chaos Space Marines herd the defeated survivors, thousands at a time, into the black holds of their ships. Dark apostles subject countless more to the agonies of ritual sacrifice, and masters of possession refine their demonic fusings by experimenting on hundreds of screaming mortal hosts at once, turning them into thralls, living canvases, or merely blade fodder. Amidst the horrors assailing isolated outposts of humanity in the Imperium Nihilus, it is easy to see why more than one center of imperial civilization has believed itself the last of the species. Such worlds and systems are amongst those that have endlessly succeeded from the Emperor's rule, establishing themselves as little kingdoms, some fiercely grasping the opportunity for independence, others pragmatically accepting it. Further isolated, these territories are easier prey for Xenos raiders, while the withering of imperial faith has unbarred countless metaphorical gates through which the corruptions of chaos can enter unopposed. Cults to the ruinous powers soon flourish in such places, as demons pull themselves into the minds of depraved, untrammeled psychers, and 1,000 minor iniquities coalesce to drown whole worlds in horror. Such newly birthed demon worlds provide loci of empiric power, which are taken advantage of by countless warbands of heretic Astartes. But the dominion of chaos has only just begun. Lords, demon princes, sorcerers, and a myriad champions of the chaos gods have conquered and founded empires of their own in the abandoned reaches of the Imperium Nihilus. There, they rule as tyrants and monstrous overlords, some even setting themselves up as gods to their newly enslaved masses. Their grand hosts and war bands of Chaos Space Marines now reaped the boons of ordnance manufactorums, continental macro farms, alchemical mega distilleries, and the toiling throngs that all once served the Imperium. With every conquered world, the heretics' power grows, and their nightmarish empires swell. It is doubtful that War Master Abaddon knows of every such sovereign empire spreading its fell influence beyond imperial retribution. Yet, some see the despoiler's controlling hand in the location and perpetuation of a number of them. Whether these dominions form part of a grander deployment strategy yet to be discerned, or give promise of what the galaxy will look like under his rule, remains to be seen. With a roar of tortured engines and the scream of insane machine spirits, the dread and towering nobility of extinction descend upon their enemies. Chaos Knights are gigantic and warped abominations of iron, malice, and eternal hatred. With earth-shattering strides, they annihilate buildings, and with colossal treads, they grind foes into a bloody paste, all the while unleashing annihilating firepower from monstrous weapons of ancient origin. A single Chaos Knight is a giant mobile war suit many times the height of a man. They are of ancient design, crafted in a dark age to withstand the terrors of the galaxy. Now its power and awesome presence is turned upon any its master wishes. With roars blaring from emitter grills, burning engines and steams of fist-sized shells, it can flatten a fortress by itself and tear through entire formations. Yet, few operate as lone hunters, and the forces of many worlds have whimpered in fear at the sight of armies of these predatory giants advancing on their positions. Despoiling behemoths deflect the enemy's fire from their ion shields as they advance inexorably, while swifter hunting engines take their master's victims with ambushing enfilades. The titanic night suits are piloted by fallen nobles from twisted households, serving the dark wills of the chaos gods from upon their thrones mechanicum. They are heirs of corrupted dynasties, or vicious sellswords who seethe with an endless desire to conquer and rule. They hate the Imperium, seeing it as a swath of weak serfs whose only destiny is to die or to serve in cowering obeisance to the dread household superiority. Their once rigid codes of honor and chivalry have been warped and twisted to selfish and diabolical ends, employed to justify any heinous deed. A dark nobility. Chaos Knights tower over the battlefield, each a god of war wrought in iron, piloted by nobles who have forsworn their allegiance to the Imperium. These bipedal engines of destruction are amongst the most fearsome creations in the galaxy. The dread roar of tortured engines and warp-infused macro servos precedes the coming of the Chaos Knights. With vast strides, the gargantuan machines draw ever closer to their quarry, their trudging footfalls sending quakes through the shattered earth. Long shadows extend before them, shrouding their enemies in darkness, whilst suffocating plumes of plasmic exhaust pour down from maw-like vents in their carapace. Those marked for death by the knights are gripped by the inescapable truth that their doom approaches, and as they open fire upon the towering machines, the last of their hope evaporates. Flickering ion shields absorb the incoming fire, energy blasts dissipating and artillery shells exploding harmlessly before they can strike their targets. Undaunted, the knights continue their ominous march. Their bristling weapon systems grind into firing positions, and with thunderous cracks, they unleash annihilation upon the foe. Enormous melta weapons shoot beams of searing heat that erupt into fiery novas, immolating infantry and reducing armored vehicles to bubbling slag. Monstrous battle cannons rain hails of explosive shells upon the foe, detonating with enough force to crack open a ferrocrete bunker. Rockets and missiles streak through the skies towards the most threatening opponents, annihilating these priority targets with punishing swiftness. Those enemies not instantly obliterated by the opening barrage are cut down by blinding bursts of laser weaponry or atomized by the knight's plasma-fueled armaments. As the survivors desperately seek to hold the line, the knights fire streams of solid shot that tear through flesh and armor, leaving only shredded corpses and a thick crimson mist where the soldiers once rallied. Those who do not flee at the titanic machine's approach are blasted apart at close range, immolated by jets of burning promethium, or simply ground to pulp beneath immense taloned feet. Looming over their enemies, the knights swing their colossal chainswords in reaping arcs. Jagged adamantine teeth saw through tank holes with contemptuous ease, and liquefy the hapless crews inside. Other knights use a warp strike claw to pulverize their foes, crushing war machines to scrap with their obliterating grip, or using the energy-wreathed fists like wrecking balls to batter aside all resistance. Each Chaos Knight is an unhallowed relic of humanity's ancient past. They are twisted reflections of the Imperial Knights, corrupted in form and spirit by fell sorceries, dark worship, and malefic re-engineering. The knight suits were first created using standard template constructs during the Dark Age of technology, and some have survived through the innumerable wars that have characterized the long millennia since. For generations uncounted, the colossal war machines have been piloted by nobles. These aristocratic warriors are possessed of enough physical, mental, and spiritual fortitude to survive the ritual of becoming, commune with the throne mechanicum at each war machine's heart, and thus bond with their knight suit. In the case of Chaos Knights, such rituals are tainted by warp entities, malefic sorceries, and the perversions of the nobles themselves. At first, the night may appear unchanged, but in its core, the irrevocable process of rot has already begun. Over years or even centuries, chaos energies seep into the war engine, torturing its machine spirit and mutating its mechanical form. Where once the suit and its pilot were gleaming beacons of imperial honor, the Chaos Knight and its fallen noble now comprise a symbiotic beast of unfettered wrath and base hatred. A single Chaos Knight has as much resilience and firepower as a small army. Those that have turned upon or even butchered the rest of their knightly household are termed Dreadblades by the Ordo Hereticus. They typically operate as lone wolves and mercenaries, lending their immense might to heretical warlords in exchange for relics, arcane knowledge, or 5 planets upon which they can enact their cruelties. Dreadblades are often followed into battle by hordes of warriors, Chaos Space Marines who revere the Knight's destructive potential, and throngs of cultists who worship the machines as manifestations of the Dark God's will. At other times, multiple Dreadblades will gather together, focusing their disparate fury towards a single purpose. Even more terrifying than the individualistic Dreadblades are the Night Houses that have fallen in their entirety to chaos. Those that have sided with traitor Titan legions and the Dark Mechanicum are known as Infernal Houses, and use techno-sorcery and demonic entities to bolster their capabilities of the Night Suits. Other knightly courts, known as Iconoclast Houses, have more varied heretical allegiances. Some have renounced their allegiance to the Imperium in order to maintain oaths of fealty to heretic Astartes legions, or the Dark Gods themselves, whereas others have done so to carve out their own dread empires. The corruption of chivalry. Where each loyalist knight embodies a long history of honor and self-sacrifice, the Chaos Knights come from a lineage of horror and depravity. Only through unspeakable atrocities and malefic rituals were these knightly lines able to be corrupted, and the tally of slaughter has only been added to since their fall. Millennia ago, the Great Crusade saw worlds across the length and breadth of the galaxy brought under the Emperor's almighty rule. But at its zenith, the Imperium was shattered by treachery. War Master Horus and half of the Space Marine legions succumbed to the corruptions of the warp, and, in the name of the Dark Gods, launched an apocalyptic campaign against the Imperium. The galaxy was riven by civil war. The legions Astartes slaughtered their erstwhile allies. Worlds were incinerated by teeming armies of heretics, and the light of hope carried forth by the Emperor was replaced by bitter darkness. It was during this time that the first knights fell to chaos. Many amongst the Imperium had thought it impossible for the noble houses to be corrupted. The thrones mechanicum to which they were bonded altered the nobles' psyches and synaptic makeups, conditioning them against harboring thoughts of betrayal or sedition. Indeed, the majority of the Night Worlds fought aggressively to stem the tide of heresy. putting down any rebellious elements within their own societies before joining in the wider battle alongside the loyalist Space Marine legions. Due to their sheer power and unflagging loyalty, the Knights were crucial to the Imperial war effort on countless bloody battlefields. Yet it was this same loyalty that led some to side with the archenemy. Innumerable Mechanicum Forge worlds sided with Horus, as did many of the Knight houses that had sworn undying fealty to the tech priests of those worlds. As the Dark Mechanicum delved deeper into the arts of profane techno-sorcery, so too were the Knights in their service tainted by chaos. Rune-marked Knights marched to war alongside traitor Titan legions, unleashing devastation upon the defenders of the Imperium. Other fallen households upheld their oaths to Space Marine legions that turned traitor. The nobles of these houses followed their own codes of conduct to the letter, serving without question and answering all calls to war, and in doing so placed themselves on the path to damnation. Other Knights turned upon their own houses and renounced all ties to their bloodlines, swayed by the whispering of malefic entities in their dreams, or bound to the will of the dark gods through sorcerous rituals. Thus were the Chaos Knights born, and in the 100 centuries since, they have continued to spread death and terror throughout the stars. For a noble to bond with their throne Mechanicum is a harrowing process. Only the most worthy individuals, women and men possessed of formidable physical, mental, and spiritual strength, are able to survive the ritual of becoming. Those who do are forever changed. In the fastness of each noble house, there is a sacred room known as the Chamber of Echoes. Within the Chamber of Echoes, the would-be pilot is wired into a throne Mechanicum and left in isolation so that their worth may be judged. Residing in the throne Mechanicum are the Geist-like echoes of each of its former occupants. Every one of these electro-spirits was once a noble, and it is they who assess the new supplicant's worth. Coursing through the neural sockets directly into the noble's mind, they are able to pry open the supplicant's innermost thoughts and closely guarded secrets. The ritual lasts long and terrible hours, and those nobles who are found wanting are utterly consumed by the process. Those who are deemed worthy are bonded eternally with the throne Mechanicum and with their forebears who dwell inside it. The ritual of becoming is not the only means by which a noble becomes a pilot. It is a necessary defense against corruption. A throne Mechanicum is a shield to prevent the awesome power of a knight from being wielded by one capable of treachery. From the moment they become, a pilot's thoughts are influenced by their throne, even when they do not sit in it. Notions of fealty, obligation, and hierarchy are emblazoned at the forefront of the pilot's mind, as is a deep, undivided respect for the noble's ancestors and their household traditions. Such conditioning should make treachery impossible, but the will of the dark gods is strong, and their corruptions truly insidious. Knights have continued to fall to chaos in the millennia since the Horus heresy. Surviving knights returning battered from long crusades have brought more than tales of heroism back with them. Decades of slaughter against enemies steeped in the stuff of the warp can erode the resolve of even the most stoic noble. The corruption of chaos working its way into their mind through the connection of the throne mechanicum. Night worlds lying on the edge of raging empiric storms have inexorably transformed by the outflow of raw warp energy. On more than one occasion, such a planet has been enveloped entirely by a nightmarish tempest, only to later re-emerge, its population devoured by demons, and its war engines hideously transfigured. Other knights have slowly succumbed to corruption over the long campaigns they have fought on the side of the Imperium. After butchering endless tides of frenzied heretics for centuries without rest, the pursuit of carnage can become synonymous with duty. This is especially true for those knights fighting in isolation from their household kin, or in war zones where reality is distorted by the dread influence of the warp. Caked in the blood of 1,000 conflicts and faced with horror in every direction, the mechanized warriors lose the ability to differentiate between ally and enemy. Even the spectral gestalt of their throne mechanicum becomes blinded by the need to kill, not caring who or what is the focus of the knight's destructive fury. Several knights thought lost in battle have later been discovered to have fallen, and to have continued their slaughters unabated. Iconoclast houses. Iconoclast houses are defined by the malice and madness that led to their corruption. In place of honor, they pursue only conquest, destroying whatever enemies stand before them to expand their tyrannical domains. Many have long histories of depravity that stretch back for thousands of years, though new iconoclast houses can be formed wherever the taint of the warp takes hold. The pilots of the first iconoclast households had already become before the Horus heresy. The enormity of the Imperium's fracturing had devastating effects on those knight households whose allegiance lay with the traitors. As the heretical war spread across the galaxy, the ghosts within hundreds of Thrones Mechanicum howled in anguish. Their imprinted spirits were tortured by the impossibility of upholding their honor and maintaining their loyalty in the face of their traitor master's deeds of betrayal. The neural outcry was such that some nobles were driven insane by it, while others suffered gruesome cranial hemorrhages. Others still continued blindly into damnation, claimed by that most insidious trap of believing honestly that those to whom they had sworn their oaths fought for a just cause. The vast majority of turncoat nobles were subjected to immense torments. They were ceaselessly assaulted by feelings of shame and hatred, their every negative emotion amplified and echoed by the ancestral spirits of their Thrones Mechanicum. According to the Code Chivalric, failure to perform one's duties is a transgression that can only be absolved through selfless service. As such, these knights fought all the harder for their treacherous lieges. At the commands of their heretical lords, lances of Chaos Knights tore bloody paths through the Imperium's armies. Once honorable nobles led attacks to desecrate cities and enslave the populations of entire planets. Miles-high statues dedicated to the Emperor were toppled by knights' ceaseless bombardments, and in their place, profane monuments were erected to glorify the cruelties of the dark gods. These attempts to quell their self-loathing through unquestioning service only added fuel to the fire. The knights were compelled toward greater extremes of brutality and further depths of depravity, and with every debased action, the screams of their throne's mechanicum grew louder. Over time, the Chaos Knights became unrecognizable as the valiant warriors they once were. Some had transformed into incarnations of carnage. They hacked their way through the steel and flesh of their foes, seeking to drown their unrelenting anguish in oceans of blood. Others became agents of instability, their motivations and allegiances upended constantly by the hateful tempests that raged in their souls. The insanity that festered inside each Chaos Knight corroded the notions of chivalry, twisting concepts of honor and duty into new and nightmarish ideals. These fallen nobles justified the most heinous atrocities they committed, reasoning that since they had been bred to be exemplars of virtue, every action they took must therefore be virtuous. Whilst incinerating the defenders of an imperial bastion, a knight would conclude that such measures must be necessary, for otherwise their codes of virtue would not allow them to immolate their victims. By the same grotesque logic, if roasting alive 100 imperial soldiers was an act of honor, then there could be no greater honor than seeing the entire galaxy set ablaze. Since the Horus Heresy, thousands of individual knights and even whole knight households have fallen to chaos. Each an instance of treachery is a monumental blow to the Imperium. The nobles and their knight suits are not only crucial cogs in humanity's war machine, they are considered to be amongst the most unshakably loyal servants of the Emperor. The mere suggestion that a noble could forswear their vows and fight against the Imperium's servants is tantamount to blasphemy. It is whispered that the Departamento Munitorium has had imperial officers executed for heresy rather than lend credence to their claims that they have done battle with turncoat nobles. Yet the terrifying reality is that Chaos Knights bent on anarchy and slaughter march upon the Emperor's realm in ever greater numbers. Chaos Knights are able to cover enormous distances when battling across a planet, marching unhindered through toxic atmospheres and over irradiated continents to reach their enemies. When their wars stretch beyond a single world, many of their kind use corrupted explorator craft and mass conveyance barges to transport themselves to the front lines. On the most warp-drenched battlefields, the horrific war engines have been known to storm forth from empiric tears in reality. Streamers of sickening warp stuff cling to their brutal forms like fluttering pennants as they unleash fusillades of monstrous firepower, tearing enemy squads apart. Fallen nobles embark on campaigns of destruction for many reasons. Some do so to conquer territory in the name of the baleful deities they worship. Others have sworn fealty to the Dark Mechanicum, the heretic Astartes, or other powerful demonic entities. Others still are driven by insanity and profane visions, launching quests to upend the very fabric of existence and transform the galaxy into a twisted hellscape. The tortures endured by each Chaos Knight pilot serve to permanently corrupt their throne mechanicum. Upon their death, the imprinted remnants of a fallen noble remain in their throne, where the twisted visions of virtue spreads to other spectral echoes like a rampant infection. No longer will the throne serve to shield the pilot from corruption. It now feeds the depraved desires of those who would bond with it. Bloodlust, sadism, psychosis were fostered in the lines of fallen nobles that flowed from the first Chaos Knights, giving rise to the tyrannical warlords of the early iconoclast houses. Lurking behind the skin of reality lies a realm of infinite energy, emotion, and possibility known as the Warp. It is a hellish dimension where the passions, hatreds, desires, and fears of the galaxy's people coalesce into monstrous entities. These are the four Chaos Gods. Khorne, the Blood God, patron of warriors and murderers, font of infinite rage. Tzeentch, the changer of ways, master of fate, sorcery, and mutation. Nurgle, the plague lord, the bloated and ebullient deity of disease. Slaanesh, the dark prince, the ultimate expression of hedonism, vanity, and obsession. It is from the stuff of these abhorrent beings that the demons of chaos flow, and it is to their cruel wills that those entities are enslaved, as are countless damned mortals. Lurking beyond the veil, the Chaos Gods war ceaselessly with one another, and with the denizens of real space, their demonic foot soldiers surging through wherever a warp storm or empiric breach forms. Many fallen nobles have been seduced by the poisoned promises of the Chaos Gods, just as the traitor legions were before them. In some cases, entire iconoclast or infernal houses devote themselves to a single deity. They daub that god's sigil upon their knight suits, raise profane temples and idols to their chosen patron, and dedicate the souls of those they slaughter to their empiric masters. Others are pantheistic in their worship, with individual fallen nobles choosing different patron gods to the remainder of their household, or offering dark prayers to whichever deity they believe will aid them in any given moment. The Chaos Gods are vast entities whose gaze spans all of time and space, and to catch their fleeting regard for even an instant requires deeds so ghastly that they will stain their perpetrator's soul forevermore. Yet for those damned few who earn the gods' blessings, the rewards can be great. Gifts of earthly power are granted to those who sell their eternal soul to the Chaos Gods, from flourishing psychic abilities to boons of physical might or unholy fortitude. At times, even the sudden conjuration of demonic armies to fight alongside the chosen noble. Infernal houses. Through close ties with the dark mechanicum, the infernal houses find ever more twisted ways to warp their weapons and machinery. In brutal campaigns, they strip worlds of their material resources and enslave entire populations, funneling their plunder into nightmarish rituals to infuse their night suits with the power of chaos. Not all knights fell to chaos in the same manner as those of the iconoclast houses. Those whose pilots had sworn allegiance to the heretics of the Dark Mechanicum were the subjects of countless dread rituals, each designed to corrupt the supposedly incorruptible technologies of the throne's Mechanicum. The true knowledge of how the thrones functioned was beyond the ken of even the most ancient magi, but the colossal military potential of the knights spurred them to conduct ever more depraved experiments. The traitor magi of the Dark Mechanicum emerged millennia ago from a schism among the tech priests. Amongst the myriad organizations that made up the Great Crusade, it was the Mechanicum of Mars that was most successful in securing oaths of fealty from the Knight Houses. The Martian tech priests coveted the ancient archaeotech that they possessed and were eager to exploit the rich mineral wealth of the various night worlds. In return, the sacristan orders who tended to the knights were inducted into confidence of the Omnissiah, regaining many lost secrets of mechanical artifice that allowed them to better serve their masters. From the ashes of the Horus heresy, loyalist tech priests emerged as Adeptus Mechanicus. The heretics of the Dark Mechanicum, however, fell deeper into unholy techno-sorcery, taking the houses that sided with them down a dark path indeed. On hellish forge worlds, dark magi created their own grim simulacra of the Chamber of Echoes. Into these screaming obulettes, they dragged the throne's Mechanicum from captured night suits, often with the broken and bloody pilot still attached. Many of these chambers were lined with arcane devices that were used to bombard the captive thrones with focused warp energies. Others bristled with mechadendritic tentacles that parasitically fused themselves to the throne. Through them, demonic entities were able to surge into the host tissue of the newly wired pilot. Certain sects of the Dark Mechanicum raised base warrior champions who fought one another for the right to bond with a night suit. These individuals were not trained in the ways of the noble households, but the prospect of piloting blinded them to the dangers of attempting to become. The results of these procedures were ubiquitously gruesome, but amidst the tortured cries, the explosions of flesh, and the scrap-coat howls of the tainted thrones, the Magi of the Dark Mechanicum gleaned volumes of morbid data. Arcane procedures were devised to scramble the geists that dwelt within each throne. Spectrophagic demons were summoned to devour the spirit echoes of past pilots. The throne's Mechanicum and the night suits themselves were seeded with pathogenic scrap code, and in some rare cases, the Magi used their technologies to open interstitial warp rifts inside the ancient circuitry clusters. Though only a fraction of the night suits and thrones that were captured survived these torturous experiments, those that did were corrupted beyond redemption, as were any pilots unfortunate enough to survive. Through unspeakable procedures, the Dark Mechanicum bonded these fallen nobles to their tainted war engines, thus creating the progenitors of the infernal houses. Chaos corruption seeded into a throne Mechanicum spreads into the rest of the night like rot. The night's massive actuators the hissing capacitors of its baleful weapons and its red-hot reactor core are bent to the insane will of the pilot and the spectral inhabitants of the throne. No longer does the war engine march with bold and purposeful strides, with every colossal movement being the result of generations of discipline and training within the Knight households. Instead, the Chaos Knights lope forward with predatory haste, eager to drink in the deaths of its next band of foes. Gone is the imperative desire to protect its allies, to form the immovable center of a defensive line, or the unstoppable point of a combined charge. The Chaos Knight's machine spirit cares nothing for those alongside whom it fights. Whether they live or die is of little concern, so long as it can engage in rampant slaughter. If a loyalist knight is akin to its noble's valiant steed, Chaos Knights are closer to rabid warhounds. A fallen pilot fights constantly to retain dominance over their hate-filled war engine and force it to obey their will. It is a fight from which not all fallen nobles emerge victorious. Drooling blood or acidic oils, ocular lenses burning with murder lust, and holes wreathed in miasmal fumes or cracking hellfires. It is clear to all who look upon Chaos Knights that whatever nobility resided within these deranged war engines, it has long soured into hate and madness. Dreadblades. Not all fallen nobles offer fealty or suffer bonded servitude to a dread household. Dreadblades call no one master. These lone knights are perhaps the most dangerous, for their obsessions, insanities, and whims are given free rein. They bestride the galaxy as questing despots, fulfilling their cruelest desires while descending into damnation. The horrors that cause a knight to become a dreadblade are as varied as the currents of chaos themselves. Some fallen nobles are led onto this path of damnation through illusion and trickery. Others find themselves exiled as a result of their growing insanity or some grievous contravention of their house's twisted codes of honor. Others still choose a violent solitude of their own volition as a means to pursue revenge and to fulfill their sworn oaths of murder. Regardless of the underlying reason, a fallen noble who turns their back on the Imperium and their household is forever outcast. Yet this only makes them more deadly. Freed from the bonds of fealty and subservience, there's nothing to stop a dreadblade from pursuing their own nightmarish devices. They may travel from war zone to war zone to slake their iron steeds' lust for carnage, or hunt down and destroy all in the galaxy who have offended their twisted dignity. A great many dreadblades hail from houses that are still loyal to the Imperium and the Omnissiah. During the Horus Heresy, when the rest of their households sided with the Loyalists, individual knights felt honor-bound to maintain their fealty to the traitors. Countless such schisms occurred across the galaxy, and though many of the rebelling knights were permanently silenced in titanic duels, others disappeared into the stars, only to re-emerge alongside the armies of the War Master. Many more loyal nobles have fallen in the millennia since, Some were driven insane by the debilitating touch of fell Xenos weaponry or sorcery. Others were compelled towards an existence of indiscriminate slaughter by corrosive nanophages eating into their throne, made susceptible to demonic influence by empiric energies. Others still become embittered by their treatment at the hands of former brothers and sister lords, ravaged by hardships endured in a life of exile beyond their house, until, at last, the wound to their honor becomes so great that they take up the mantle of Dreadblade. Other knights who become Dreadblades are those captured in battle, their allies wiped out, and their suits damaged to the point that they can no longer fight. A horrific fate awaits these warriors. Their minds and souls are gradually eroded through the use of sorcerous torture and demonic rituals. Notions of loyalty and honor are replaced with the depraved ideals of their captors and a screaming desire for carnage. The dread households of chaos themselves have also spawned numerous lone destroyers. Some of these traitor lineages have met their doom in battle, or were besieged within their keeps over the millennia, whether by Imperial, Xenos, or rival heretics, and only individual survivors have escaped their house's fall. Splinter Heart of House Yeren, the Skinflare of House Porvix, and Prince Ricard Var Kinnerix, ruler of his line, are known to have escaped the destruction of their world and house. They and others roam the most dangerous warp channels of the galaxy, preying upon isolated outposts and selling their immense power to traitors, heretics, and apostates. None in their number care about the diabolical deeds they now commit, or who falls beneath their blades. There are then those Dreadblades who, over the course of long, bloody campaigns, have lost the ability to perceive the path of righteousness. Surrounded by so much slaughter, their only notions of honor are tied to the killing strike of their blade or the obliterated blast of their battle cannon. Many such Dreadblades are completely unaware that they have fallen from grace, their single-mindedness blinding them to the atrocities that they so wantonly commit. Dynastic strife within Dread households can also result in the banishment of knights, or in them abandoning their former kin. Savage power struggles fought between rival heirs to a specific lineage's crown are waged not only through assassination, political maneuvering, and attempted coups, but also in open combat between individual knights. Failure in such bouts often means death. For those that escape, a lifetime of hatred, bitterness, and the need for revenge awaits them as they forge their path anew and alone. Wars can easily break out between different lines of a house, as competing factions vie for control of the entire dynasty. Such conflicts are common, but usually swiftly and brutally put down by the house's ruler. They may be started due to simple greed, the ruler's perceived weakness, or the desire for personal power and glory to win greater favor with the dark gods. Those branches who choose sides poorly, if they are not forcibly dominated or slain by the victors, sometimes fracture into self-serving retinues, each Dreadblade blaming the other for their family's loss of prestige and power. Wars may be ignited by clashes of ideology, fueled by cults growing among the fallen nobles, dedicated to one of the dark gods, or by outside forces seeking influence among the Chaos Knights and seeding distrust and revolt between them. At Orvesta, rival groups within House Thurnagus each sought to broker alliances that would advantage the whole house, and bring no small amount of prestige to themselves. The Iron Warriors Trader Legion and the Dark Mechanicum of Bula IV each sought to undermine the other's treaties with the Thurnagus Knights. Nobles were murdered, envoy knights butchered and scrapped, and a civil war that threatened Thurnagus' existence spiraled out of control. Eventually, the Dam Regis Lyda Thuringia ruthlessly crushed both competing factions within her court, sickened by their underhanded ways that had nearly torn her bloodline apart. Those she caught were ritually executed, while any conspirators who escaped were declared outcast and forbidden from ever re-entering the subsector on pain of death. Over time, marching upon the path of the Dreadblades leads these fallen nobles and their Chaos Knights to become some of the strangest and most warped of all their kind. Some are wreathed in supernatural phenomena, their carapaces dancing with dark flame, or surrounded by clouds of cackling demonic attendants. Others listen too closely to the whispers that infest their throne mechanicum, learning to wield unclean sorcery at the expense of their sanity, or becoming consumed by an obsessive need to dominate. Others still grow folds of sinew or great barbed tusk, becoming lurching horrors that meld warped flesh with twisted machinery. Chronicles of Terror. Lone Dreadblades have posed a significant threat to Imperial forces for thousands of years. Whether striking frontier settlements or haunting dangerous wastes alone, fighting beneath another's banner or leading entire armies of their own, these warriors are often impossible to predict. Loosed from the oversight of a dread household's court and the shackle of permanence that a homeworld represents, Dreadblades plague the galaxy as roving, nightmarish abominations. Tales of individual Dreadblades and the ruinous paths they carve across the stars have evolved over time into myths and cautionary stories. Many benighted regions of the Imperium are home to dark legends of such shadowy monstrosities. They are whispered around guttering electro-lanterns by frontier miners, told by rotgut-fueled guards in the dark watches of the night, or spread by rogue traders to warn off potential rivals from prime trade routes. The ecclesiarchy dismissed these rumors as the wanderings of enfeebled minds lacking the surety of faith. Even some bombastic inquisitors scoff at such tales, seeing them as born out of local megafauna or Xenos attacks. Yet many such stories are all too true, the product of nightmarish attacks by masterless Chaos Knights. Lone Dreadblades may have been abandoned upon a feral world, unable to leave and surrounded by a shrinking cabal of fawning idolaters. In such cases, the fallen noble's only release from their company may be its rapacious attacks on terrified townships that see it as a demonic beast. Some haunt lesser-used trade routes, preying upon luckless merchants, with so many stable warp routes made impassable by the emergence of the Great Rift. Passages and channels once viewed as too dangerous or cursed are being braved by the desperate or the foolhardy who realize only too late that they've entered a Dreadblade's hunting ground. Even bereft of their lordly peers, a fallen noble on the path of the Dreadblade is not alone. They are attended by a body of arcane idolaters who maintain the knight's panoply and weapons. Such cabal of techno-sorcerous artisans may have been cast out alongside the Chaos Knight, eternally tied to the noble's fate, for better or worse. Some idolaters willingly pledge themselves to a lone Dreadblade, seeing the opportunity to rise in the noble's favor, and in the warrior's unfettered state, the chance to acquire knowledge and power denied to them by more senior cults of their former house. Equally, not all Dreadblades fight alone. Some gravitate towards similarly dispossessed or forgotten Chaos Knights, drawn together by some instinctive need for hierarchy, or perhaps unknowingly directed by the will of the Dark Gods. Roving bands of Dreadblades are a blight upon the galaxy, capable of crushing entire armies beneath their stride. Still, other lone Chaos Knights fall in league with the heretic Astartes, cults of demon worshippers, or rebellious armies of turncoats. Among these traitors, the Dreadblade fights as a sickeningly powerful mercenary, often uncaring of their allies' cause, yet eager to unleash their fury. The natural superiority and callous, martial pride of a fallen noble alone can dominate weaker wills with ease. Coupled with the power of their corrupted knight suit, some amass legions of Caud Militarum Traitoris soldiery or fervent Chaos Cultist worshippers. These devotees see the Dreadblade as their monstrous king, anointed by the power of the gods of chaos, and worthy of any foul obeisance it commands. Triumvirate of Torment. Scrawled images of the three Chaos Knights known as the Triumvirate of Torment have appeared among pre-warp human and Xenos civilizations throughout the St. Merides Strait. The Night Abominant Thres Talagor leads them, eldritch energies twisting in the mantle of shadow that gathers about it. Flashes of multi-hued sorcery within the darkness reflect from Thres Talagor's crimson flanks, catching cursed runes that shimmer with warp light. The fallen noble at its core, Grigor Carolus, is fused with his throne mechanicum. His flesh is stretched and melded with machinery and unpleasant growth. Upon Thres Talagor's carapace, three psychers hang impaled on rusting spikes, tormented by wraith-like terror shades. Carolus feeds on their essence, letting it wind around his electrosurge and soak into Thres Talagor's fabric. The unknown fallen noble within Talon of Ruin communicates only with snarls and metallic growls blasted from the Night Rampager's emitters. Not even Carolus's sorcery has been able to determine whether there remains a human occupant upon the Chaos Knight's throne. Talons of Ruin's fractured tilting shield and dented pauldrons bear faded imagery from several ancient houses, but its silent idolaters, missing tongues or with their mouths stitched together or welded over, are unable to tell the reason. The third of their cohort is the most voluble. Its armor is lacquered in lurid colors, and emitters blaring with deafening tributes to murder. Regent of Nostria is a night desecrator whose heraldry is sinuous sigils and writhing figures, openly displays its pilot's worship of Slanesh, the chaos god of excess. Nicodemus, the Amrothian, skillfully cripples enemy war engines with Regent's laser destructor. Left defenseless, the knight tears them apart, plucking screaming crew from within its massive barbed talons. Together, the triumvirate of torment have formed an unlikely alliance, each fueling the other's needs for destruction and reaping the rewards their wars provide. In their wake, the Chaos Knight's idolaters and enslaved thralls fall upon wounded foes, dragging them away to an eternity of servitude and worship of their titanic masters. Damas Goral and Woe-Seeker. Once mistress of the Noctuluscent Ferd and thrall flare of Danesh, Damas Goral abandoned the ranks of House Forost when she was declared a traitor for killing two of the king's heirs. That they had been worthless fops in her eyes was ignored. The Damas saw then that her murders had come too late. A rot of decadent inertia was eroding what had once been iron-willed warriors. Goril escaped her circling enemies, casually sacrificing many loyal bondsmen to take her lightning-blazoned knight despoiler, Woe-Seeker, and forge a path of destruction worthy of its name. They have not rested in the dark years since. Goral and Woe-Seeker have razed forge moons, ambushed Imperial landing sites, plundered millennia-old techno-archives, and slaughtered Imperial and Xenos forces in their dozens, striking like a thunderclap. She despises inactivity, worthless posturing, and superfluous greed. Where Goral perceives even a suggestion of failure or caution, she ruthlessly stamps it out and moves on without pause. Woe-Seeker's temporary pacts with the Black Legion warbands of Kolesh Gertz, the radiant disciples of Nonavoth, and traitors of the Deathland 223rd Pioneer Corps have become infamous for their brevity and their bloody conclusions. Woe-Seeker tore through the Tzeentch worshippers of Nonavoth mid-battle when they paused in their assault to enact a sorcerous ritual, driving the terrified survivors before it to soak up Imperial firepower and clog the enemy's blades. It contemptuously crushed Warlord Gertz beneath one massive foot during the warrior's elaborate shouted challenge to his Salamander's opponent, before obliterating the Imperial commander with a battle cannon shell and leading the remaining Black Legion to tear open the gates of Fundus Bragantis. For the commandment of Deathland 223rd, issuing his strategy from the rear lines and safety of a command tank, Damas Goral offered him a more frontline role. Hefting the Commandant's tank in one giant gauntlet, she hurled it into the enemy's midst, where it detonated like an oversized grenade. Woe-Seeker strode through the gap the explosion had torn open in the foe's defense, cannons already firing as Goral watched for the next lapse from those around her. Hope's Shroud. In M36, the former Freeblade known as Hope's Shroud pledged its loyalty to the Ecclesiarch Gorge Vandire. In the name of faith, it massacred soldiers who fought to depose the tyrannical High Lord, and was even sent to eliminate its master's greatest detractor, Sebastian Thor. But before Hope's Shroud could carry out its charge, Thor brought his armies to Terra. Vandire was eventually slain by members of his own bodyguard, the warriors who would go on to found the Adepta Sororitas. Upon learning that its liege had been murdered and named a traitor, the fallen noble and knight turned to hatred and weapons against all those who followed the imperial creed. Hope Shroud's pilot rejected the imperial faith and instead embraced with greater fervor the creed of those the Imperium deemed heretics. Allying with heretical warbands to aid them in their vendetta, the noble and knight sought out the most faithful servants of the Emperor so that they could slaughter in Van Dyer's name. Litany of Destruction. The Living Litany, a Freeblade Knight who was the epitome of the questing champion. Driven by honor, this warrior traveled across battlefields, driving back Xenos and heretical foes alike. None know the truth behind the Living Litany's fall and its transformation into the monster known as the Litany of Destruction. Some say that a freak warp storm enveloped the pilot and his war machine during the battle for Croneva Hexus. Others claim that the knight was exposed to a biomechanical contagion by agents of the Dark Gods. Some simply contend that the Litany of Destruction's lust for slaughter and devastation has become so all-encompassing that the allegiance of its victims has ceased to matter. Whatever the truth, where once Litany's vox arrays blared sermons of worship in High Gothic, they now howl deranged diatribes as the war machine enters the field of combat. Dread Pageantry. Chaos Knights display on their chases the icons that denote their allegiance. Some bear the markings of their fallen households, and others the defaced remnants of imperial symbols, and others still the profane daubings of their worshippers. Together with personal arms and trophies of vile deeds, these form a knight's dark heraldry. Each dread household is identified by both its traditional colors and its icon. Chaos Knights that owe fealty may display those colors in different combinations and patterns. This forms the basis of the fallen noble's arms, marking them as individual warriors of dread renown. Such markings appear on the pennants and armored pauldrons of their knight suits, upon the banners that line their keeps, and even on the garb of their retainers. The pilots of some war dogs may bear heraldries that reflect or mirror those of the more powerful fallen noble they are bound to. Knights that have fallen into the service of the Chaos Gods also bear depraved symbols of their dark loyalty. The hateful eight-pointed star of chaos, or fell symbols of individual gods, is worked into their immense armor. Grisly, cadaverous chunks of the champions who dared face them are hung from black chains. Baleful runes that bind the power of the warp into their massive forms are inscribed by their idolaters, and some also bear the icons of powerful warlords they have fought with. The toxic factions of the Druhkari are the most sadistic, decadent, and vicious elements of a long-lost stellar empire. They occupy the splintered city realm of Kamarag within the twilight domain of the ancient Webway. From there, the Druhkari raid and plunder the myriad races of the galaxy. The Druhkari are experts in precise torture, sharp blades, cruel poisons, and eldritch abominations. Using the labyrinthine network of webway spars, they strike almost anywhere. Real space raiding parties often prey upon worlds across the galaxy. surging from hidden portals unknown to those they see merely as cattle or playthings. To those they leave alive to spread fear of their passing, these arrogant Xenos are evil incarnate. While the Druhkari's superior science has mastered a multitude of feats, it ultimately focuses on their victims' misery, how to create it, and how to prolong it. Striking where they please, not for any resources their victims value, they come to inflict suffering and anguish only ingenious Epicureans of torment could imagine. The agony of others fills an aching void within them, a cursed soul debt they must all pay, and pay they do with inordinate relish. Twilight Raiders. The Druhkari exemplify every obsessive and wanton act of cruelty that all Aeldari risk giving into. They are a selfish breed of Xenos raiders, seeking only their own twisted fulfillment at the expense of all others, even their own kind. In piratical forays of all sizes, the Druhkari prey upon the races of the fractured galaxy, reveling in the slaughter and fear they cause. From the depths of their subdimensional realm, the dark city of Kamarag, raiding parties of sadistic Druhkari gleefully strike out. They hunt for pleasure, and their pleasure is the pain and terror of the galaxy's races. For those unfortunates taken as captives, a drawn-out existence of agony and fear awaits, providing sport, amusement, and spiritual sustenance for their captors. Little pleases the Druhkari more than the screams of their prey, the sight of horror in their victims' eyes, or the feel of flesh parting under their blades. Every nuance of misery that the refined senses of the Aeldari can detect, the sight, sound, and taste of suffering, is a potent narcotic that Druhkari raiders rapaciously consume. The Druhkari are tall, slender, and graceful in form, with natural athleticism, lithe strength, and perceptive senses. Their long lives are artificially extended by gruesome means, enabling them to devote their piercing intellect across entire epochs to the mastering of singularly depraved obsessions. They are masters of many forms of close combat, with hooks, blades, and cruel lashes of countless types. In the deadly cut and thrust of acrobatic melee, their speed and dexterity make them lethal. Druhkari's skill in close-quarter slaughter extends to each part of their body. Many of their varied castes of warriors wear a variety of close-fitting bodysuits or segmented armor, which afford incredible agility and often incorporate razor-sharp blades and barbs. Druhkari science produces abominable poisons and hemotoxins, or elixirs made from the rendered-down remains of their captives. In their eldritch forges are built superlative personal armaments, as well as lightning-fast strike craft and anti-grav vehicles, which are fitted with monomolecular barbs and other weapons that inflict painful death in exotic ways. Raiding parties of Druhkari, forged through fractious alliances in Camarog, attack planets, orbital habitats, fleets of ships, and any other target that offers bounties of sentient beings. In blade-proud transports, they often strike from above, appearing with no warning in order to stoke as much confusion and terror as possible. Druhkari technology is so far advanced that it is often viewed as mystical or magical by the races they prey upon. Their splinter weapons fire shards of crystalline substances laced with engineered venom, while other armaments defy any notions of physical laws known to the Imperium. Baroque, trophy-hung barges descend on jets, unleashing beams of darkness, nightmarish energies, or psychoempathic terror fields. Surgically augmented mercenaries and pain adepts leap from their dark realm through shimmering portals, directly into the terrified presence of their prey, while ghastly horrors crawl from the shadows themselves. Druhkari often attack as night falls, or their strange technology can even artificially generate such conditions, causing base fears to claw at their victims' minds. Most real space raids are convened to take captives, the raw fuel upon which Druhkari society thrives. Once brought to Camarog, these unfortunates are hunted in vast arenas watched by thousands, experimented upon with vile surgeries and drugs, or used to fulfill any of the countless roles by which the Druhkari can profit off their suffering. Even in raids with unusual and esoteric goals, such as the enacting of vengeance upon a rival, the execution of some murderous performance, or the theft of an advanced artifact from their kin, the Aeldari of the craft worlds, participation by the cruel citizens of Camarog is highly sought. All Druhkari desire to sate a gnawing need at their heart to inflict pain wherever possible. If not against the other races of the galaxy, then readily upon other Druhkari within Camarog. Camarog is unlike any city of the Imperium. It is a twisted, fractured connection of subdimensions and satellite realms within the shifting webway of legend. Human captives brought into its environs cannot comprehend even the fraction they can see of the dark and shadowy landscape. A labyrinth of dark spires, crowded slums, starship docks, and vast arenas, threaded through with streams of screaming captives and snarling beasts, overlays layers of hidden dungeons, obulates, and the secret abodes. The temporal and spatial irregularities within the webway have allowed Camarog to spread and branch like a tainted, crystalline fungus that reflects the society within. Cunning and powerful factions vie for prominence in a realm where piracy, murder, scheming, and betrayal are facts of everyday life. Only the strong survive in Camarog, and the Druhkari have had millennia to winnow out the weak. The genesis of evil. More than 10 millennia ago, the galaxy-spanning empire of the Aeldari came to a cataclysmic end in the race's fall. Many of the splintered survivors of that apocalypse forged their own course of desperate existence from that time onwards. But the Druhkari can be said to have trodden their dark path for far longer, turning an established decadence into their salvation. Any knowledge of Xenos is brutally suppressed within the Imperium. Thus, only a fraction of mankind's teeming trillions knows anything of the Aeldari's supposed history. Of these, most are high-ranking agents within the shadowy Ordo Xenos of the Inquisition. Some within this group are entrusted by Aeldari contacts with tales that claim to tell of the fall of their race. Yet the natural suspicion of Inquisitors leads them to view such data as disinformation, myth, or at best, apocalyptic metaphor. Nevertheless, they are tales that all Aeldari learn, and that different strands of their race treat variously as cautionary tales of hubris, stories of ultimate betrayal, and even accounts of the excision of weakness. The ancient Aeldari Empire existed as the most advanced and dominant race in the galaxy many millions of years ago. Through their science, they created worlds and extinguished stars, while the unlimited potential of their psychic arts ensured that there was no force that could deny their authority. The technologies at their fingertips meant the Aeldari could live a life of leisure, free from concepts of manual labor, able to pursue any diversions their powerful emotions and soaring intellect could conceive. Using the webway, they traveled between the stars of the galaxy in a heartbeat, delving into esoteric studies and unusual passions. The long lifespan of the Aeldari led many to seek ever more extreme avenues of exploration as they tested the limits of their own psyches. The thoughts and emotions of the race can rise to heights of bliss or plumb to dark nadirs of anguish that are unknown to mankind. These extremes were reached for by many of an arrogant race that increasingly saw itself as far beyond any boundaries of morality. On many Aeldari worlds, cults of pleasure and pain, dabblers in extravagant technologies, and lodges that consorted with narcotics distilled from across their pan-galactic empire sprang up. The Aeldari had spread from the worlds at the heart of their civilization to not only countless other planets throughout the galaxy, but also within the webway itself. Nodal cities and mighty ports flourished within the interconnected network of misted passageways that led to Aeldari colonies far and wide. Some of the pleasure cults, among whose devotees were great numbers of the aristocratic nobility of Aeldari society, relocated into these webway settlements as they came under pressure to curb their excess. Within these complex hubs, where shadowy trades in people and substances could be carried out secretly, many of them flourished. The greatest of the webway's mighty port cities was a vast metropolis known as Camarog. Its unrivaled connections to countless portals ensured its value and granted the city unprecedented autonomy to ensure that no one faction within the empire could deny its use to any other. Yet, with lax regulation, Camarog grew ever larger and became a home for every illicit and reprehensible pastime within the empire. The Dilantade lords and ladies who headed many of the pleasure cults grew more powerful, and with both their influence and Camarog's vast flows of shipping and connections, countless shadowy creeds spread to world after world. The Aeldari's psychic souls flare brightly in the mirror realm of the warp. Powerful emotions in that dimension can take form, and the soaring highs and crushing lows of the psychically sensitive Aeldari began to coalesce. Quiescent ripples of agony and ecstasy echoed through time and space. The surging tides of the warp began to coil in a vortex around the constant stream of extreme sensation that flowed from the increasingly depraved society of the Aeldari. Around their emotions accreted a nascent entity of excess. Content at first to wait and grow, it fed on the torrent of intensity put forth by the Aeldari, while its dreams in turn seeped back to them, driving their vile exuberance to greater depths. There were those in the Aeldari Empire, among the spiraling insanities and obsessions pervading their people, who foresaw calamity. Some of the first to act were the Exodites, who left the decadent centers of civilization behind to begin again on wilderness worlds, far from the trappings of indulgence and excess. Much later, after incalculable efforts of psychic engineering, a movement of ascetic Puritans departed on delicate planet-sized ships, bearing huge colonies through the void and into the depths of empty space. These were the craft worlds, and among those who fled upon them, there were many with the seer sight. They prophesied a terrifying and tragic horror ahead that echoed through time. Their warnings were scoffed at or ignored, and some of their number fell foul of the influential pleasure cults before they had a chance to escape. Freed of the appalled and doubting elements that had barely kept it in check, Aeldari society plunged deeper into the lascivious decay. Towards the end, the streets of their ancient cities ran with blood. Star-spanning orgies of pleasure and unbridled violence accompanied clashing rhythms, dazzling sights, and depraved crimes as the Aeldari tore one another apart in heady displays of cruelty. In truth, their race's decline had taken many millennia to congeal into this grotesque abomination of reality. When the end came, it was in a single horrifying instant. The Chaos God Slaanesh, the Dark Prince of Excess, was birthed in the roiling warp with a reality-shattering metaphysical roar. Its exultant psychic screams ruptured the veil between the warp and real space. Hundreds of star systems at the heart of the Aeldari Empire were rent apart, and countless more swallowed whole. The greatest warp storm the galaxy had ever seen erupted in their place. A yawning tempest of madness thousands of light years across. That which mankind would later call the Eye of Terror. In its first sucking intake of existence, Slaanesh drained the souls of almost the entire Aeldari race, gorging on the pain of billions upon billions in a single gluttonous moment of excess. The resilient Aeldari psychic essences, capable of experiencing extremes, suffered an infinity of agony. Very few Aeldari escaped this fate. Some of the Exodites and those aboard craft worlds, the forebears of the Asuryani, had managed to flee fast enough or far enough, but many of their numbers still perished. The Aeldari maintained that during Slaanesh's birth, it even devoured most of their gods. As an empire, the Aeldari had ceased to be. As a species, a desperate struggle for survival has dominated their lives ever since. The Webway network, occupying its twilight site between the warp and real space, suffered terribly from Slaanesh's arrival. Vast tracts were crushed or fractured, allowing the essence of the warp to pour in at many places, with demons following greedily. Yet, many dimensions and spars within the webway survived, and Kamarag itself remained unbreached. Multiple layers of psycho-crystalline defenses sealed off tainted or damaged spars, while other sections mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again. Shielded by the ineffable nature of the webway, those within Kamarag survived Slaanesh's birth screams. In their supreme arrogance, they did not cease their quest for excess and selfish fulfillment, not even for a moment. Repentance, atonement, or shame for what they surely must have understood could be traced, in part, to their own actions, were unknown concepts to a people who acknowledged no limits on their ambition or power. If the inhabitants of the Webway port city believed they had escaped without consequence, that they had evaded the Chaos God's immortal hunger, they were deluded. The echoes of Slaanesh's gluttony rippled throughout existence, and wrought insidious changes within the remaining Aeldari on Kamarag. They had not escaped the fall of their race, though it was a long time before they realized it. Rather than having their sentient essence consumed by the Chaos God in one great drought, their souls were slowly draining away, drip by drip, into the warp. There, they were swallowed by Slaanesh, the abhorrent warp entity that haunts every Aeldari, and that they all know as She Who Thirsts. The remnants of their race fear Slaanesh, for the god of desire was born of their own dark obsessions, and hungrily waits beyond the veil for them. They have a terror of dying that runs far deeper than the mere regret of life's ending. The Aeldari's strong psychic self can survive death, and while once their souls passed, they believe, into the realm of their own gods, now all that waits to feast upon them is Slaanesh. Different surviving strands of the Aeldari race discovered their own ways of avoiding this horror. The Aeldari of Camarog, those who became the Druhkari and endured the aching seepage of their souls, found that others could suffer in their stead. Those who became the Druhkari had long preyed upon others, whether Aeldari or further sentient species. Now, they saw that stringing the moments of pain and terror out as agonizingly as possible replenished their waning souls. Thus were born the Druhkari, as a new era of feverish torment and captive acquisition spread throughout Camarog. They became a race of sadistic parasites, feeding the yawning void within themselves by committing the most unspeakable acts of excruciation. Through their advanced technology, they devised ever more macabre ways of extracting suffering, with which they paid the soul debt they would forever owe to She Who Thirsts. In their selfish and indulgent narcissism, they viewed other races, even other Aeldari, as weak beings deserving of contempt, and as chattel whom individual Druhkari had the right to abuse and discard for their own dark ends. The agony of others, savored by the Druhkari's refined senses, nourished their withering souls. But while the curse could be abated, it could never be denied. The gnawing of Slaanesh's hunger clawed at the soul of every Druhkari, winnowing their spirit and vigor constantly. Every delicious nuance of terror, every sublime, nerve-shredding ounce of pain that they drank in from their victims, could only provide temporary succor from the unstoppable soul sickness. Thus, the Druhkari sank into a spiraling mire of damnation and depravity. Those who could not sate their need for anguish suffered a horrific withering of spirit. They became shadows of their former grandeur, desperately seeking any morbid sustenance. Fading to husks, these unfortunates weakened until they were prey for the other pain-hungry Druhkari. Meanwhile, those who had recently fed on the most subtle and rare of agonies shone with a cold aura of vigor. Dull eyes regained their malicious gleam, and a supernatural potency invigorated their souls. Raids into real space multiplied as never before, seeking captives to satiate the Dark City's people. The countless pleasure cults, guilds, lodges, and syndicates vied for power and patronage. Piratical fleets of ships spread out through the galaxy, herding millions of captives into the depths of Camarog every day. The trade of prisoners and of expertise in misery and degradation blossomed like a dark flower. To this day, Camarog remains a canker of evil. The Druhkari raid from its dark portals to claim captives for gruesome ends. In many cultures, countless myths and dark fables warn of lean hunters with grasping hooks and hungry grins, who kill the fortunate with each caress and take away those who are not. The rise to power. The depraved aristocracy of Camarog, whose noble houses had risen to power through the various pleasure cults, are not the sole lords of the Dark City. Their complex web of intrigue, assassinations, gruesome commerce, and debauched entertainments is held together by the supreme will of the living muse, Asdrubal Vecht. The most powerful individual in all of Druhkari society has countless epithets: the Lord of Darkness, Supreme Overlord of Camarog, the Living Muse, the Upstart Filthling. Asdrubal Vecht is the hand that moves the pieces in the insane geometries of conspiracies, favors, and contracts that dominate Camarog. He is feared, despised, fawned on, and perhaps even revered by the shifting forces that control the City of Horrors as he sits at the peak of this hierarchy. Vecht soared to power over his fractious people several millennia after the fall. It is said he was merely a warrior slave when Slaanesh tore its way into being. Once a lowborn, nothing sold to the pleasure cults for some abominable degradation. Now, he rules with both an iron fist and a hidden blade, one his detractors only realize is at their throats too late. Despite Vecht's self-asserted position of absolute power, Camarite society is far from centralized. The Supreme Overlord reigns over a splintered civilization of self-serving interests. These range from coordinated organizations to warring gangs that roam the fringes of society, and derelicts seeking survival at the Dark City's desolate outskirts. Camarog remains an incomprehensibly vast webway hub, and within its environs are renegades, criminals, and mercenaries from many cultures, not to mention the masses of captives from every corner of the galaxy. All of this writhes under the boot of Vecht. The Lord of Darkness marshals the schemes of those below him like the composer of a great work, upholding the autonomy of the city's entities while keeping them at each other's throats. Vect ensures that there are no threats to his power, and that the ruthless meritocracy of Camarog strengthens those within it. Whatever one's station in the Dark City is, there is always a blade waiting in the dark, or a sheen of poison on the lips of a lover. Amongst the most powerful institutions of Camarog are the Cabals, each a kind of militaristic cartel or private army, such as Vect's own Cabal of the Black Heart. These gang-like societies maintain their power via the real space raids their ruling archons launch. The witch cults, meanwhile, stage incredible displays of gladiatorial debaucheries within immense arenas, feeding the Camarite society with gory spectacles. In the bowels of the Dark City's pitch-black underworld, the homunculi covens practice their arts of flesh sculpting, soul siphoning, and vile regeneration, their costly services always in high demand. Surrounding these three pillars of Camarog are mercenaries fulfilling subtler requirements. Through the striking of contracts between these factions, real space raids often contain uneasy allies, such pacts evaporating once the spoils are divided. Fealty's price. Where loyalty exists in Druhkari society, it is a fluid and malleable commodity. The acquisition of personal power, the need to dominate lesser individuals, and the desire to fulfill every decadent whim mean there is no shortage of those willing to sell their blades for a price. Camarog plays host to many of the galaxy's most villainous individuals, including alien mercenaries, bounty hunters, corsairs, and renegades, all risking their souls in the hopes of claiming the riches of the Dark City. Yet, for each band of Xenos scum that conglomerates in Camarog, are countless more self-serving Druhkari aiming to secure their own foothold and prosper under the dark shadow of Vect's dominion. Some are highly organized commercial and military enterprises, such as cabals without territory who have survived their peers and now profit from their expertise by hiring their assets out to rival cliques. Others may be loose bands of individuals drawn together by aligned passions or patrons. A number of these offer specialized battlefield skills, as well as a deniable detachment for canny archons seeking anonymous assassinations. Some also form an interstitial layer within the fractal social complexity of the Dark City's interconnected realms. Among the twisted prongs of Camarog's spires and jutting spurs, dark shapes can sometimes be seen fitting to and fro. These are the Scourges, soaring and hedonistic warriors, whose flesh and bones are remolded with wings grafted onto their anatomy. Such Druhkari have surrendered themselves to the foul surgeries and agonies of the homunculi, and emerged from their laboratories as avian hunters, masters of the Dark City's upper reaches. Scourges fulfill a vital role in Camarog's endless politicking, intrigue, and murderous bargaining. Despite their incredibly advanced technology, no Archon can be certain that messages will not be intercepted or subtly altered, and psychic communication is utterly forbidden. Instead, the powerful of the Dark City pay handsomely for scourges to take their missives by hand. Each communique is sealed with tailor-made poisons for which the antidote, in theory, is held by the intended recipient, to ensure the scourges are not tempted by a rival to delay or divert the message. So important are scourges to the network of communication that to kill one invites the wrath of Camarog's powerful lords down upon the perpetrator with unbridled excess. With bones drilled hollow, bands of new muscle blended with their own, and adrenaline dispensers, among many other esoteric additions, scourges have become far removed from other Druhkari. Some seek ever more bizarre bioenhancements, especially the veterans known as Solarites. Many grow needle-fine quills from their scalp, have their skulls elongated, or their eyesight sharpened to pinpoint the merest movement of prey at great distances. With the wealth that a skilled scourge can obtain from the paranoid elite of Camarog, they equipped themselves with expensive and exquisite war gear. Their ghost-plate armor is supple and porous, shot through with pockets of lighter-than-air gas that accentuate their natural grace. This armor also projects a personal force field, capable of scattering even withering hails of fire on those occasions their prey can land a shot. Protective of their expensively altered bodies, scourges prefer to engage their foe at range, and their keen eyesight allows them to savor the injuries they inflict in exquisite detail. Their weapons are designed to be fired on the wing, allowing scourges to unleash punishing barrages before swiftly redeploying. Many carry shard carbines, an advanced development of the splinter weapons favored by the Cabals. Aided by finely calibrated suspensors, scourges also wield a variety of other armaments tailored to their victims. Heat lances spear through the mechanical contrivances of weaker races with beams of blistering energy, while shredders entangle masses of screaming soldiers in clouds of razor-sharp monofilament wire. Scourges are highly sought after on real space raids by those who can afford their price, though there are many others vying for a raid orchestrator's attention. The courts of Archons. Archons surround themselves with a coterie of favored retainers, emulating, consciously or not, the depraved nobility that once ruled the Dark City before the rise of Vect. These courts of mercenaries, bodyguards, and status symbols can vary wildly, depending on the fleeting needs and shifting personalities of the Kabbalite lord or lady on whom they attend. The Lamians are members of the mysterious sisterhood of Lilitu, and they are masters in the skill of crafting and administering poisons. They concoct some of the most potent toxins in use throughout Camarog. A mere scratch from a Lamanian's Shamaneshi blade can cause a victim's flesh to begin eating itself. Different distillations can cause the brain to swell and crack the skull, blood to acidify, or organs to rupture. When an Archon conducts a real space raid, they may also be accompanied by a chained slave being that is host to a strange creature of the webway, a Medusa. These highly empathic parasites feed on dreams and nightmares, and resemble a collection of tendrilled brains clamped upon their host. Meeting the gaze of a Medusa can cause instant emotional hemorrhaging, and Archons employ these hybrid creatures for their ability to absorb the roiling sensations of the battlefield. When consumed, the bulbous brain fruit they grow can bring back all the vivid emotions of a raid. It is not only Druhkari that the Archons employ. In the depths of Camarog lies the district of Sek Magra. Alien mercenaries are found here in profusion, competing fiercely for lucrative murder contracts. Among them are the Slith, serpentine bodyguards more reliable than many treacherous Druhkari. This multi-armed race fell to the temptations of excess millennia ago, and many now ply their trade in the Dark City. Their swift reflexes, arsenal of weapons, and insensibility to high levels of pain make them ideal interceptors of enemies, both on the battlefield and within the Archon's own domain. Urgals, meanwhile, are hideous, sightless aliens that haunted the ziggurats of Shaddam before that subrealm's destruction. Still found in dark corners across the galaxy, each Urgal is an agile predator that hunts using the rows of quivering scent pits banding its face, above mauls of needle-like teeth. They are highly prized as entertainments, being fed choice slaves before select audiences, but are also used as advanced detectors of approaching assassins. All manner of nightmarish creatures prowl through Camarog's twisted realms. A great many tracts of the city are avoided, feared by Druhkari for the predatory horrors that dwell within. Yet, nowhere is more shrouded with dread than Aeldari, for here darkness itself seems to have gained a sort of sentience. Aeldari is the home realm of the mandrakes, sinister Druhkari who can pull themselves into reality through another being's shadow. The mandrake's skin writhes with sickly, illuminated runes, and they clothe themselves in the leathery flesh of their victims. Their disturbing faces shift and flow, featureless one moment, and split by a fang-filled maw the next. Mandrakes exist simultaneously in reality and a cursed otherworld. They are not entirely corporeal. Shots and blows sometimes pass through their body as if it were smoke. They are able to manifest anywhere that shadows pool, dragging themselves up with sinewy strength and reaching for luckless victims with filth-encrusted claws. Though some Comorites claim the mandrakes descend from a baleful union between ancient Aeldari and unholy entities, others maintain they are remnants of a forbidden cult that found its own way to survive the fall. Some have even whispered they are one's own reflections, crawling from mere dimension to consume their creators. All such tales reflect the mandrake's disturbing reality. Their dark skin seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. They are surrounded by a chill aura of shadow that saps the warmth from the air, and their ice-cold grip freezes their skin. The sigils of destruction carved into their flesh pulse when the mandrakes feed upon the pain and terror of their prey, and the creature can channel this freezing energy into a blast of cold fire. Their ability as consummate shock troops, emerging behind enemy lines, inside starships, or even locked rooms, make them highly valued by the cruel masters of the Dark City. Yet many fear to seek them out, for their esoteric price cannot be evaded. Usually, mandrakes demand slaves that they take away to an unknown fate in Aeldari. Sometimes they will ask for something more exotic, such as a heartbeat, a true name, or a final breath. Arrogant lords who renege on such bargains do not last long, for mandrakes are notorious for their ability to track down any quarry. Sealed in an impenetrable fastness, surrounded by the most expensive bodyguards, or hidden behind subdimensional barriers, nowhere is safe. Sooner or later, a cold claw will reach from the darkness, and the icy bite of the mandrake is never far behind. They are the Emperor's bodyguard, his 10,000, the Golden Death. They are his noble emissaries and his pitiless executioners. By their hand are his secrets protected and his vaults guarded. Unswerving in their loyalty and unshakable in their purpose, they are the symbols of the Emperor's unstoppable wrath. For 10,000 years have they stood sentinel over the master of mankind and defended his glorious palace. They are the finest warriors in the Imperium, physically and mentally fashioned to a design none but the Emperor himself can ever truly understand. They are an elevated elite whose raw strength and willpower are insurmountable. Each is highly independent and is an army unto himself. Clad in nigh-on impregnable auramite armor, it is with individually crafted weapons that the Custodes cut down any who threatened the Emperor. For 10,000 years they operated in the galaxy in secret. No more. Now they stride the stars in numbers not seen in millennia. Woe betide those who oppose them. Origins of the Custodes. The Adeptus Custodes have been a part of the Imperium for as long as records exist. They were the Emperor's companions throughout the Great Crusade and before, advising, standing by his side, and protecting him through some of the greatest conflicts in all of human history. The story of their origins is known to few but themselves, and for outsiders, it is all but impossible to learn anything about them. No student of imperial history knows how far back in time the Adeptus Custodes can trace their origins. Even the oldest and most fragmentary accounts, recovered by Rabute Guilliman's Logos Historica Verita, include quotes that refer to the Emperor being escorted by tall and mighty warriors clad in gold. Debate rages as to when the Emperor first crafted the custodians. Most agree, however, that he would have inherited vast amounts of knowledge on gene forging from numerous scientist kings and technodemagogues, those that ruled over Terra's disparate tribes during Old Night and the dark periods that followed. Legend has it that the Emperor rose around this time, and, with his unimaginable intellect, was able to make use of accumulated troves of gene-tomanic lore. It is this, the learned few argue, that allowed the Emperor to make the Custodes. The truth is hidden within crude cave etchings, hieroglyphics, stasis-locked scads of parchment, and gene-sealed tomes no living person can open. These fragments speak of trusted bodyguards and advisors, and great victories won against monstrous beings. Some historians no such texts exist and are frustrated to no end by the fact that they can never access them. Most are lost or hidden, whether that be on Terra, Mars, or a handful of other worlds. There is a similar lack of detail about the Custodes' role in the Horus heresy that goes even beyond the usual sparsity of apocryphal sources that refer to that dark time. It is thought that the first Custodes leader was a warrior named Constantin Valdor, who disappeared from records after the Horus heresy. Many scholars, with decades of experience, or in some cases more, believe that the Custodes fought against the Thousand Suns on the traitorous legion's homeworld of Prospero, and defended the imperial palace during Horus's assault against the throne world. A handful suggest that the Custodes fought a war parallel to that of the Horus heresy before the siege of Terra, one that only they could have won, the details of which are now lost to time. It is impossible to separate myth from fact. Now, if folk know of the Custodes at all, it is as towering golden giants who bestrode the stars at the Emperor's command, living embodiments of his holy light given physical form, or gilded dragons of Terran myth whose talons tore the dark demons of Scripture asunder. One thing is clear, however. The Horus heresy changed the Custodes forever. In the final stages of that horrendous conflict, the Emperor met Horus in single combat aboard the Archtraitor's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. He defeated and slew the War Master, but was mortally wounded by Horus in their titanic clash. In that moment, and for the only time before or since, the Custodes failed in their duty as the Emperor's bodyguards. For 10,000 years after, most Custodes never left the Imperial Palace or the Sol system, with only a handful making preemptive strikes where necessary elsewhere. Many donned black cloaks of mourning, and a near obsession to never leave the Golden Throne out of their sight took hold. They have ever borne the terrible shame of their failure, and have sought to never forget it, nor be absolved of it. If the Space Marines are the scions of the Primarchs, then the Custodes are the progeny of the Emperor. His might permeates them, burns in their eyes, and flows through their veins as surely as their blood. Potential custodians are taken in at a very young age to better survive, no older than late infancy. And it is a great honor for those of Terran noble houses to submit a son. Some clans have, in the past, given over entire generations of offspring to become inductees. When such individuals go forth to begin whatever processes lie ahead of them, huge crowds line the avenue of sacrifice, cheering and chanting frenzied prayers. The Custodes also seek out suitable candidates by other means, or encounter them by chance on their missions to protect the throne world. What is clear is that none besides the Custodes themselves truly know what criteria they require. How a custodian is made is an arcane and ancient process born out of the mind of the Emperor himself, made up of decades of alchemical augmentation, psychological and cognitive conditioning, and mimetic training. Custodes are created using technology dating back to the dark age of technology, honed by the Emperor to make the perfect counselors, bodyguards, warriors, and executioners. To create beings with such a wide range of talents requires a total physical and mental rework on the candidate. The mindset and intelligence required to be of any use to such a being as the Emperor is immense, to say the least. The Adeptus Custodes inductees are remade at a genetic level, their baser drives rendered inert, and their beings turned towards aggression, fulfillment of duty, and goal acquisition. This process involves incredibly intricate genecraft and alchemistry as absolute and subtle as can be imagined, working upon the most minute level of the candidate's cellular structure and genome. Only the most accomplished chirurgeons and bioalchemists carry out this work, many themselves recipients of enhancements of one kind or another. They do so in gilded laboratories, hidden far away from even the most determined of prying eyes. The work done to a candidate is thus invisible, the process unique to each inductee. There are no organ implantations or surgical grafting. What is done to the Custodes inductee is several degrees more exact and changing than work carried out to create a space marine, producing warriors much tougher, faster, stronger, and with greater intelligence than the Adeptus Astartes. Some argue that the process even affects a custodian's soul. Others theorize the change from inductee to custodian is metaphysical, or that it involves biomancy and other psychic techniques. It is quite possible that the alchemists who create the Custodes do not themselves understand what they are doing, and are simply following procedures passed down to them by rote. It is thought that the Emperor himself, whose mind no human, augmented or otherwise, could ever hope to match, once oversaw the ascension of each custodian. It is not just the body of a custodian candidate that must change. Their mind must also be forged anew. A custodian must be totally loyal, remorseless, vigilant, and tireless. Their sense of duty to the Emperor must be all that matters to them, their discipline reaching deeper into their psyche than unconscious desire. A custodian becomes duty. He becomes discipline. For this to happen, every inductee is mentally indoctrinated. Their psyches are rebuilt from the ground up, creating mental architecture as well fortified as the imperial palace itself. They undergo thousands of hours of psycho-conditioning, psychomimetic drilling, and mnemonic training. Information is drilled into their minds at such a punishing rate that some are driven mad. The Custodes candidates' training and inoculation goes beyond the instilling of unstoppable determination. They must learn diplomacy, statecraft, astrogation, interstellar geography, history, philosophy, art, theosophy, artistry, and countless other subjects, all of which they become true masters of. The Emperor once demanded their counsel, and so they have to be versed in any manner of subject that he might consult them on. This ensures that the Custodes retain the enlightenment and perspective commonplace during the Great Crusade. Additionally, the threats to the Emperor are so myriad that they may manifest in any way. A custodian can trace the most innocent-sounding philosophical question to outright treachery, or foresee how a marauding alien force might grow to threaten Terra, even if it currently terrorizes a remote system at the edge of the galaxy. The Custodes are also aware of truths that no one else in the Imperium has ever learned. They know some of the galaxy's gravest secrets, for they must be able to face down and defeat the darkest terrors of the galaxy. They recognize how far mankind has fallen from the original ideals of the Emperor, of enlightenment and common sense. The inductees learn that many truths cannot be shared, that some would cause wholesale damage to the Emperor's Imperium, as corrupted from his original vision as it has become. Some cannot handle this knowledge, or bear the tragedy of what the human race has descended into since the Horus Heresy, when their forebears failed in their solemn duty. These candidates do not become Custodes, and so through this learning are the unworthy and the weak culled. No outsider knows how long it takes to make a custodian, or even whether there is some kind of formal process each inductee must follow. With every candidate being genetically distinct, it is quite possible that some need significantly more work than others to fulfill the great vision the Emperor had for his bodyguards. The individuality displayed by each custodian seems to support such a view. Though the Emperor required unflinching loyalty, it seems clear that he desired the uniqueness of each of his bodyguards to be maintained. Such is the intensity and brutality of the process candidates undergo. Many thousands do not survive. It is of little surprise that the Custodes have become known as the 10,000. The harsh process they go through means it is highly unlikely that their numbers could ever substantially exceed such a figure. That being said, no one outside the Custodes knows the organization's real strength, and it is a fact kept as secret as any in the entire Imperium. With so many Custodes fighting throughout the galaxy now, it is even harder than before to count. It is not impossible that the name 10,000 has been cultivated to deliberately mask the organization's true size, and to help deny that knowledge to any enemy. Those survivors of the induction process that emerge as custodians are changed in every way imaginable. Their minds so altered that they have entirely new personalities. They are rendered physically perfect, and their skills with all kinds of weapons are sublime. Custodians even change their names, choosing those of gods, kings, or heroes drawn from the most ancient texts. With enormously extended lifespans, they do not grow old as humans do, but they can be slain in combat. Members of their own families would not recognize them should they be alive to see what has happened to their son, nephew, or cousin, though many would claim they could out of pride. Each custodian is blessed with protections that leave them less vulnerable to the powers of both the Psyker and the Null, making them perfectly suited to fight alongside the Sisters of Silence. Additionally, the Custodes never exhibit psychic powers of their own, as though battlefield Psykers are undoubtedly powerful living weapons, they are also incredibly unstable ones. Their minds are prone to invasion by warp entities, and this is a danger no custodian will ever face. It appears that the Emperor wished for no chink in the defenses of his bodyguards, thus granting them no gift of psychic ability. In all this, a custodian is designed to be the death of any being or creature that might threaten the Emperor, and so they are superior in every way. As comparable to a space marine as a space marine is to an unaugmented human. They are the greatest mankind has to offer, though few can say for sure if they are human any longer. Sisters of Silence, also known as the Pale Scourge, the Soulless Ones, the Arene, the Null Maidens, and the Daughters of the Abyss, the Sisters of Silence are highly specialized witch finders. They are experts in hunting down rogue psykers, dangerous warlocks, and depraved sorcerers, both human and alien. Their remit to hunt down magi and witches ensures that they are constantly at war, for these nefarious foes dwell everywhere. Hardened warriors all, they pronounce the Emperor's judgment with bolt, flame, and blade. Every member of the Silent Sisterhood has the pariah gene, and is thus what the Imperium refers to as a pariah, null, or blank. 1 in a trillion, pariahs appear to have no presence in the warp. They are, for all intents and purposes, soulless. Rather than a flickering light in the Empyrean, as most human souls are said to be, a blank soul is more like a yawning void, a black pit of nothingness that devours the unlight of the warp. To psykers, whose presence and sensitivity in the warp is greater than that of others, this makes the Sisters of Silence anathema. The mere presence of one of these nulls is soul-draining. The psyker's connection to the warp breaks down, and their spells and power dissipate and fail. In real space, being soulless does not make a blank some kind of harmless automaton. Instead, they have a tangible effect on others. Those around them who aren't psykers still recoil in their presence. It is as if the body reacts in a preternatural way to something it knows is contrary to the natural order of existence. This effect makes the Sisters of Silence feared on an instinctive level, and gives them enormous advantages in both battle and interrogation, though it is made difficult for them to secure allies in the Imperium's endless internal political squabbles. The origins of the Sisters of Silence are even more mysterious than those of the Custodians. Some scholars contend that the Emperor, being such a powerful psychic being, would never have initiated the creation of a warrior order of gnolls. Others argue that only a being with his foresight and wisdom could have done such a thing. All sources are fragmentary at best, and often quote distant and lost works. Most of the Silent Sisterhood's early achievements, if any record was made in the first place, are now forgotten or dismissed as apocrypha, though the limited sources agree that the sisters had access to areas only the Emperor and the Custodes could enter. Regardless of their origins, it seems obvious that the purpose of the Silent Sisterhood's formation was to hunt down and capture, or eliminate, psykers of all kinds throughout the Imperium. They have been nominally a part of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica for all of their existence, though in practice have always had a significant autonomy from this organization. The Sisters of Silence see to their own recruitment, finding the strongest blanks on their own missions or being given them by rogue traders and other shady operatives. Even such strong-willed individuals seek to dispose of blanks as quickly as possible. These novices are subjected to the harshest training regimens and tests of loyalty. They take the vow of tranquility upon completion of their training, in which they swear eternal duty and silence. None doubt the Silent Sisterhood played a role in the Horror's heresy, and what sources remain often obliquely allude to them fighting alongside the Emperor's custodians. What is clear is that they fell from grace in that terrible conflict's aftermath. Their numbers were much reduced by the fighting, and many of those that survived were scattered or lost. Without the Emperor to support them, and with the custodians looking inward after their failure to protect the master of mankind, the natural aversion many felt towards blanks led the sisters' political enemies to drive them out of positions of influence. With their numbers so depleted and spread out, they lacked the strength to assert themselves against the growing power of the ecclesiarchy, which argued that soulless creatures could not possibly have faith. For years, many of those who had been aware of the Silent Sisterhood's existence believed the order to have been disbanded. They were wrong. The Hallowed Vaults. The talons of the Emperor have permission to access gene-sealed vaults and adamantine-shielded archive bunkers deep beneath the Himalaic shelf that are closed to all others. To protect them is just one of the many responsibilities held by these ancient and esoteric orders. Their duties are varied, specialized, and fathomless in their complexity. Should they fail, the consequences for the Imperium would be beyond disastrous. Thus, they are never allowed a moment of laxity or introspection. The most learned of imperial historians cannot even imagine what treasures and horrors are kept within the imperial palace's vaults, archives, and jails. There are more chambers and cells than anyone can name, and much of what lies therein is so dreadful that they could bring about the fall of humanity, or shatter the sanity of any unaugmented human that learned of them. Relics of the dark age of technology, such as the Lament of Unreason and the Black Parapet of Rai Thalin, and the hideous Tri-Blight Amulet, are kept under physically charged lock and key, behind meters-thick slabs of gene-sealed adamantine that are covered in runic wards. There are also Xenos artifacts, some all that remains of civilizations that became extinct millions of years ago. The vaults not only hold artifacts and relics, however, they also hold beings. It that craves, Subject 11, and One of the Fell are but a handful of thousands. At times, the Custodes have even had to hold back the horrifying denizens of the rune-locked vaults from breaking free of their imprisonment. Only the Adeptus Custodes may decide who can have an audience with the Emperor. Such an honor is granted in only the most unusual circumstances. Not one enemy has gained access to his throne room in 10,000 years. This responsibility falls to the Companions, a 300-strong force of custodians who serve as the direct bodyguards of the Emperor. Each is handpicked by the Captain General following a painstaking assessment based on the candidate's performance in battle, mental acuity, and spiritual fortitude, alongside many other factors. Rank and veteran status have no bearing on selection. For the custodians, there is no more important duty. When about their duties, the companions are arranged in ranks around the golden throne. They stand completely still, unspeaking, and poised on the cusp of readiness. This they do for incredible amounts of time, though they can rotate out of their position for rest. Even with periods of recovery, this task is a purgatorial one that is both mentally and spiritually exhausting. When the Captain General decides a companion has served long enough, they are replaced. This is no dishonor, merely a pragmatic recognition that no custodian can fulfill such a duty indefinitely. The list of duties that fall to the Custodes is long and ever adapting as new threats emerge. Custodians oversee the soul bonding ritual, in which thousands of psychers each day are drained of their life force to sustain the Emperor, and thus the Astronomicon. The The Custodes are also responsible for the defense of the imperial palace, a fortress as large as a small nation. To ensure the emperor's safety, however, the Custodes must look beyond the palace's walls, beyond Terra, and out into the Sol system. Here, they have outposts, relay and auger stations, and keeps from which they monitor every ship that enters Sol space. Finally, their vigil extends to the rest of the galaxy, for out there are threats unnumbered to be found. Talons of the Emperor. Not since the Great Crusade have the talons of the Emperor been so visibly active in the wider galaxy. Armed with some of the most devastating weaponry available to any branch of the Imperial military, they smite rogue psychers, purge mutant uprisings, stamp out rebellions, and curtail the insidious schemes of alien and traitor alike in service of the Golden Throne. For 10,000 years, the Adeptus Custodes have maintained the security of the Sol system, the throne world, and the imperial palace itself. They have done this in myriad ways, and when not actively pursuing threats to the Emperor, they are in a constant state of learning and training. The Custodes conduct fractal thought exercises, year-long strategic cogitations, and elaborate hallucinarium mock conflicts, all in preparation for any danger that may present itself, including an all-out siege of Terra. The Blood Games are another way in which the Custodes train and improve their defenses. In these exercises, a Custodian is nominated as invader or assassin, and they have the task of testing routes of attack to breach the Imperial Palace's walls and reach the Golden Throne, or one of Terra's other key infrastructure sites. By this method, Custodes identify and resolve weaknesses, and the tenacity and determination of the Custodian himself is tested and improved. Even after the Emperor was sat atop the Golden Throne, the Custodes launched forays out into the wider galaxy where they deemed there to be threats grave enough. It was upon Guilliman's return, however, that the Custodes truly took up arms to go out into the galaxy in larger numbers, to stamp out threats to the Emperor far and wide. The Custodes were designed to be the death of anything they might have to face in any context, and are tireless, vigilant, and remorseless. When they strike, they can annihilate foes much greater in number, and who have advantage of supply, defensive walls, and geographic position. Nonetheless, the Custodes are not an army per se, and are not expected to prosecute war. Instead, their purpose is to utterly dominate any battle zone they fight in. They are a paramilitary force, not a strategic one, created to serve as bodyguards and eliminators of specific threats. The Custodes have always benefited from the magisterium lex ultima, rendering them beyond all law save that of the emperor. Thanks to this, they can draw upon every facet of the Imperium's military, and it is this they use to command any vessel they require to traverse the stars, or to serve any other purpose they deem necessary. Some ships have served with the Custodes on so many occasions they have effectively become permanently attached to the 10,000. Nonetheless, the Custodes maintain some warships of their own, notably Falchion-class battleships. On occasion, Custodians must respond so swiftly to a threat that there is no time to commandeer a vessel, and so maintaining their own immediately available battleships is essential to them. The magisterium lex ultima also means that none can give the Custodes orders besides the emperor himself. Even Guilliman can only request their aid, and it is to the Imperium's great benefit that Valoris agreed that the Custodes should take more active role in the galaxy. In fact, the Captain General was more than willing, having already begun preparing his order for greater activity beyond the Sol system. Nothing is spared to ensure that the Custodes have the very best war gear in the Imperium, in any volume they require. In acquiring their vast arsenal of weaponry, the Custodes have no regard whatsoever for the amount of resources required, nor the rarity of the components necessary. They are armed deliberately to be able to deal with threats both within the realm of mankind and without. Being better equipped in every way imaginable is just one way in which the Custodes assure their superiority. Every Custodian's weapons are handcrafted especially for him by entire generations of hereditary artisans, whose families have only ever worked for the Custodes. These craftsmen themselves have been gene-forged to enhance traits of dexterity and extreme patience, which improve their skills even further. Every weapon and piece of war gear is an individual masterwork and a sublime example of craftsmanship. In addition to incredible efficacy in battle, every weapon is a work of art, decorated with unique flourishes and designs. It is even possible that, in the very deep past, entire subcults of the old Mechanicum were cloistered within the Imperial Palace to produce some elements of the Custodes' weaponry. Before Rabute Guilliman's return, the Sisters of Silence were exiled, operating in virtual secrecy. At best, they were ignored by the wider Imperium. At worst, they were persecuted by its most fanatical elements, with some even being burned as witches. This all changed with the Primarch's return. He remembered the sisters' value and importance, and knew that with the forces of chaos being never more powerful, he would need warriors with the sisters' unique skills. After the Battle of Luna, where he fought alongside them, he declared the dispensatus anathema. Those sisters who had stood beside him were to be dispatched to find others of their kind in neighboring sectors. Many of those they discovered came to Terra, their collective sense of duty still strong. Guilliman ordered the restoration of the Somnus Citadel on Luna, the sisters' ancient fortress that had been abandoned during the Horus Heresy and had since fallen into ruin. He also appointed Sister Asurima, one of the convent on the planet Elax, as sister commander of the entire Silent Sisterhood. She is vowed to grow her ranks, as well as never let her order's power be weakened by other imperial bodies. There is much work to be done in this regard, as new prison fortresses are built for the ever-swelling numbers of psychers claimed by the Great Tithe, and old and abandoned keeps that the sisters once managed are restored. This has not been easy. Even with Guilliman's support, the sisters' old enemies, the ecclesiarchy, to name one, have not gone away, and are very concerned with the Silent Sisterhood's sudden renaissance. The Sisters of Silence have played a significant role in the Indominus Crusade, with a portion of their number joining every fleet. Their strange powers, which they can project if circumstances demand, calm the tumultuous energies of the warp. Their ships race to relieve worlds beleaguered by the threat of the Psyker, and the sisters' increased activity in the galaxy has led to the slaughter of countless warlocks and witches, both traitor and alien alike. As the number of the Psychers seems to have grown, the Sisters of Silence have come into their own. They are immune to empiric power. Their minds cannot be taken over, their bodies cannot be possessed, and their perceptions cannot be altered by psychic influence. Many sisters fight alongside the Adeptus Custodes of the Torchbearer fleets, rapidly moving forces whose sole purpose is to seek out Space Marine chapters and give them the secrets of Belisarius Call's Primaris technology. The Silent Sisterhood is quickly earning a reputation for indispensability amongst Imperial command. On countless occasions, the sisters have prevented armadas from being consumed by the warp on dangerous journeys, or turned the tide in battles thought lost to the forces of the arch-enemy. With newfound support, organization, and confidence, the Sisters of Silence have stepped up their activity in every regard. Though in comparison to most other Imperial forces, they remain vanishingly rare. Still, the Sisters are a relentless force who answer to none but the Golden Throne. They are coldly rational, possess great tactical discipline, and are as adept at utilizing stealth and counter-surveillance as they are at launching rapid, overlapping assaults of bolter, flamer, and blade. The Silent Sisterhood knows the value of shock, awe, and terror, capitalizing on their horrific abilities to destroy mind-plagued soldiers, mutants, armed cults, or physically compelled puppets. Used to being outnumbered, they strike quickly to avoid being overwhelmed, and specialize in close-quarter combat. Despite all the terrors they have witnessed, their conditioning and determination drive them again and again to confront the unspeakable horrors they face. Few can stand against them when the sisters commit to action. In addition to serving with the Indomitus Crusade fleets, the Silent Sisterhood pursues its own agendas and fights its own wars. Some battle alongside the Inquisition and infamous hunter squads of the Black Ships. Formations of sisters have infiltrated the hyperspatial tunnels of the Webway, neutralized spectral attacks in strategically vital war zones, and raided demon worlds revealed by the ebbing and flowing of the Great Rift. There is a hint of feral barbarism in the manner and appearance of the Sisters of Silence. Their armor is ornate and knightly, inset with gems and with flourishes of imperial iconography. And they have top knots of long hair that they leave unshorn unless a sworn quarry has escaped them. Their cadres and subunits frequently adopt totem-like names, referring to predatory animals. For all the cold rationale of the Silent Sisterhood, for all its precision and careful training and discipline, they are hunters. To hunt is to fulfill a primal human urge, one that brings out the thrill of the chase and even bloodlust. The sisters, though soulless, are thus not totally above the ways of humanity into which they are born and fight for. In the era Indomitus, much of the Silent Sisterhood's more esoteric weaponry, that with which it prosecuted its missions during the Great Crusade, have long been since lost to time. One of Sister Commander Osurma's priority is to rearm. The Sisters of Silence once had vast amounts of technology that was never even heard of, let alone used outside of their ranks. Past sisters had access to vast arrays of psi negation and disruption technology, as well as bespoke vehicles and other assets, some of which were rumored to have been fashioned by the Emperor himself. The equipment the sisters still have is, as it always was, extremely resource-intensive. The required materials are rare and obscure, and even harder to acquire in quantity since the emergence of the Great Rift. Nonetheless, Osurma has ordered their acquisition to be made a priority, and is backed by Rabute Gilliman. Trajan Valoris, Captain General, Chief Custodian, First of the 10,000. Many claim that Trajan Valoris is the greatest warrior who have ever held the title of Captain General, one of the most powerful military appointments in the Imperium. Valoris is responsible for the overall defense of the Sol system, Terra, and the Emperor himself. He has stood amongst the ranks of the High Lords of Terra and leads great military campaigns of the 10,000. Trajan Valoris seems to have been marked for greatness from early on, having completed 2 blood games within the first 10 years of his service. A superlative tactician and aggressive fighter, he was swiftly elevated to the Aeldari's custodians. While there, he won many names for his heroic actions, which included breaking a system-wide network of Alpha Legion cult cells in Darjan, destroying the Orc Mega-Gargant factories of Big Mac Evistomp, and stamping out the early awakening of a Necron tomb on Zarthan 7. Valorous later went on to serve 22 years amongst the Companions, the direct bodyguards of the Emperor, but was reassigned due to his clear desire to take the fight to the enemy and identify distant and inchoate threats. Shortly after, he was promoted to Shield Captain and spent centuries leading sorties from Terra. Recognizing his aggression as a potential source of inefficiency, Valorous honed his temperament, deliberately matching his fierceness with comprehensive foreknowledge, which he did in part by cultivating networks of informants all over the Imperium. He became known for observing his enemies carefully, predicting their movements, and launching a decisive blow, always attacking at the optimum time and place. Valorous was declared Captain General after the fall of Andros Lonstre, and took up the armaments of his new title. These include the huge polearm known as the Watcher's Axe, and the Castellan Plate, a suit of armor incorporating an auramite halo and a cloak made of woven adamantine thread, which flows like cloth but can turn aside blast and blade alike. He also carries the Moment Shackle, a relic from the Dark Age of technology that lets Valorous trap fragments of temporal energy, slow local time, or even excise split seconds from history. Under Valorous's leadership, the number of blood games has increased tenfold. Defenses of stable warp routes to Terra have been strengthened, the Custodes spy network has expanded, and countless threats, both on Terra and beyond, have been expunged. He even called back some of the Sisters of Silence in secret before Guilliman's return. It was almost as if he had foreseen the Primarch's return to the Imperium. The Adeptus Custodes have never been in a better position to take the fight to the stars than with Valorous at the helm. Some have suggested that the Moment Shackle gives Valorous some kind of rare insight into what the future holds, helping him to make the most timely and important decisions. Regardless of the truth, his incredible leadership, martial and decision-making qualities make him an ideal leader for the Adeptus Custodes in the era Indominus. Beings fear that which they do not understand. That is why we must be unknowable. Our mystery, as much as our strength, is what inspires fear in our enemies. A host of heroes. Every custodian is a small army unto himself, clad in the finest armor and wielding the most powerful weapons. Few can go toe-to-toe with any one of the 10,000. When the Custodes muster in number, immense forces indeed are needed to stand against the power of such a force. and the Custodes' targets are all but doomed. Unlike the soldiers of the other branches of the imperial military, the warriors of the Custodes commonly fight as individuals, rather than in cohesive units. The Adeptus Custodes are more akin to a warrior aristocracy than a hierarchical fighting force like the Astra Militarum or Adeptus Astartes. Custodians operate within a system of meritocracy that sees success and ability afforded great honor, regardless of an individual's experience. This does not bring them disadvantage. However, in battle, it makes every squad, known to the Custodes as a sodality, a highly flexible unit that can be trusted to fulfill a role without overt command and control protocols being in place. Every custodian, from the newly ascended to the Captain General himself, is possessed of great tactical acumen. With their preternatural reaction speeds, war gear, and physical strength combined, the Custodes have defeated enemies many times their own number. Over the course of a custodian's genetically extended lifetime, he will accrue a number of honor names and titles. These are based on his glorious battlefield deeds, personal characteristics, life history, and the given role he currently holds. Many names are derived from those of tyrants and lords from Terran legend. All lend to a culture that harks back to a history deeper than any other imperial organization, which separates the Custodes further from the rest of the Imperium, and ties them closer to the timeless nature of the Emperor. Most of these names are kept secret, though some myths circulate that they are etched upon the inside of a custodian's armor, or even microscopically onto their bones. Hundreds of symbolic or traditional titles are used within the Adeptus Custodes, such as Aquila Commander, Justice Supreme, or Emperor's Headsman. Some they keep for life, such as Shieldsmith, which is awarded to any custodian who has successfully won a blood game. Conversely, a custodian who has stood amongst the companions will forever be known as Honored Watchman. The Custodes organization is Byzantine and ancient, with much of its structure, disposition, and regulation kept secret. The custodian's ranks are stratified and highly complex, and much of the reason for this is to deliberately misdirect those who wish to learn more about how they operate. Though part of the reason is the slow evolution of the organization. Even the most senior imperial officials can only garner the barest scraps of information about how the Custodes organize themselves. And that is only what the 10,000 use publicly when fighting alongside other imperial formations. The organization structure itself is unlike anything within the Imperium, with numerous overlapping orders and chambers. Many of these esoteric groups are as ceremonial in nature as they are indications of battlefield formations or functions. The Adeptus Custodes are led by the Captain General, who has absolute authority over the entire organization, and who speaks with the voice of the Emperor. He is advised by the Custodian Tribunate, 10 veteran warriors who are among the keenest minds after the Captain General in the 10,000. They must serve for at least 10 years, though their memberships is rotated periodically to prevent complacency and to ensure fresh wisdom comes to the fore. To join the tribunate, a custodian must have earned 10 names and won 3 great victories. During their time of service, no member of the tribunate takes to the battlefield unless in the most extreme circumstances. Their entire focus is supporting the Captain General in strategic and diplomatic matters. Most Custodes belong to one of 5 broad orders. Though not battle formations, they are ceremonial groupings that date back millennia. The Hykanatoi order contains the main strength of the Custodes, and do not typically possess any obvious battlefield specialism. Alaris custodians and other heavy units that can function as shock troops are often a part of the Theranatoi order. A key function of the Adeptus Custodes has always been speed. They once had to be ready to accompany the Emperor wherever he went, and they must remain capable of responding to new threats with incredible fury. Reconnaissance and the ability to counterstrike are cornerstone skills and tasks of the Custodes, and the Cataphractoi order has been an instrumental part of that. Virtus Praetors mounted upon Dawn Eagle jet bikes, often being among its members. The Custodians have always behaved as a shadow force in the Imperium, the Ephoroi being exemplars of this. They have carried out missions of vital import to the Emperor's security for thousands of years, and their network of spies and contacts are enormous. Many Custodes are involved in the process of carrying out covert missions on the Emperor's behalf, including counter-surveillance and assassination. The smallest order is the Moritoi, the honored dead who walked. These are the Adeptus Custodes dreadnoughts, combat walkers with fallen Custodes interred within, and they have much experience and wisdom. The shield captains are the most visible custodian leaders to those few who have ever fought beside the 10,000. Warriors of supreme insight, tactical acumen, and knowledge, they lead military detachments. However, many shield captains boast additional titles that they have been assigned or are linked to other duties that they hold. These include Supreme Castellan, Master Guardian, Lord Protector, High Shieldsman, and a great many more. When a glorious host of Custodes goes to war, it is a shield captain who takes charge, and he has enormous autonomy over which and how many warriors join his shield company. A shield company is a temporary formation of Custodes brought together by a shield captain, as and when a force is required. There appears to be no regulation as to what form a shield company takes, how many warriors may be a part of it, or what orders or chambers they belong to. The shield captain is granted the autonomy to draw upon whichever warriors and whatever assets he feels are best suited for the task. A shield captain may draw upon significant numbers of Alar's Terminators if he believes he will have to fight in boarding actions, or Virtus Praetors if he expects to fight on vast open battlefields. He will also likely be joined by a number of senior warriors, such as Blade Champions, who act as the shield captain's companions and who can also lead forces in their own right. A shield captain may name the shield company he forms, such as the Gilded Talons, led by Arcturus Pallades, or the Auric Blade, led by Honorus Eliathon. Warriors may fight as a part of many shield companies during their lifetime, and a shield captain may reform the same shield company on multiple occasions when he is assigned a task by the Captain General. Alongside its custodian complement, the shield company is joined by a number of supporting assets, known as its Imperatus Auxilia. These include warships, vehicles, and dreadnoughts, as well as non-combatant agents. On occasion, a number of shield companies are brought together into what is known as a shield host. Collectively, the auxiliary units attached to such a formation are known as the Maximus Auxilia, though in practice, each shield company fights with its own Imperatus Auxilia. Shield hosts are only formed in rare circumstances to undertake certain tasks or in the face of the direst threats. Like shield companies, they are created on a temporary basis, with the potential to be reformed if so desired or ordered. The Solar Furies shield host was first assembled out of no fewer than 5 shield companies in M36, when a Necron tomb world awakened perilously close to Terra, and has been reformed many times since. A shield host can comprise 2 or more shield companies, and due to the very loose regimentation the Custodes armies work by, it is possible for any given shield host to be smaller than a large shield company. Whilst nominally shield hosts are temporary in nature, some have never been disbanded since their initial formation, the task for which they were founded having never concluded. Such permanent institutions include the Shadow Keepers, guarding the deepest vaults of the Imperial Palace. The Solar Watch, responsible for the borders of the Sol system. The Dread Host, who are the greatest bane of the Emperor's enemies. The Aquiline Shield, protecting some of the Imperium's most important heroes and the Emperor's messengers, known as the Emissaries Imperatus. Others include the Technologors Noctis Cognis, who garrison the Ferrum Raptoris star keep in orbit around Mars, watching over the tech priests of the Red Planet and other Forge worlds. Meanwhile, the Vigilia Circumspectus, or the Watchers of the Watchers, are a shield host who keep a close eye on the Inquisition, an organization they see as a nest of potential dangers, and have been proven right on many terrible occasions. A shield host is commanded by the shield captains of all its shield companies, who on occasion fight together on the battlefield. The Golden Brothers, Heralds 3, and the Seven Shields are but 3 examples of groups of shield captains who have won renown throughout the Custodes' history. There is little conflict in shared command, with shield captains openly divulging wisdom and insights, combining them with the shrewd advice of the veteran Vexillors, Custodes' standard bearers. The Shadow Keepers. There are terrible secrets locked away beneath the Emperor's palace. Eldritch terrors from the depths of the old night that could annihilate the Imperium. The duty of standing guard over them unto the end of time falls to the shield host known as the Shadow Keepers. The Shadow Keepers hold the keys to the rune-locked portals hidden deep beneath the Imperial Palace. They alone know the ways by which the runic locks may be disengaged, the wards unbound, and the sanctic circles breached. They alone know also that these things must never happen, for the dark cells hold such horrors that neither mankind's sanity nor its empire would survive their release. The Shadow Keepers are devoted to this grim responsibility, patrolling the dark and silent corridors and vigilantly watching over the last terrors of old night. It is a task that would soon drive most people mad, for though neither sight nor sound can escape the forbidden cells, the air of those corridors is charged with dread. A perpetual menace thickens the shadows and makes them crawl. Even the superhumans of the Adeptus Custodes are forever on edge in those dark oubliettes, for the sense of unspeakable threat never wanes. It is a testament to the discipline and spiritual fortitude of the Shadow Keepers that they stand there guarding unflinchingly, sometimes for decades at a time. If a custodian leaves the Shadow Keepers, those who knew them before they undertook such onerous duties can immediately see how the experience has affected them. They are more watchful, more ruthless, and less trusting. Few speak of what they've seen, heard, or done, and so few can relate to them that many return to the host that watches the dark cells. The ranks of this shield host include many custodian wardens, the endlessly patient watchmen whose oaths of protection help them focus upon the task at hand, to the exclusion of all else. The leaders of these forbidding centuries carry ancient weapons of mysterious provenance, their use intended as a last resort should anything ever break free from the dark cells. To be a custodian warden, a warrior must have served for at least 5 centuries. And after a year of meditation upon the precipitous ledges of the Gallow Tower, must make a personal oath they have written themselves. Once accepted as a warden, they can be recognized by the ceremonial robes they wear over their armor, which marks their status. Every warden vows to never give way to any foe, and to be as unbreakable as the walls of the imperial palace. They are known amongst their comrades as level-headed and endlessly patient watchmen. To break their vows would be worse than death to these warriors, and their determination to uphold these promises bolsters their already formidable wills to something of truly frightening intensity. For 10,000 years, the Shadowkeepers have performed their duty. Yet, the coming of the Great Rift changed everything. With the power of chaos spilling raw and seething into the spaces between the stars, new abominations have come to light. Worse still are the cells that stand suddenly empty. The entities and artifacts once contained within, spirited away by some unholy force to curse the galaxy once more. Fearing the consequences of this, the Shadowkeepers have sent more warriors than ever before out into the galaxy. These jailers must trammel that which should not be, slaughtering all who seek to impede them, before returning their foul prizes to the cells where they belong. The Aquiline Shield. Certain servants of the Emperor bear great responsibilities deemed directly relevant to the safety of Terra. Such esteemed figures are afforded the protection of the Aquiline Shield, at least until their usefulness is thought to be at an end. As the doom-scryers of the Imperial Palace sift through the tides of the Empyrean for warnings of disaster, they also take note of those who, through example, thought, or deed, are likely to avert such catastrophes before they threaten the Golden Throne. These fated individuals are honored with the protection of the Aquiline Shield. In this way, even a small sodality of custodians can ensure a significant martial or spiritual asset survives to act in the Emperor's defense. The Aquiline Shield are an informal brotherhood laced through the ranks of the Adeptus Custodes. They typically operate in small warrior bands, journeying across the stars to stand watch over their charges wherever they may be. No warning is given, nor permission asked. The warriors of the Aquiline Shield appear as if from nowhere, avatars of the Emperor's will, who announce their quarry to be under the protection of the Master of mankind. Such is an honor beyond compare, and is rarely refused no matter the circumstances or the individual chosen. Those that have denied them have almost always ended up dead. Some suffer from a calamitous fall from grace, while the fate of many others is completely unknown. Custodians who have once served amongst the companions, those who personally protect the Golden Throne itself, commonly lend their talents to the grim bodyguards of the Aquiline Shield. Such custodians have protected the lives of the greatest and most august personages in the Imperium, most notably the High Lords of Terra themselves. From the Master of the Navigators Guild to the High Logisticar of the Adeptus Administratum, to the Lord Militant of the Imperium, and the Shadowed Master of the Officio Assassinorum, former companions have acted as guardians for them all. To the 10,000, such duties are simply an extension of their vows to protect the Emperor. In this case, by safeguarding those assets most important to the successful running of his Imperium. Still, it is a role that has earned the Adeptus Custodes much favor in the eyes of Terra's noble elite. The Aquiline Shield has also acted as bodyguards to the Sororitas Canonesses, Lord Inquisitors, Astra Militarum Generals, Space Marine Captains, and even 2 Crusade leaders bearing the title of War Master. Staunchly ignoring the historic associations with he who first held the rank, the traitor Primarch Horus. The Custodes of the Aquiline Shield have appeared amidst flares of golden light to watch over firebrand frontline preachers, bewildered militia leaders, and others of apparently little import and anonymous, lowly origin. The only unifying factor amongst them is that while attending their duties beneath the gimlet gaze of the Emperor's own guards, these individuals are expected to achieve incredible things in the defense of the throne world, though they themselves rarely have any idea of the true significance of their actions. The Aquiline Shield fight to ensure such a future comes to pass, guarding their charges from harm until the exact moment the usefulness of the person under their protection is deemed spent. At that point, they depart without a word, leaving those they guarded to look to their own defense. Tragedy often follows, but this is of no concern to the Aquiline Shield, provided it does not jeopardize the safety of the Golden Throne. One such action of the Aquiline shield was the protection of Lieutenant Nathasian of the Cadian 86th. Slated for execution, he was spared when the grim-faced custodians appeared in a blaze of golden light and cut down his commissariat would-be executioners. Nathasian was then free to exercise his flair for unconventional tactics, which soon saw his promotion to War Master of an entire Imperial crusade. The shuddering stars were swept clear of orc tribes, stopping Wad Daxkrag in its tracks before it could descend upon the Sol system. In the wake of Nathasian's triumph, the Custodes departed as suddenly as they had arrived, and the commissariat saw War Master Nathasian dead before the day was out. The Aquiline shield will not always act in small groups. On occasion, the Custodes of this shield host must gather in greater numbers. Should the individual they seek to protect be surrounded by foes, they might have to fight their way to them. If the Doomscryers detect a future hero of Terra early enough, they might not even have been born. If their future birth world is under threat from Xenos invasion or controlled by heretics, then the Aquiline shield will deploy to eliminate the danger so that the one they need to protect will actually come into existence. It is quite possible that these individuals will receive close protection from an Aquiline shield sodality later in life also. The Dread Host. Fear is a familiar weapon to the Imperium, used to deter enemies and keep seething populations in line. Yet there is no terror as pure and absolute as that invoked when the Emperor's own fury is unleashed to punish his foes. The Dread Host represents a breathtaking concentration of military might. It numbers hundreds of custodians, organized into multiple shield hosts, and transported aboard a trio of pre-heresy warships, the Aetropas, the Clotus, and the Laxus, collectively known as the Morades. The nature of this army is simple. It is the deliverer of the Emperor's judgment, his anger, and his punishment made manifest. Not for them, the pinpoint rapid strike, the hidden war, or the measured defensive action. Instead, the assembled shield captains of the Dread Host identify the most visible and dramatic threats to the Segmentum Solar and unleash upon them such overwhelming annihilation that it sends shockwaves rolling through the warp itself. Sometimes one warship is sent, sometimes two. Only a handful of times in the Imperium's history have all three of the Morades loosed their passengers against a single foe. Yet always the effect is the same. Spearheaded by dozens of Alaris custodians, the Dread Host falls upon their victims with unstoppable force. They slaughter the enemy's warriors and reduce their war engines to wreckage. They cast down false idols and set them aflame. They topple their foes' cities, sunder their strongholds, butcher their allies, and decimate their followers. The Dread Host makes grisly examples of those who would dare lead such a challenge to the Emperor's dominion, accepting no surrender and foiling all bids at flight. By the time the Dread Host is finished, nothing remains of their luckless victims but the gruesome tales of their inevitable demise at the Emperor's hand. The Dread Host have smashed unruly orc-wise, obliterated rebellious star systems, and crushed defiant traitor crusades. They have fought against enemies thousands of times their number, and humbled them through strategy, speed, and strength. With every campaign, they spread the terror of the Emperor's wrath. The breathtaking bloodshed and absolute destruction they leave in their wake has dissuaded hundreds of uprisings and invasions before they could even begin. The expertly crafted suits of Terminator armor worn by Aeldari's custodians have a worth measured in worlds. They are driven by magnetomic generator shrines, articulated with Leonis-class accutators, and made up of layers of ormite and adamantine. Despite the armor's enormous weight, the custodians within retains full mobility and speed. Aeldari's custodians are hand-picked from the most belligerent of the 10,000, and relish fighting in the most dangerous battles. Their killer instincts and wrath are honed to a fine point, though their aggression is fully leashed to their will. Wherever they strike, they cleave enemies in two, blow them apart with grenades, or stun them with salvos of projectiles that unleash bursts of electro-exorcist chaff. So aggressive and heroic are these warriors that when the situation demands, they have been known to splinter their units entirely to fight as lone figures. They then eliminate key targets and sow anarchy before fresh Adeptus Custodes forces arrive to end the conflict. It is an effective tactic that has seen more than one heretic fortress fall from within. The Solar Watch. The Sol system is amongst the most heavily fortified of mankind's stellar holdings. The Adeptus Custodes consider its worlds, star forts, and space lanes to be extensions of their master's palace, and ensure they are guarded accordingly. From the vast orbital fortresses of Luna to the cloud keeps of Jupiter and the deep space star forts of the Halo Belt, humanity maintains hundreds of strongholds throughout the Sol system. Billions of weapons point menacingly into the dark gulfs of space, ready to unleash spectacular devastation upon any foolish enough to threaten mankind's seat of power. Armored towers and gargoyle-festooned bastions loom over every approach, sanctified against the foul machinations of the Emperor's many foes. Entire fleets of Imperial Navy ships prowl the space lanes, vigilant for the slightest threat. Yet perhaps the most formidable of all Terra's outer defensive measures are the custodians of the Solar Watch. Consisting of several shield companies, the Solar Watch swear binding oaths to keep guard over the outer bastions of the throne world. They see themselves as the first true line of defense for the Imperial Palace, and it is their duty to ensure that no external threat ever makes it as far as Terra. To this end, they constantly patrol routes between the worlds and void-born structures of the Sol system, ever vigilant for danger. Since the Battle of the Lion's Gate, the Solar Watch have stepped up their activities. They have brought hundreds more agents working at augur stations and pilgrim sancti vetting docks into their employ. They have also added 7 more stages to the process of gaining approval to approach Terra, extending it by years. The most significant change is their increased remit, which now extends to ensuring the security of the warp routes into Terra. This they do by monitoring and defending nearby systems with Mandeville points that link directly to the Sol system. One Solar Watch action in recent years was the destruction of Wa Zogstomp. The Greenskins had toppled the Iron Warriors' citadel of miseries after a grueling 3-year siege. They grew massive and powerful on a diet of constant warfare and eluded powerful war engines. Before they could leave to attack more worlds, custodians of the Solar Watch materialized within the Greenskins' capital ship, planting vortex implosion detonators on each one before teleporting back to their own vessels. When the vortex bombs exploded, the entire Orc fleet was consumed in a ferocious energy storm. Though they typically travel via naval craft and interstellar trade ships, the Solar Watch maintain a formidable concentration of venerable land raiders, and are typically able to deploy forces that are predominantly, if not entirely, mechanized. This allows them to respond swiftly and with overwhelming force to any potentially threatening situation that may develop. While such dangers are not common within the Sol system, they are certainly not unheard of. The Solar Watch have been instrumental in bringing an end to demon-worshipping cults, inquisitorial coups, and subtle Xenos incursions on every world bar Mars. While their authority technically extends to the Red Planet, the Adeptus Custodes are wise enough to maintain cordial relations with the servants of the Omnissiah, and so travel to that world only occasionally. They keep their distance, expecting the tech priests of Mars to censor their own deviance. Nevertheless, the Custodes know that Mars failed the test of loyalty once before, and may do so again. Call's work on the Primaris technology was a greater indication than any of what can be hidden away on the Red Planet. Emissaries Imperatus. In the days of the Great Crusade, the Emperor often entrusted crucial messages or artifacts to be borne by his custodians to their destined recipients securely. It is a duty they still fulfill now, speaking with the authority of the Master of Mankind himself. Though the Emperor has long been confined to the Golden Throne, there are those amongst the 10,000 who claim to hear their master's voice during their meditations, and to feel his hand guiding them. To their comrades, there is no implication of divine intervention in this, for the Custodes have never viewed the Emperor as a god. They merely see their liege's indomitable will at work, reaching out from his shattered frame to direct his praetorians on Terra, and wherever duty may demand they venture, as he did when he could still walk amongst them. Those who feel the Emperor's guidance the keenest become emissaries imperatus. They band together in like-minded groups, and through discussion and meditation, interpret what it is that the Master of Mankind wishes them to do. With the tacit approval of the Captain General, they bear the Emperor's words across the Imperium to commanders who must hear them, or occasionally unlock some ancient device from the palace vaults and bequeath it to whichever champion can wield it best. Their words have redirected entire crusades and seen threats intercepted and archaeotech riches won that might otherwise have passed the Emperor's servants by. It was due to the insights of the emissaries imperatus that the Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator Crusade fleet, Gamma Hades, was directed to Hing's world, so that they may prize the archaeotech treasures from the grasp of the orcs who dwelt there. It was they who gifted the captain of the Knights of Abhorrence Second Company with the axe Tempros, before he went to war against the Hrud infestation in the Ghoul Stars. It was they that Captain General Trajan Valoris trusted to reach out to the scattered enclaves of the Sisters of Silence. He called them back in secret even before Guilliman openly declared that the Sisters be reincorporated officially into the Imperium's military. For thousands of years, the emissaries imperatus have been seen abroad, but rarely and in small numbers. Yet, with the return of Guilliman and the commencement of the Indomitus Crusade, their activity has increased considerably. When the Primarch announced his intentions to bear the secrets of the Primaris Space Marines to the Loyalist chapters, there was some resistance from the Adeptus Custodes, who feared strengthening those who might one day rebel against the Master of Mankind. Dozens of emissaries imperatus stepped forward to intercede, stating that this was the will of the Emperor. They accompanied Guilliman's crusade, many of them taking to the air as Virtus Praetors, the quicker to deliver messages of reinforcement to the embattled Space Marines. The presence of the Adeptus Custodes also ensured that even the most traditional of chapters accepted the Primaris warriors into their ranks. One does not decline a gift from the Emperor's own hand, after all. Squads of Virtus Praetors swoop into battle astride powerful Dawn Eagle jet bikes. These veteran Custodes know that the true value of speed comes from directing their might precisely where and when it is needed most. Virtus Praetors strike like golden lightning to bolster their comrades wherever they are hardest pressed. These airborne warriors act as the eyes and ears of their shield companies, soaring over the battlefield and voxing word of the enemy's movements. Their auto-senses are optimized for this task, boasting suites of data augers, optical auspicators, and multispectral motion oracles that allow them to detect and track even hidden foes. With a squadron of sharp-eyed Virtus Praetors circling overhead, Custodes' forces are rarely caught unawares. Each Virtus Praetor is a master combatant. They are expert marksmen, able to place perfect kill shots even while moving at breakneck pace through dense terrain. Their close-quarter combat prowess is no less exceptional. A Virtus Praetor can open the throat of a heavily armored foe in a single pass. They can also analyze even the most chaotic conflict in a heartbeat, reacting with incredible speed to evade obstacles and seize tactical opportunities. The exceptional skill of the Virtus Praetors is augmented by their superlative war gear, such as the enormous interceptor lances that they wield. Perfectly weighted, these fearsome weapons boast adamantine blades wreathed in disruptor fields. Virtus Praetors are masters of hit-and-run strikes, driving their lances clean through their precisely chosen targets before ripping them clear again as they speed past. The greatest asset at the Virtus Praetors' disposal are their Dawn Eagle jet bikes. These are incredible Crusade-era vehicles wrought in auramite and adamantine. They are almost as large as a light fighter craft, and while they are still grav skimmers, can deliver a near supersonic turn of speed. Their hulls are phenomenally durable, allowing their riders to slam through walls and enemy warriors without being unseated. And they react pugnaciously to the slightest touch of the controls, jinking effortlessly through incoming fire. When armed with hurricane bolters, the Dawn Eagle can plow bloody furrows through enemy hordes. When equipped with salvo launchers, they become lightning-fast tank hunters. Screaming across the battlefield, Virtus Praetors on Dawn Eagle jet bikes rapidly outflank and encircle the heaviest enemy vehicles before annihilating them with Melta missiles. Even the foe's aircraft are not safe, for by combining their fire, the Virtus Praetors are able to weave airborne webs of flak blasts into which hurtling enemy aircraft slam with terminal results. Silent Vigils. After Rabute Gilliman declared the Dispensatus Anathema, the disparate Sisters of Silence, scattered all over the Imperium, were made a crucial element of its armed forces. One of the greatest changes of all was the establishment of the Vigils, the way by which the Silent Sisters were united and organized in this new era. Those Sisters of Silence who fought alongside Rabute Gilliman during the Battle of Luna went out in search of others of their fragmented diaspora on the returned Primarch's instructions. Gilliman knew that the wars ahead would require every weapon humanity could bring to bear, and the Sisters' talents would be vital to stymieing the powers of the warp. Many thousands came to Terra. These Gilliman declared the Vigil Indomitus. This was the first step on the way to a re-establishment of the Silent Sisterhood within the Imperium. Each band of sisters that came to Terra had its own tactics, character, and traditions, formulated over 10,000 years of adapting in isolation to the grim horrors of a galaxy riven by the heresy. The various groups became cadres of the Vigil Indomitus, subunits of the Vigil entire. The Vigil Indomitus was much larger than the initial number that came to Terra. Many of the groups that had made it through were but representatives of a larger organization dispatched to answer the call. Very few entirely abandoned their self-imposed duties and crusades elsewhere in the Imperium. Most of the Vigil Indomitus's cadres adopted the gold and red of the Adeptus Custodes, in honor of the respect afforded them by the 10,000. Some, however, were headstrong and did not, though most incorporated the colors into their cadres in some way as a form of recognition. As the fleets of the Indomitus Crusade reached out into the galaxy, more and more enclaves of Silent Sisters were discovered. Some were not found for years after the crusade was launched, but all were formed into vigils and cadres, and regions of jurisdiction were given to many. There was no uniformity to the range of a vigil's area of supervision. Some watched over a single system, others an entire sector. The creation of a vigil was often little more than a cosmetic affair. A discovered group would be named a vigil or cadre of a vigil and given official jurisdiction over the area it had been operating in for thousands of years. Naturally, some of these groups were larger than others, and so commanded greater territory. Much of the real organizational work went into removing areas of overlap and ensuring every imperial world was within the purview of one vigil or another. Though much of this was done amicably, disagreements arose as some vigils saw valuable recruiting grounds handed over to others. or felt that their resources would be greatly overstretched when given more territory. Other areas of difficulty were faced when small groups were expected to merge by Sister Commander Asurma in order to create a vigil of more effective size, or when especially remote enclaves of sisters were redeployed where their talents could be put to greater use. Much friction was created in this way, though the sisters' commitment to duty, as well as the prospect of being more openly accepted by the Imperium, prevented most from coming to blows. Each vigil has great autonomy, answering only to the High Lords of Terra themselves. They are named most frequently for the area of space they are responsible for, or the world they are based on, such as the Vigil of Darius III, the Segretes Nebula Vigil, and the Reductus Sector Vigil. The martial strength of a vigil varies, with some comprising many thousands of sisters. As with the Vigil Indomitus, each new vigil broke down its strength into cadres where it had had the numbers to do so. Some cadres have adapted the color scheme of their vigil, using the same colors in different combinations as they too develop their own identity and traditions, while others remain true to their origins. Most are also given unique designations, with some mixing coded meanings common to the Silent Sisterhood, and others remaining specific to their vigil. Many of these identities are totemic, even feral in their nature, such as the Bone Tigers of the Outer Solar Vigil, and the Steel Drakes of the Reductus Sector Vigil. Cadres have access to all the resources of their vigil, and though most can and do perform all the duties of the Sisters of Silence, some become specialized in particular tasks, investigating non-compliance with the Great Tithe, hunting fleeing psychers, or monitoring specific regions of space. Most vigils operate out of a fortified keep known as a spire convent. No two spire convents are identical and differ in form and layout according to the size, history, needs, and preferences of the vigil that uses them. The spire convent of the Vigil of Orshan's Belt is built into the former mountain lair of an orc chieftain slaughtered during the Horror's heresy. The Vigil of Hravulan have adopted a city-sized mining rig that roves slowly across their home world on sets of tracks bigger than super-heavy tanks. The Stragathin 7 Vigil's spire convent is hidden beneath the ground, its corridors a cave network. The only sign of its presence is a ruined monastery sat atop a hillside, long forgotten by the barbaric native population. Though many vigils have a spire convent and a world they might consider their base of operations, at any one time many of their sisters are on the move, whether they are hunting, carrying out investigations, seconded to the black ships, or monitoring trade routes. With their order restored to a place of importance in the Imperium, it has become much easier for the Sisters of Silence to recruit and expand their numbers. Virtually every vigil is growing. The Great Tithe is one source, as the many people of many worlds cannot tell the difference between the powers of a blank and those of a psyker. Every sister is expected by her superiors to be on the lookout for potential recruits when conducting missions. And in this era of growth, it is a duty gladly undertaken by many. Some Silent Sisters even seek out pariahs who cannot join the Silent Sisterhood for reasons such as ailment. Such individuals are still dangerous in the hands of an enemy, and can serve instead as Culuxus assassins or soul guardians in the Emperor's palace. The Sisters of Silence receive many recruits from Inquisitors, and it is rumored that the Sisterhood secretly guard certain bloodlines, and are husbanding many more of these than ever before. Stories explain that the Silent Sisters are doing this to maintain a guaranteed source of recruits, independent of any other Imperial branch. Some even speak of selective breeding, to in some way maximize the likelihood of blanks of a certain level of potency being born, if such a thing is even possible. Any recruits to the Silent Sisterhood face enormously arduous training. They must master warrior skills, as well as learning how to project or suppress the auras of their abilities. Many die in the process.